Welcome to round 6 of 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship here at the Sakhir Circuit at Bahrain. 6 hours of the world's best endurance teams and drivers competing under the sunshine here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We started off at Sebring. We've been through the classics of Spa, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Silverstone, Sao Paulo a couple of weeks ago, and we find ourselves now in the Kingdom of Bahrain, made up of several islands here in the Middle East. They call themselves the gateway to the Middle East and very much pride themselves on hospitality and indeed the financial services as well as the tourism industry. The circuit itself was built in double quick time, 370 days in 2003-2004, and has held a Formula One Grand Prix since then. The pineapple, very distinctive, is the symbol of welcome, and this piece of bare desert has been transformed into an oasis of motorsport pleasure. Ever since landing here on Wednesday evening, we've been greeted with many images of the 6 hours, lots of large, very large posters for the manufacturers concerned and the event indeed as well. The president of the ACO, Monsieur Fillon, President Fillon, is with us for the announcement of the calendar yesterday, and there he is with his 24 shirt on. Behind him, the slightly taller gentleman was Gerard Neveu, the man at the head of the WEC, and indeed President Fillon is dashing away to another event tomorrow. He's leaving straight after the race this evening.
Well, it's a big centenary celebration for the ACO, isn't it? So a massive celebration on Sunday at Le Mans, and he will be on his way. 96.8 degrees air temperature down on the grid.
Let's have a look at the track with Alan McNish.
And it's important for the car, it's very difficult. Hello, I'm Alan McNish, and I think it's about time to show you around the Bahrain International Circuit. Here we are, a new circuit for the World Endurance Championship and a new circuit for me, and I think most of the drivers here in Bahrain. Let's do a lap of the track because it is a really technical and difficult one, and starting here, going across the start and finish line. Turn 1. Now, come around the side. If you get low and look up here, it's an very deceptive downhill, comes along the start and finish straight, and then as you get into the braking area, just about the 100-metre board, the cambers of the road change, and then as you come in towards the apex, which the cone is there on the right-hand side, you're really going to find that the inside wheels are locking. So on your racing line, that's fine, but if you're trying to overtake someone, if it's a GT car or an LMP, you've got to be really careful you don't lock that inside wheel. If you lock it, you lose grip, and then you could slide wide. Now this downhill left-hander, I tell you, there's so many people make mistakes here. You can either lose the rear on entry by braking and turning at the same time, or you can lock up the fronts. Thankfully, there's a big runoff area. I don't necessarily see it as an overtaking opportunity, but I do see it as a mistake opportunity. Now here we are, we've came along that back straight, which is in the reverse side of the pits that you can see over there. Speed's about 250, 260 kilometers per hour. And you get it down the brakes, but then this is a long left-hander, and you can see it's pulling up the hill. This left and the next right will be flat out, and that's a quick section circuit, so you're trying to get that compromise from the engineering and from the driving point of view of getting low speed grip for that part of the track and high speed stability for this part of the track. I reckon this is going to be flat out. Maybe not every lap in the race when the tyres are dropping off a little bit, but certainly in qualifying. And you come around and then immediately you're on the brakes. You've got to be really careful to lock up. If you lock up here, you lose 2 or 3 tenths. If you get it right, get the apex, get the power down, boom, you're onto the big back straight and near the end of the lap. Before we get to the last corner, steel yourself on the brakes, get it slowed down, get it thrown in, and then there's a dip. And in that dip, then the car really sits in, but you've got to get on the power because boom, look at it. It's a big long straight down to turn 1. Now, that's 1 lap in 42 degrees Celsius in the daylight. We've got 6 hours, of which 4 hours are going to be in the dark, and I can tell you it's going to be one hot race.
So our track guides. The 2.6 miles of Sakir Circuit with Alan McNish in the RS5, and we had a run round in an S7 yesterday evening in the dark, and I have to tell you it was very impressive indeed. Now the national anthem of Bahrain. The national anthem of Bahrain. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, WEC, the FIA WEC.com stream up and running. A message of support from the 61 RK Motors machine. That's the Rob Kaufman, Rui Aguas and Brian Vickers car, back with the normal guys in that car, and the normal livery as well after the Brazilian flag of last race weekend, Martin.
And starting on pole position there, of course, a Ferrari in the GTE AM class as well. They outpaced the best of the Corvettes, Fernando Reis, who was collected in free practice by one of the Rebellions, and what looked like an entirely innocuous accident. We didn't even know until after the session who had collected the Corvette and loosely spun him round. He appears to have taken a suspension pull-out point out of the tub of the Rebellion. But Rebellion have both cars on the grid here, so everybody who came to race will get to start the race, and we'll catch up with the story of Rebellion's third chassis, with Petit Le Mans and with the next races in Japan and China as we get the race underway. But at the moment, in temperatures just under 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it wasn't in fact a fan, it was one of the grid girls who had keeled over like guardsmen. They are in the shade, but it is very hot there on the grid.
There is the third place in GTE Pro, the 51 Ferrari. That is Giancarlo Fisichella, who was out there ready to start it. Second will be the Felbermeyer Porsche, the 77 car, excuse me, and that will be started by Ricard Leitz. And it will be the Aston Martin AMR Vantage, which will be started
by Darren Turner, it says.
By Darren Turner, yes it does. Yeah,
teammate
right.
Stefan Mucker set the pole position time in the GTE Pro class. A lot of drivers down on the grid, just kind of sitting around. You think, oh well, why aren't they, you know, hiding in the shade or something, as you so often see in the hot races? Well, the whole of the grid now is in the big shade cast
and
by
most
the
of the pit
grandstand
lane as well, actually.
Yes, and almost all the pit lane, and it is starting now to look almost like dusk. I mean, it's late afternoon. It is 3:45, so it's not that late afternoon in Northern European terms, but in terms of daylight here, you see the big grandstand which casts its shadow. And frankly, no matter what you do, unless you go into an air-conditioned room, there is nothing you can do that will make you any cooler.
On the left there is Gerard Neveu, the man at the head of the WEC, who's been so instrumental in getting all of this together and putting out that calendar yesterday. There has been a slight change to the WEC calendar. As printed yesterday, the Sao Paulo race has been pushed back a week to actually where it was meant to be originally. That was a change from the suggested calendar that one or two of the journalists had seen. It was brought forward a week from that. It's now gone back because somebody didn't quite notice that there was a clash with Formula One. So that has had to be changed, of course. Also noticing that there's a few clashes between Formula One and other events around the world. I'm guessing that there'll be some changes in other calendars as well now that the F1 calendar has been ratified. There is the pole sitting Aston Martin at the front of the grid. Karen Chandhok on the left, Peter Dumbrek on the right, and David Brabham in the middle. The three drivers for JRM, who have been playing it pretty cool this weekend in every sense of the word. Karen's been enjoying his time on the circuit. He has the most laps around here, I think. David Brabham hasn't been here since 2004, when with Alan Simonson they ran an ex-Raffinelli Cooper's Beer sponsored Ferrari 550. There's the Scotsman, with Martin Pass from Audi UK just taking the sunglasses, and Alan with the cold towel round his neck, just trying to get the body temperature down before he gets into the furnace.
You kind of wonder how cold a towel can be, and you think, oh well, it's probably wet. The problem with making yourself wet in these temperatures is, of course, instantly that turns into very hot wet clothing as soon as you start to warm up. So it may just be a dry towel. TV viewers watching the images of Johnny Kane, who'll start the Stracker in the 5th place on the grid, and Johnny wearing a cool vest now. Again, you know, that was something that obviously came over. It's been very prevalent in American racing in the hot temperatures, and sort of came over as a very big thing in Europe in the 90s, but has sort of died away. People just don't seem to use them anymore. But again, you know, in temperatures like this, and particularly for this World Championship, as it starts to look at increasing numbers of races outside the relative cool of Europe, might start to become, particularly for GT car drivers and closed car drivers of all types, a much more important part of the setup of the car is keeping the softest component in one piece.
That is the World Championship for drivers. There will be a Drivers' World Cup for the other championships, according to the World Motorsport Council's meeting in Paris yesterday. We've seen that. Expect more details from Gerard Neveu in a few weeks' time at Fuji. Very tight between the Audi drivers, and indeed all still to play for. As far as the private team's trophy, the FIA Endurance Trophy, well, Rebellion can wrap it up today. If the results go their way, they'd need to win it, and that is exactly what they are hoping to do. Starworks in P2, again, all but got that one at the moment with just 3 races remaining.
It's going to be a tough chase. It's going to be a tough chase, isn't it, for those who are trying to catch, particularly in the P2 class. But again, you know, especially in 6-hour endurance racing, in any kind of endurance racing, from the first corner to the last, to a degree, you are not the master of your own destiny. To a large degree, you are, but not always. Olivier Pla starting 3rd on the grid in the Oak Racing Morgan Nissan.
3rd in P2, yeah.
3rd in P2 class, indeed.
Of course, they'll have their P1 car back for the last 2 rounds. Takuma Sato's been testing at Magny-Cours yesterday, and similarly with good effect. Everybody seems to be happy. So that car with the HPD engine goes back into action. In 2nd place there in P2, there is the 25 ADR Delta Orica Nissan, and that will be started by John Martin, who's got his girlfriend with him this weekend. Nice, relaxed. It has been quite a relaxed atmosphere up and down the paddock, and again, this centralised catering that we've been a part of, it does kind of promote that a little bit, I think.
Well, it definitely does, and actually for me and John, very reminiscent of being on the 2-week tour with Super League Formula in China a couple of years ago, where everybody was in the same hotels, on the same flights, on the same minibuses, everybody ate in the same place. I mean, that really breaks down the barriers that cold Northern European racetracks and shuttered garages help to build up. So I think that's again going to be a big feature of this championship, is that for most of it, all the teams will be living out of a suitcase and living cheek and jowl, and so that can only help build that community spirit. You know, you are in an adventure here. Everybody's in this inaugural year of the World Endurance Championship, and they're all part of this new voyage of discovery. So everybody's learning things as they go along, making new friends, and starting new rivalries. So for a number of the drivers, they've not met most of their rivals before, and it's a great opportunity to do so. You know, when you're eating meals in the same room, you end up at a different table because they're not reserved, you know, with different teams behind and around you, and you chat to people and introduce yourself in the food queue.
www.radiolemon.com. On the forum, the WEC part, the chat is going. Michael Snudden says, what other series can offer one of their top drivers giving that good of a performance on his own in front of the camera? From Alan McNish.
IndyCar.
Yes, probably.
Oh, although Helio doesn't dance on his own.
No. A fair point, well made.
He dances. If you've not seen it, you need to YouTube now. Helio and Will Power in a little
together.
Yeah, dancing in race suits in a pit lane.
That's funny.
In an off moment. Very funny. They couldn't quite figure out who was going to lead.
Of course they couldn't. If you'd like to get in touch with us, tweet at Radio Le Mans, at Specutainment, or at Martin Haven. And as I say, the forum is up and running. Add your voice to the chat at radiolemon.com and then hit the forum button and get yourself onto the WEC part. Lots of things going on. That is Nico Prost, isn't it, who's about to...
Well, and in fact, his dad's about to... Neil Yarni.
Neil Yarni, excuse me.
Nico Prost, his teammate, his dad is about to drive as well. Nico Prost, Alan Prost rather, is about to go out in the most recent Renault Formula One car at Paul Ricard, where the World Series is. Oh. And current Renault drivers are going to go and drive a 99T Lotus Renault as part of their demonstration. So Alain Prost becoming increasingly part of the Renault family, which is always good news.
Elio and Will, there's no doubt about who would lead. It'd have to be Elio, because isn't Will always second? And that was a number of people got that in very quickly. Yes, absolutely. Okay, 6 hours of racing to come, starting in about 10 minutes time. The Toyota team on a real roll with the big momentum, as you'd say in the stick and ball sports in the States, and really with an opportunity here. This was a race they had targeted even in the early part of the season for them to be nipping around Audi's heels. Well, they've already done that and won a race. Now, how does that make them feel?
If they're nipping around Audi's heels, then they've lost pace from Sao Paulo.
Correct.
And of course, Alexander Wurz, extra pressure here today because it's his 5-year-old son Oscar's birthday, and he's already promised to try and go out and win the Piston Cup for him, which obviously is, you know, anyone with kids will be familiar with that.
And Oscar is in the ninja suit back at home.
So we've got the battle of the mascots, because Audi have got a little white fluffy bunny. On, as you do,
which is very un-Audi-like.
Yes, but
we've seen the proof.
But with the hybrid system now, they're even more green and caring than ever they have been.
Yes, good point.
And Toyota are going with the full ninja look, which is fairly appropriate, I suppose, for a Japanese team.
Yeah, there is the e-tron Quattro, and don't forget both of the Audis are running the part-time four-wheel drive with the flywheel system. The number 2 car, they had a chassis brought here that was a test R18 Ultra, and it was converted from Ultra spec into e-tron Quattro spec here at the track, including the new livery, and that caused more problems than anything else because they actually couldn't get the decals to stick to the carbon fibre because the ambient temperature was so high. So they had to kick everybody out of one of their meeting rooms that they carry with them and get the bodywork cooled down to a point where the glue would actually work, which is fantastic.
Leaf blower being used through the door of Alan McNish's pole-sitting Audi R18 Quattro to cool him down rather than to heat you up, which is what you want in most European races.
The cameramen will be working hard today, and our thoughts with them.
As ever, you know, yet another time where I'm glad I'm not a cameraman and a photographer. Usually it's because it's slicing horizontally with rain. Here, of course, it's because the heat is coming up at you from the ground and down at you from the top of the sky. But it's going to be tough work for them, but hopefully as the sun drops. So not so much the temperature goes, but so some of the severity of the sun will come off them.
There will be a time, though, the sun goes down right behind this grandstand, so coming into the difficult double apex right-hander, the final corner, you will have the sun right in your eyes. Also, well, I was going to say coming down the hill to 8, but eventually that will not be quite so bad, because this grandstand and the support grandstand, which is at the back of the pits, will get in the way. We're less than 10 minutes away now from the warming up lap. This is the 6th of 8 rounds of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We're in Bahrain for another guaranteed 6-hour marathon for these teams, cars and drivers. It is a time dependent race, and that means you can settle back and watch the tactics unfold. As we said, at the front of the field, Toyota have the upper hand. Audi fielding 2 e-tron Quattros in order to help them get more work done, more setup, more data, and also they tell us to give both of their driver teams exactly the same chance in the World Championship. In P2, Star Works starting from pole position, Stefan Sarrazin, as we were told over lunch by one of the HPD engineers, just gets in the car and does what he does, which is drive it very, very quickly indeed. John Martin will give him a run for his money down to corner number 1 here, as will Olivier Pla and Dominic Kreheimer and Nick Manassian. That's your top 5. Add James Rossiter into that in the Lotus for the top 6 in P2, and you can see that how competitive that is going to be for the first few laps. Darren Turner, Ricard Leitz, Giancarlo Fisichella and Olivier Beretta are the starters in GTE Pro, and Rui Agrash, Fernando Reis, Paolo Roberti are the top 3 starters in the GTE. Oh, almost a bit of panic there for the moment, as they're just torquing the wheels, and this was not expected. The backpack that was meant to fasten the wheels back on, that you can just see disappearing off to the right if you're watching the pictures, clearly has lost pressure.
Now this is the number 2 Audi, which is second on the grid, and the left front wheel, they've been trying to torque it up with a big wrench, and it doesn't seem to be attached to the car firmly, which might mean that it needs to go up in the air and be replaced on the drive pins, because of course not only is it a wheel that should be attached to the hub so that the hub turns the wheel under braking, but it is also a driven drive wheel, so it'll probably have more, but it does seem that it hasn't seated properly. Now the car must be on the ground within 5 minutes of the start of the race, and it is. However, you obviously don't want to start it with a wobbly left front. Everybody has left the grid now, from the number 2 and the number 1 Audi, apart from the slave battery holders. And apart from a couple of officials, everybody has departed the grid. So we seem to have no major worries concerning the front row starters.
Just a slight difference in the focus between the 2 drivers we've just seen on the screen. Alan McNish, no time for the phone call. He is working through, I'm sure, the run down to the first corner from pole position, and whether he and Marcel Fesler can keep back Alex Wurz in the Toyota. The advantage the Toyota has, of course, is that huge 80 brake horsepower, instantaneous pretty much, boost of power as the green lights will come on. And will that be enough to catapult Alex Wurz down the inside of Alan McNish and get position before the corner? And we'll be hearing from Eduardo Freitas, as we did there throughout the race. That's, if you're looking at the pictures, quick look back from 1 Audi. That's the RS5 safety car, pace car as it is at the moment. It'll become the safety car after it pulls in at the start of the race. There is the pole sitting Audi. Good opportunity for us then to have a look at the grid. Alan McNish will start the number 2 Audi Sport Team Yost e-tron Quattro. 1:45.8 the time for Al, 1:45.8 as well, 8:14 to 8:88 for Marcel Fesler in the number 1 Audi on the outside of the front row. Row 2, Alex Wurz, 1:46.2 in Toyota number 7 against Neil Yarney, 1:47.6 in the 12 Rebellion. Johnny Kane is on the inside of row 3 for Stracker Racing, and he's joined by Karen Chandok. He'll start the 22 JRM car. On row number 4, the first of the P2 cars, Starworks Motorsport number 44 will be started by Stefan Sarazan, with John Martin in the ADR Delta number 25 alongside him. Olivier Pla is on the inside of row number 5, which is all Oak Racing. The 24 car on the inside, Dominic Kramer, and the 35 on the outside. Row 6 for Pecom Racing and Nick Manassian, the 49 car, and the Lotus of James Rossiter, the Lola Coupe, is on the outside. On row 7, the inside, Signatech Nissan, 26, Roman Rusinov starting that car. Thomas Holzer is his company on the outside of row 7 with the 31 Lotus Lola Coupe. Signatech Nissan number 23, Jordan Tresson, the GT Academy, Nissan GT Academy graduate. He'll take the start, and he'll have Fabien Giroir in the Gulf Racing Middle East Lola Coupe for company, the 29 car on the outside of row number 8. Moving back to row 9, Greaves Motorsport, Christian Zugel. Greaves been a little devoid of pace this weekend. Have they got something tactically in the bag for the race? And on the outside of row number 9 is the pole sitter in GTE Pro, Darren Turner, in the 97. Second place in GTE Pro, the 77 Ricard Leeds-driven team, Felbermeyer Proton Porsche. Clearly that Porsche went better in the darkness and when the temperatures came down a little bit. The Ferraris this weekend are 15 kilograms lighter, but have 5 litres less fuel in the tanks, and Giancarlo Fisichella is the first of them on the outside of row 10 in the 51 AF Corsa 458 Italia. On row 11, inside AF Corsa and outside AF Corsa Waltrip, it's the 71 of Olivier Beretta and the 61 of Rui Aguas. On row 12, the 50 Labra Competition Corvette is piloted by Fernando Reis, and the 88 of Paolo Roberti is the lead amateur Porsche. 13, row 13, inside Labra Competition Christophe Bourret, outside the only Pirelli tired car on the grid, the JWA Avila of Joel Comethius, the Porsche. And at the back, Krone Racing, the 57 Ferrari started by Tracy Krone, and the Rebellion Racing of Harold Primat, rebuilt into a new shell overnight. It is the overnight sensation, and it was given permission by the rest of the teams. They had to be completely unified in that, and it was indeed unanimous that Rebellion were allowed to start.
Cars on the formation lap, and of course the race will get underway with a rolling start paced by Alan McNish, and that will to some extent take away a little bit of the sting of the instant power of Toyota's energy recovery hybrid system. We're at a standing start. The Audi would be at a dreadful disadvantage to the Toyota, but they will be close to their 120 km/h mark where their front wheel drive is allowed to come into play as they hit the rolling start. And from the moment McNish picks up the throttle as the lights go green, then he will have just 20 km/h to pick up before he gets front wheel drive. Tyres versus fuel. This is so much and so often the case in endurance racing, that races will be decided on strategy. And it does seem that what we learned in Brazil, we may have to slightly unlearn, because a number of the teams in a number of the classes are saying that they may not run full tank stints because the low circle of friction, or the circle of friction here with low grip and high tyre degradation, may force them to be a tyre rather than fuel strategy led race. Well, they're already coming down the back straight behind the pits. Well, the major overtaking points between corner 10 and corner 11, so we're halfway round the formation lap.
And the problem with the Audi on number 1 was a wheel nut. It has been changed, thanks to Martin Pass down there in the Audi pit box for letting us know that. I've got goosebumps here, and it's not that the aircon is turned down so much. We can see the cars from our commentary position stretching over through turns 13 and 14 and heading down the back straight. I've just got a very good feeling about this race. We've had some cracking events in the WEC already this year, and another 6 hours. The classic, of course, European distance as far as endurance racing is concerned, is about to get underway. We'll need to watch the pit stops carefully, we'll need to watch the fuel carefully, and the tyres, as Martin said earlier, will undoubtedly be a factor.
Cars now lining up in 2x2 grid formation. Safety car about to peel off into the pit lane. It's only a few metres in front of the front row of the grid. And Alan McNish and his teammate Marcel Fessler in the two Audis back the field right back down to what looks like around 80 km/h, if that. They are waiting for the red lights. They are coming through in 2x2 formation, and away we go. The 6 Hours of Bahrain is underway. Toyota not looking for a gap between the front row Audis. They tuck in number 2 McNish in front of Marcel Fessler, but into the braking area. Alexander Wurz goes for second place. Hard, slightly downhill right-hander into the first turn. They're all safely through so far. The GT cars follow, and Rebellion from the back of the grid has made up 4 or 5 places already. One of the Labour competitions Corvette had a bit of a bobble, and there is a battle on between the number 2 Audi and the number 7 Toyota for the lead. The number 7 car of Alexander Wurz still right behind McNish.
Went a little bit wide into turn number 4, but just managed to get the front end turned in as Fessler had a look up the inside through the little wiggle that is 5, 6 and 7. Down, plunging downhill into the heavy braking area at turn number 8. And McNish was defensive going into 4 there, Martin. I think he expected Wurz to be up the inside, but he had enough grip and enough power in the early part of this lap to hold him off. Now into the tricky turn 10 as that was the 35 or going up the inside. Dominic Kreheimer having a little look, and the rest of, oh, there's the Rebellion already made up 4 or 5 places past the GT cars, and the Labour competition Corvette coming through as well.
That's the change for third in the AM class. Paolo Roberti just being passed in the Porsche, but no question Alexander Wurz wants to lead this race. Mind you, you've got to overcome a fairly willful Scotsman to get in front in this race. Down the long back straight now to turn 15, and McNish should have enough speed onto the straight for his hybrid system to match that of Toyota. They're both allowed to put the same amount of power through their wheels. Audi from the front, Toyota through the rear wheels. And it is on as even. They come across the line just half a second apart. The race is on.
Hello to Marino Franchitti, who I know should be off to the airport by now, Mino, but listening in to us. Great news about Dario and Marino paired together for the first time at Petit Le Mans in the Level 5 HPD Honda, the P2 car. And again, the Oak Racing 35, Kreheimer looking very, very racy in the early laps, and he's clearly confident on the brakes, and he's pushing up through the field. And Roman Rusinov has made a decent start as well. They've swapped places a couple of times. Olivier Pla leads P2 from Nick Manassian, and Stefan Sarrazin 24, 49 and 44. So that's been a bit of a shuffle around. In GT Pro, Darren Turner is ahead of Harold Premat, storming back through the field in that rebuilt 13 Rebellion. Fisichella, and then Rui Aguas has made a great start from the amateur ranks. He's ahead of Beretta and Leitz in the pro cars.
Yeah, I think they may have had a little bit of a problem at the start as well. However, good battle going on for 6 in LMP2. As you said, Dominic Kreheimer versus Roman Rusinov. They've got Thomas Holzer right behind, and Jordan Tresson is in the queue as well. So there's 4 cars there, all disputing the same piece of tarmac. At the moment, the 35 Oak Racing car is just in front. 24 Oak Racing Morgan Nissan leads the field from the pole sitter, the HPD Star Works of Stefan Sarrazin. And this is definitely a 4-way queue. 3 open cars and one of the closed Lola prototypes, 31 car, Thomas Holzer.
And that is the view forward from Marcel Fessler. 2.5 away is his teammate Alan McNish, and between them is Alex Wurz. Alex quick in that middle section, but just can't get close enough to McNish. Now look down to our right, and there they go past us. And to me, there's nothing between them on the start-finish straight. If anything, it looks like the Audis might be trimmed out just a little bit more aerodynamically.
Well, McNish has got his temperatures firmly up in the tyres and the brakes. He's now pulled out from 0.5 to 0.8 of a second away from Alexander Wurz. And Wurz, the gap between him and McNish is now greater than the gap between he and Fassler behind, and that was not the case last time round. Our GT Pro class leader is Darren Turner in the Gulf Racing Aston Martin, and again saying to us that this might be a 6-stop race for them. And that, actually, do you know what? In terms of the way the tyre wear and particularly driver fatigue is going to be.
Might not be the worst thing.
Exactly. You've got a central heating furnace surrounding the driver. It's in front and the pipes are on either side of the cockpit. Great onboard views from the TV of an all-Porsche battle in GTE AM. The Team Felbermeyer car, the 88 car, in front of the 55 JWA Avila car. And that car...
That's Roberti and Camathias in those two.
Joe Camathias starting the 55 car, shares with Paul Daniels, and first-time WC driver Benny Simonson.
Oh, yeah, Alan's younger brother with us for the first time, as Martin rightly says. And that is the battle just going round turn number 4. Now, is there a little bit of action here? Turn number 8. Well, there's a yellow flag there now. Oh, missed braking point there by the number 13. And I'm afraid Harold Premat is not going to be on the Christmas card list of Fabien Giroir. Perhaps just a little bit of a misjudgment there by Harold Premat, but let's not forget, in his defence, that car's just been rebuilt.
In good news for the Gulf Racing Aston Martin, it's taken the Gulf Racing Middle East car. It's taken them more than one corner to get hit by somebody else.
Yeah. I think
so that's a step up on Brazil, isn't it?
It was the top of turn 4, wasn't it?
This is lap 3 now. They've got a long way into the race before the disastrous sword of Damocles fell on them.
McNish by over a second now to Alex Wirtz, who's got 0.7 of a second on Marcel Fesler. The top 3 pulling away just a little bit. 47s, mid 47s, 5, 8 and 6 for the 2, 7 and 1 cars. Neil Yarney, the best of the privateers, in 4th position for the number 12 Rebellion, 1:49.5 last time around. The 2 HPDs struggling in terms of time at the moment, not able to get under the 150. Johnny Kane from Karen Chandok, some 3 seconds between them.
And the Gulf Racing Middle East car, Fabien Giroir, has got a left rear puncher, I think. He looped round the bottom of the hill from corner 8 and almost got collected by a couple of the battling GT cars in GT AM. However, they managed to avoid him, but I think it's going to be a long and very hot, very torturous drive back to the pit lane for
he's gone
that
through.
car.
He's gone through.
Well,
underneath us. He's behind the 55.
May just have been sand on the tyres. Some of the mechanics already using the fans in the garage to cool themselves down because they've been stood in triple layer Nomex and underwear for 3 laps.
I have no idea how they are doing that. It is lovely in my Grand Prix racewear Radio Le Mans shirt and a pair of khaki shorts, but I would not want to be wearing any more clothes than necessary, and certainly not Nomex.
Well, actually, I'd happily wear my race suit in the booth. Down in the pit lane, that's a 36-degree warmer, entirely different question.
Might need the old Sparko in here. It's getting a bit chilly.
So, get the woolies out. Now then, fastest first sector of the race to Alexander Wirtz in 2nd place. So he is closing on race leader Alan McNish. The gap went out to 1.2 seconds at the end of lap 4. So Wirtz needs to find a little bit more pace. There's a good battle right at the head of LMP2. Stefan Sarazan is in hunter killer mode. He's right in the exhausts of Olivier Pla, the Oak Racing Morgan Nissan, right in front of the Starworks HPD, and there is just about a car length between them. Olivier Pla, 30-year-old Frenchman. Stefan Sarazan, 36-year-old ex-single-seater, rally, enduro, you name it, he'll drive it, Ace. Hasn't done World Touring cars yet. I think that might be a bit of a mistake. I think somebody needs to get him in a car.
Well, if you are just joining us, we have missed about 8-9 minutes of the 6 hours. No major incidents at the head of the field as the first 4 laps have gone through pretty cleanly, and we're watching the battle at the moment between the leaders in the P2 category, sitting 7th and 8th overall. It's Olivier Pla in the Morgan with the Nissan engine, and the HPD chassis with the Honda engine is Stefan Sarazan, who started on pole position, dropped back as far as 3rd. He's fought his way past Nick Manassian. John Martin's had a bit of a slow start. He's dropped back down to 4th position. 4th position, and conversely, James Rossiter has come up through the field a little bit. He was in 6th and he's come up to 5th. Now, there is the Greaves car in the pit lane, and that's very early.
4 laps completed for the Greaves Nissan.
And he overshot his pit as well.
Christian Zugel brings the car in, and they're looking down in the passenger compartment, and that spells one thing: Elec and Tronics. John Martin and Nick Minassian are within a second of the LMP2 leader. So although we've got a 2-car battle for the lead, Alex Brundle's watching it from the Oak Racing garage as the Greaves mechanics wheel the car into the garage. Well, of course, it's not necessarily disastrous because you're only allowed such a limited number of people working on the car in a hot pit lane that if it needs anything more than tyres or fuel, you put it straight back into the garage. Investigation in between the contact between Harold Premat and Fabien Giroir.
Correct.
And that will be conducted by the stewards and the Christmas card list holding official.
I it can only go one way. Well, actually, it can go two ways. It can be no further action, or Harold's going to get penalised. I don't think that even the most harsh of critics could say that that was Fabien Girouard's fault. We've criticised the drivers of the 29 car in the past sometimes. It wasn't their fault in Brazil, and indeed they fought back pretty well. They pointed out that they got a lot of help from Rebellion in terms of spare parts. The hybrid braking and activation zones, there are 7 of them. Turn number 1, turn 4, turn 8 and 10, turn 11, turn 13 and turn 15. And basically the harvesting zones are from the 50-metre board to the apex, and then can be deployed out of that corner as much as you like. And Toyota telling us yesterday that they do use the full 500 kilojoules if they possibly can. Now, here's the opportunity, Martin, with Alan McNish just having to get off the throttle a little bit. But look at the Audi pull away. I did say I thought they were trimmed out, and I'm going to stick with that. They're losing time in the middle section, in the twistier sections, but this is a fast track, and that Toyota was tucked right up underneath McNish's rear wing there and couldn't get into position to pass.
Well, and still is, but McNish just about caught Tracy Crone and Christophe Bourret, who was in the Corvette. They're battling in the AM class in the GTs. Just about caught him right, and there uses the JVA Avila car to make a little bit of a gap between himself and Alexander Wurz as they come up the twisty stuff up the hill. Black and white flag for car number 13. And you know, in the opening lap, it may well have been that Fabien Girouard was on the brakes a little earlier than expected by Harold Premat rather in the 13 car, and so it may well have caught both of them out, and so I think that's reasonable. In the first lap, you don't generally punt people out of the way on purpose. It's a long race to be doing that early on. And
nice to see that it's been a warning and not any further action in that respect. Look, we know you're trying to get through from the back of the grid. Perhaps that was a little misjudgment. We're going to slap you on the wrist, yellow card effectively. Don't do it again, otherwise you'll be having a stop and hold. Now, here are the leaders coming up to the back of Paolo Roberti, and there go the leaders past Paolo Roberti, and Fessler, who'd closed up on them for a moment, gets stuck on the exit of turn number 13, and the battle for the lead means McNish has to go all the way to driver's right and give the Corvette a very, very big, down on the inside into the final corner. McNish turned in and Wurz was there and gone, and the applause comes from the pit lane, and why shouldn't it? That's the project leader in the pit lane, and Audi leads. No, not anymore. Toyota leads in Bahrain.
7 laps in, Alexander Wurz.
7 laps for the 7.
Came across the line just 1/10 of a second behind Alan McNish last time round and managed to use the traffic. As the leader, you're always in a difficult position when somebody is right on your gearbox, because you are the one who will alert the slower cars to your presence. And both Audis are now furiously flashing lights at the 51 Ferraris. They go by the AF Corsa Wall-Trip car that leads the second in the GT Pro car of Giancarlo Fisichella. It's not the Wall-Trip car, it's the 51 AF Corsa car.
Greaves is out. Greaves is out of its box and on the pit lane. So that's good news, because they have got time to make some time back. That was a very, very cheeky move by Alex Wurz.
Well, how McNish didn't see it coming. We have the benefit of looking from the outside. Yeah, of course, the mirrors are tiny on the cars, and
there's no three-quarter view on these cars.
No peripheral vision at all on the cars. But now the Toyota is pulling away fast from Audi number 2 and Audi number 1.
4/10 in the first sector. That says to me that Alex Wurz is on full attack mode. They've lit the blue touch paper and set the lanky Austrian off.
Well, the other thing, of course, is it says is what gaps in traffic so often say in half a lap is traffic. If you catch the GT cars or even a P2 car in the wrong place, and especially a P2 car in the wrong place on a quick track, then it's the devil's job to get by, even in one of these super sophisticated P1 cars. You often hear drivers at Le Mans saying, in a P1 car going, just trying to get by something like a Corvette down the Mulsanne is really difficult, because they are going so quickly and carry so much speed.
So we have had quarter of an hour and Toyota leads the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship by 2.3 seconds already, and Audi are getting ready in the pit lane, and that is car number 2. That is McNish's car in 2nd place, as there's a number of families just down to our left. That's actually filled up quite a bit since the came in. Let's not make any bones about it. It's not a huge crowd here, but with the TV and streaming coverage.
Well, like everything else, you've got to build an audience.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, if you build it, they will come. It doesn't mean if you
McNish
arrive
is
with
losing
your
time here.
Yes, and
it's not just
thought
traffic.
As we were in traffic, we'd seen a change between the number 2 and the number 1 car, and I think we will, because Marcel Fessler in 3rd place is definitely determined to get by McNish in 2nd. They're down into the tight hairpin behind the pits in corner 10, and again, like Wurz was a lap ago, he is breathing all over the back of McNish, and Wurz has opened up 3 seconds.
McNish has got a headlight out. McNish has got the left-hand headlight out. That will not be allowed to continue into darkness, so when they do come in for a pit stop,
it'll be a nose.
They'll have to do the nose as well. McNish will need a nose job.
I think the number 1 car has got a left.
No, it is the number 2.
I thought both.
The number 1 car had a problem earlier in the weekend, I do seem to remember. Olivier Plas still leads Sarrazin by something like 3 seconds, exactly 3 seconds, in the battle for P2. As Manassian is in 3rd, he's about another second further back, and then John Martin. So 24, 44, 49, and 25, the top 4 in P2. Darren Turner is making good his escape from Giancarlo Fisichella at the moment. Over 4 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd in the Pro category. Olivier Beretta another 6 seconds further back in 3rd, and the 2 teammate Audis almost touched there as Alan McNish just drifts into the middle of the track and does not yield to Marcel Fessler.
If you thought they nearly touched down the straight, they very nearly touched, picking up the throttle out of corner 1. Goodness me, Fessler's onboard camera showed none of his car and all of McNish's. That was very close indeed. And again, I say, McNish is holding Fessler up, and the lead is now out to 5.4 seconds in 2 laps. He passed him after 7 laps.
Yes, correct.
It's now after 9 laps, and Wurz is 5.8 seconds clear of McNish. Either both Audis are in trouble, or McNish is really struggling.
And there is the new nose, as we predicted. Now, I don't think they'll bring it in just for that, Martin. No. It will be done when they need to stop anyway. But I'm not sure that they weren't getting ready even before we noticed the headlight was out.
Well, we saw team members on the pit road with fuel hoses ready and the trolley dollies onto which the car is used to be pushed back into the garage. So for a moment there, it looked as though there was going to be some quick scramble. The nose is ready. As with Audi, everything is always ready.
They haven't got one of those cute little foam things to put the nose in like Toyota have, though.
They will have.
By the next race.
They will have.
There is a spinner.
And that is the 70 Corvette with heavy left front damage. The bonnet has been stuffed in, and so has the splitter, and that was Christophe Bourret. He was battling with Tracy Crone. Yellow flag at turn 3. So that's just after the first corner.
He's done very well to hit something out of there.
Well, he's gone off as the road turns back towards you into turn 2, hasn't he? And I wonder whether that was...
well, just where these guys are coming now. So let's have a look, because the wall is a long way away. So has he come back across the track, and is he facing in the wrong direction?
He may well be on the inside.
We can't see him there. Effectively, that is turn 3. Is he on the other side of the track? No, he must be on this side.
He's on the camera's side, yeah.
Let's have a listen to what Eduardo has to say. I think what he's done is he's come up, spun it up out of turn 3, got on the throttle a little too early, and ended up the wrong way around. We're being told now that he has rejoined.
Yeah.
So watch out for that car. Now there's some discussion down in the number 2 Audi pit as to what is the tactics now. Has McNish... There's Martin Pass in the background. Has McNish found a driving fix to get around whatever problem it is that's costing him time? They are lapping. Well, McNish is down at below 150 again, but that is still 8/10 away from Alex Wirtz, and I would suggest that the sort of pace that Wirtz is showing now is exactly the same kind of calculation that Paul Truswell made for us at Sao Paulo a couple of weeks ago. They're going to have to be 7 to 8 tenths quicker than the Audis. They're going to have to go, oh, that is a very badly damaged Corvette. They're going to have the same sort of length of pit stop and go deeper into the race than we expected to them.
I tell you what, that Labra competition is not going to, Corvette is not going to pass a ride height check either. And of course, it was the 50 car in Sao Paulo that had damage that caused the splitter to drop at the front, that caused the ride height failure, that caused it to lose the win, which is being protested. And the 70 car had an intact nose that, when fitted, would have allowed the 50 car to pass the ride height check.
Oh, look at McNish's lights now. It's starting to flash on the top. Oh, he's gone wide and too deep into turn one, locks up the rear wheels as he turns in. He was far too deep. Was he on the flasher? Was he on the mid,
no.
the big, the high beam?
That's not him flashing it. It's an intermittent fault. It's coming on and off and on and off. And it was strobing the left front light. It is now dead
As if
again.
it was in the pit lane, actually.
McNish has got no grip.
Yeah, well, either that or he got a little lock up there on a change down because the back end of the car got away from him in a very nasty place. I think he was a tad deep into the corner.
Wirtz is circulating at least a second a lap quicker than either Audi, and now as McNish locks up into turn one and down the inside, Marcel Fessler has handed the opportunity that not that he wasn't expecting, but that he's been hunting for the last 3 or 4 laps. He goes into second place, and he now will lead the hunt. Meanwhile, down in the Labra competition garage, I imagine some very long faces. We see the replay. He throttled up far too hard in his battle with Tracy Crane.
There you go.
Climbing the hill towards corner 3, and do you know what? That looked like a jammed throttle. Because it didn't spin, it just speared straight off. And if he'd gassed it up while turning, it should have looped around on him.
Now it's 9.4 seconds now, the gap between Fessler and Wirtz, as Wirtz has scored in second place. So let's remember that.
Yep.
And that's on lap number 11. So that's in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's in 4 laps.
Well, the last 3 laps, the gap's gone from 5 point something to 7 point something to 9 point something seconds. So when I said at least a second a lap ahead of the Audis in terms of lap speed, that was being very conservative. He is 2 seconds quicker than the Audis. Now the question is, will he remain 2 seconds quicker than Fessler? 9.995 was the gap between them at the line.
Wow. So he's taken just on a second back straight away. So there is Wirtz. Wirtz will need to do, I'm guessing they'll need to do about 30 laps. It's a very, very fast and percentage-wise a lot of full throttle. This is much more like Silverstone than Sao Paulo. So in terms of the difference in fuel consumption between the Ferraris and the Astons and the rest of the GT field, and also the diesel Audis and the petrol, the normally aspirated petrol Toyota, we are back to where we were at Silverstone when, remember, it was good news on pace for Toyota, but bad news on fuel mileage. Meantime, in the classes, Darren Turner has got the better part of 5 seconds between himself and Fisichella, who's got 7 seconds on Olivier Beretta. So it's 97 Aston from 51 and 71 Ferraris. Rui Aguas in the 61 amateur car for the AF Waltrip car is leading the AM class from Fernando Reis in the 50. They're down by some 12 seconds though. And in P2, Olivier Plat leads Stefan Sarazan, and there's a new nose for John Martin in 4th position now, fighting back. 24, 44, 49 and 25.
Yeah, very tight battle for 3rd place in the LMP2 class at the moment. The 49 car of Nick Minassian, his Orica, is inches in front of John Martin in 4th place.
And Harold Premat is back up to 7th.
Yes, he's been 7th for about the last 3 or 4 laps, and he's in fact lost. In fact, when he got up to 7th initially, he was 50 seconds behind Alexander Wirtz. He's now only 44 seconds behind. In fact, check that, he's now 39 seconds behind Alexander Wirtz. So Premat is lapping like his life depends on it. Very quick indeed. Good battle through traffic out of The downhill left-hander at corner 10 from both of our LMP2 third-place contestants, Nick Menashion and John Martin.
Just thinking about the Toyota thing, we've seen the Toyota not necessarily being the fastest out there on the circuit. As
Alexander Wirtz has dropped to third.
Right, we've lost Wirtz.
Screen, there is 2.1
We've lost Wirtz out on the circuit. The leader, I think, has stopped out on the circuit. He's not in the pit lane. I'm looking across to the left. Where has Alexander Wirtz gone?
Unless the cameras are seeing something.
Unless it's a timing glitch. Unless it's a timing glitch. No, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
It was a timing glitch.
Yep, there we go.
Breathe easy. Sorry, back there in the Wirtz household at the birthday party.
Never mind that. I thought I was going blind. Where have we not seen him parked? Hello.
So it's still 10.2 seconds at the head of the field. I was going to say a considered drive and a considered start by Alex Wirtz. We've seen the Toyota not always being the fastest right at the beginning of races, and these temperatures now are starting to play into Audi's hands, so they will want to get up the road as much as they can. And remember, they will not make as many laps on their fuel as the Audis.
Well, we've got a number of rabbit versus hare battles, haven't we?
Don't mention the rabbit.
And yeah, the fluffy bunny. And looking in the GT Pro class, particularly Darren Turner, 5-6 seconds ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella. He has to be, because they know they're going to spend more time in the pits than the Ferrari. So the Ferrari is playing what habitually would be a Porsche Le Mans game. Here's our lap time, stick to it. And Darren Turner is now in the, we've got to go absolutely flat out, because we go fast, but we stop at a lot of petrol stations. It's it's got to be that way. TV cameras have picked up Alexander Wirtz. He was working his way through traffic. We had all four classes represented in one shot in a tight bunch of cars a moment or two ago. So there is no issue with the Toyota. The timing screen lost it for a moment or two. But it is 9.6 seconds ahead of Marcel Fassler. Last laps, respectively, Wirtz 150.1, Fassler 149.3. So 0.8 of a second quicker. And again, at least half of that could be excused by catching one car in the wrong place in one corner.
If you come out of 4 and you can't get past the GT car until you're out of 7, you're going to lose half to 3/4 of a second.
That's a second, yes.
Because you've got, that is such a downforce run. Similarly, coming up out of 11 through 12 and 13, car number 2, a manager, that's Alan McNish's car, report immediately to race control. That'll be the headlight issue.
It will be the headlight issue. And
that'll be, we know that you know, and now you know that we know that.
Little does she know that I know.
Oh, the curse all flyers. Good job. So Wirtz now with a 50.1 last time around, 48.6 this, and Alex has got the hurry up again. We're 15 laps in. I would reckon that's about half of his run. I expect to see something in the region of 30 laps as a left rear puncture.
No, he's lost a wheel.
The wheel's gone.
Racing Morgan Nissan,
and that's at turn 1. That's an exit of turn 1. He's gone straight on, Martin.
That is a hellish lap to try and get all the way round with a left rear wheel missing.
Yeah, there he is in the background.
And he turns into 2.
There he is.
Oh, no, there he is.
Didn't turn in at all. The wheel's already gone, Martin. It's either a puncture or the left rear has gone. Barely could get the car stopped. And how good was that piece of driving to avoid him picking someone else? He's gone so far off, he's into the gravel. And that's a long... is that the wheel there? No,
there's no wheel. I was looking for a marshal's suit, an orange suit running along the side of the track. No sign of wheel, so it's a puncture. But that has been an instant deflation. Now, there have been a couple of little front-to-back bumps, and of course that means little splintery bits of carbon fibre.
Nick Holland at NH247 has tweeted at Specutainment to ask us, tyre management in the heat, does it chill a bit after sundown?
Oh yeah, lots.
Well, it does in the air, but not necessarily on the track.
Almost 2 degrees.
It's true enough.
Yeah.
We were quite shocked, actually, that the air temperature came down 5, 6, 7 degrees when the sun went down, but the track temperature actually didn't go down much more than about 1.82 degrees Celsius in 2 hours.
Because this,
look how dark the tarmac is.
2.5 miles of tarmac. It's been on a hob since 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
You put your hand on your frying pan half an hour after you've turned the heat off when it's been on the heat for 8 hours, and it'll still be quite warm, thank you.
It's a good point.
Don't try that at home.
Obviously.
Coming up into the battle for third in LMP2 is our race leader. Yellow flags will affect lapping as well as passing. So Alexander Wurz will lose a second or so coming down into turn 1. He's right behind John Martin and Nick Minassian, who battle for third place. Now into the green flag zone, exiting turn 2. And of all
Look
the
at that power.
yes, exactly. Of all the corners that you might expect drama, it's been corner 1, 2 and 3 that everything's happened at.
It is amazing. Thinking back a couple of weeks to Sao Paulo, watching the cars come climbing up towards the final corner, and Alex being stuck behind a P2 car. And I say that, I don't mean that the P2 car was doing anything wrong. He was ragging the car as much as possible. But he just pulled out, poked the throttle, and pulled out 10 car lengths within no time at all. And in fairness to the P2 car, he didn't really lose very much more down the whole of the front straight, the Emerson Fittipaldi straight, into the braking area for turn 1. But it was that instant you actually could see the change of speed, which when the guys were probably already doing 50 or 60 miles an hour is quite remarkable.
That was the kick down. Timing and scoring has dropped Wurz down out of existence again, so obviously he gets round to halfway around the lap, and it then gives up.
He hasn't come across the start line according to that, but he has.
Well,
and then when he goes through,
it was him.
Yeah. There's something not quite right with TNS at the moment.
Well, do you know what? As long as he's there at the finish line, then you don't really care about the remainder of it. It's just down to the gaps. A lot of work going on
nice
in
job.
the Labra competition team, and there is a crane to lift the Oak Racing Morgan Nissan out of the gravel. The problem is, of course, that's probably the end for them, isn't it?
Yeah, on the wrong side of the track, although there is a tunnel that they could be recovered back to, but this is not Brit car racing. That's deemed outside assistance. The snatch tractor is in there.
However, he is in a gravel trap, and you would certainly suggest, since yellow flags are out, that it could be defined as being pulled out of a position of danger.
Yeah, but then he'd have to drive away. You can't be delivered back to your pit and rejoin.
No. Which is a bit of a shame, actually, in World Championship racing.
Yeah. One of the things, just saw a quick flash there of one of the tunnels underneath the track. I said this yesterday. Look at where that Audi pace car, that's pace car B, safety car B. It joins the track after turn 10, exits the track, slightly different place. The safety car A joins the track just after turn 3. And heads up the hill. The great thing about this track is there are infield and outfield access roads all the way around, and tunnels. You can get to both sides of the track fairly easily. Let's head down to the pits to our pit lane interviewer, who is the lovely Louise Beckett, and she's got Elton Julian. Seems like a long time now since I remember Elton Julian in the British F3 Championship. There's a pass for position as Joel Camathias is overtaken by Tracy Crone, and that is for 4th position in the AM category. Tracy working his way up from the back, and here's the replay. Standard out-braking manoeuvre.
Yep, and Tracy's having a good race, actually. That's 2 places he's made up. He had a battle earlier on with the number 70 Corvette. He was not involved in its demise.
No.
He'd already got by it by then. It shot off in his rearview mirrors. In fact, he may well not know that it's even out there, although he'll have seen, of course, the damaged car on its way back to the pits. And now up in front of the Pirelli shod JVA Avila Porsche, who eases a prototype car onto the curbs because he's got to get round the corner. It's the Gulf Racing Middle East car. In fact, there's damage on the back of that Porsche. Did he get tagged by somebody earlier on? Nearly got tagged there by Fabien Jouard. But no damage done, no harm, no foul. Battle for 3rd place in LMP2 has just been split up. Nick Minassian is about a 2.25 seconds now in front of John Martin. Minassian in the ADR Delta, Martin in the ADR Delta car in 4th place. Minassian in a Pecon racing car just starting to ease away. And it's James Rossiter now in the black Lotus Lola, the closed coupe, who is starting to be a part in this battle.
There, look, he's right there, 5th position.
Well, he has closed up consistency on John Martin in the last few laps. And of course, you know, one missed braking attempt or one Audi or Toyota getting in between them, and suddenly, you know, he's 2 or 3 seconds back, and he has another 10 laps to try and get all the way back up again.
And it's McNish who has to fight his way through this in third position at the moment. The gap at the head of the field with 18 laps completed is 12.5 seconds between Wirtz and Fessler. Want to know how hard racing drivers work? Here's McNish coming to lap 12th, 11th, 10th and 9th. P2 cars eases out to the right hand side. The sun beginning to get to be an issue. He'll just drop over the top of this rise into the final corner. This is the last turn. It's very tricky, easy to turn in way too early, and then you end up off on the left hand side there.
Well, also easy to turn in way too late in the dark, because as you pointed out in our nighttime lap last night, all of that huge runoff area is highly illuminated and very worrying. Now, here's something about McNish. Wirtz leads by 13 seconds now over Fessler, and McNish is 7 seconds behind his teammate in an identical car. Last 2 laps, Wirtz did a 50, now he's done a 49. Fessler did a 48 and a 49. McNish did a 48 and a 52. So the gaps are yo-yoing up and down, but the pattern is there. Wirtz is quicker than the one Audi, which is quicker than the 2.
I'm going to say that they have got a hybrid system problem, an electrical problem, not just with the lights perhaps, but with the hybrid drive, and the McNish isn't getting the advantage through the traffic that the hybrid would give him necessarily.
Well, you know, I have my rules of retail. Okay, Martin's rules of motor racing start with rule number 1. If it's not in a wall and nothing fell off, it's electronic.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it, because everything in the car, apart from the soft component, the nut loose behind the wheel, is controlled by electronics. And if they could, engineers would run him by electronics as well.
As Leeds has a look down the inside of Beretta for third place in GTE Pro, and look how much he's dropped, but looks like Beretta went a little wide on the exit of turn 4, and now as they plunge down, this is much steeper than it looks on the TV pictures. Now into the heavy braking area for turn number, coming in now to the heavy braking area for turn 8, and Beretta feels minded to be defensive. So can we get the old over and under as Ricard Leeds has the traction coming out of there, and he's having a look into turn 9 up the inside. This is a very brave manoeuvre, and Beretta being very, very aggressive in his defence there. That's right on the edge of acceptability.
Beretta holding the line in the middle of the road. Richard Leeds did not have enough of an overlap, and he knew it to get down the inside into turn 10 and had to get off it early. And through past them goes Karun Chundok in the JRM car. But yeah, good battle, and that was all started by the two of them, neither of them on the right line. When Leeds had a little lunge before, they sort of out-fumbled each other and both stumbled through the corner. And then on the run down to turn 10, Leeds had a little bit of a look, but unfortunately the track was never going in the same direction consistently enough for him to get alongside. Now out of 14 down to 15, he's a little closer, but he's not going to make a pass down to the final corner. I'm not sure he's going to be close enough to make a pass down to turn 1 either, but he's having fun racing. Richard Leeds, the factory Porsche driver in the 77 Felbermeyer Proton car. They're heading towards the line, and this is the battle for third place in the GTE Pro class. Darren Turner leads overall in GTE Pro, and he is currently 54 to 65. That's 11 seconds ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella's Ferrari in second.
The black marker pen of doom can be placed across the number 35 Oak Racing. That car just went straight on, says Dominic Kreheimer. Nothing he could do about it. So that car, as we saw it being recovered, and I'm afraid that one is out. The black marker pen of doom is coming out, so that we can do it on Andy Blackmore's guide.
Good,
as
because
well.
I didn't bring the Le Mans marker pen of doom.
Did you not?
No, it lives at Mark Cole's house.
Have you got the Tipex of redemption?
No, there is no such thing, I'm afraid. Once we say they're out, they are out.
All right, so they're not classified if you've said so.
No, once on telly or twice on the internet, it's a fact, as we know.
Seems reasonable. 40 minutes completed.
And
Alex,
that's a fact, because I said it on telly.
There you go.
The marker pen of doom. Very good, okay.
On there, I'll let you do it.
Thank you.
The 40 minutes gone. Wirtz by 17 seconds now over Fessler, who's got 10 seconds on McNish. 7-1 and 2 your leaders. 21 laps completed. Neil Yarney about to go across the line in 4th place, and the best of the private entries in the number 12 Rebellion. Down to the pits. Yeah, that's a good point. He's talking about how much, that was a few moments ago, and he's talking about how much of the race you've got to get through to be classified and get some points. Meantime, the battle for the privateers has hotted up. Fourth place, Neil Jarney, has got less than 3 seconds now between himself and Johnny Kane, who is storming back, taking the better part of a second every lap out of the number 12 Rebellion. Karen Chanduk just, well, he's dropped 20 seconds, a little more behind, and Harold Premat actually is beginning to close up on the 22 HPD Honda of the JRM concern. Meantime, this battle for third place in the GTs, as we just see there.
That's James Roster having a little bit of a lunge at John Martin for fourth in LMP2, and
he got through.
Yeah, he got straight through
for
and
a moment.
The other side. Yes,
he led for a millisecond.
He outbraked himself comprehensively into turn one, and John Martin with it, but there was no contact. So that battle continues. As you say, Johnny Kane within a second of Neil Yarney for best of the independent privateers in the LMP2 class, and the battle for third in the GTE Pro class, two real pros, Olivier Beretta and Richard Lietz. Beretta in a Ferrari and Lietz in the Porsche, and they are separated by about a car and a half length as they come down through turn 10 and along the straight. And say, we have not seen a pass yet, somebody forcing an error in turn 10 and capitalising in turn 11. Black and orange flag being shown to Alan McNish.
And in comes the PCOM racing car.
I was just standing up to see if that was going to be a standard pit stop. It is. It is the first of our regulation pit stops. Well, again, it may not be using the full tank of fuel. It may be using the full driver or the full tyres, or a combination of the two. Yeah. Well, do you know what? Even in the open cars, I see absolutely no mileage in keeping a driver into double stint in the sort of sweltering temperatures that they've got here. Nick Minassian is out. Pierre Caffer gets in, and they share that car with Luis Perez Companc. And of course, with the loss of 35 Oak Racing Morgan Nissan, not only is it our first car that's gone hors de combat, but Bertie Breadstick and Baby Boy Brundle won't get a drive neither. And so we won't get to do the what is Alex Brundle's new nickname competition on air.
Bumper Brundle.
Well, that's unfair, because that suggests a certain degree of touring car have them off them, which I don't think is fair.
No, it isn't. That was a standard stop. The black flag with orange disc, what the Americans call the meatball or the hamburger flag, means that there is a mechanical problem that you need to attend to, and he'll have 3 times past the start-finish line before he must come in. If he goes on beyond that, they'll stop scoring him.
He can't go past the start-finish line a third time. He must do no more than 2 laps before coming in, otherwise they'll stop scoring him because they'll black flag him. Because if you ignore a warning from the officials, then you get black flagged.
Right, that was 1:25. Remember that number in the pit lane for Pierre Caffer. 1 minute and 25 seconds. That was for 4 new Dunlop tyres, some fuel, presumably 21 laps worth of fuel, and a new driver. So that is the sort of numbers that you've got to keep your eye on in the pit lane. It looked pretty tidy.
23 laps. So again,
no, only 21 laps.
21 laps for them. Again, I'm saying this is not.
Look at Nick. Nick is fit, and
it
look at him.
It's not a full tank of fuel that is going to be the limiting factor. In fact, he was limping there.
Here's the 26 car coming in. This is the G-Force, the G-Drive rather, Nissan coming into the pit lane. And that is Roman Rusinov on lap 22.
I would imagine, to Nelson Panciatici. One
gets in.
Third place swap in the GT Pro class.
Great move.
Richard Lietz finds room on the inside of Olivier Beretta.
Made room, I think.
Well, do you know what? Beretta's a hard man to catch by surprise. He's been there and done it.
Look, he's back. He's not giving it up, is Olivier?
Again, he's been there and done it. Of course he's not giving it up. You don't accidentally become FIA GT and American Le Mans Series champion.
A Brazilian
Pit road for the race leader, Alexander Wurz. 24 laps completed. 5 hours and 16 minutes, so he's done 44 minutes. And as we see,
it
was a long battle. Corner 1, 2 and 3 for third place. Wurz is out like a scalded cat, perhaps with the emphasis on scalded there. There are only 2 drivers in that car, as there are in the number 2 Audi. so they will be hot and indeed bothered. Nico Lapierre is in for Wurz, and that means that the only front runner with a 3-driver lineup, Lotterer, Fessler and Trellier.
Three wide going into turn number 4.
And Beretta back up the inside and into third place on Richard Lietz. Lietz gentlemanly allowing fellow German speakers in the number 1 car to go through. Marcel Fessler, the Swiss, who is our new race leader.
Top Swiss.
And as we're contractually obliged to say, and yes, sneaking through on the inside, Olivier Beretta. Lietz now drives around the outside of the left-hander at the top of the hill, corner 4, can't get through there, but this one will run and run.
Yes, I think he may have said a bad word there for a moment as he allowed him to go through. Again into turn number 10, very defensive line from Beretta. That's allowed the Porsche on the power earlier and with the engine right over the back wheels. And look how defensive. He's not only in the middle of the road, he's over to the left-hand side of the road, and now he can't come back. Buffalo Gals round the outside. Surely he can't make that one stick. He has. Lietz has gone, but he's now on the wrong side for the next corner. But he may just be able to slip across. He's been forced off the track by Beretta. That is naughty. That is over the line of acceptability. We know Beretta has been called for this before, and he pushed.
Sebring.
Yeah, exactly, and he was fined heavily at Sebring, and that, I'm afraid, was naughty. He turned right, clearly turned right to push Lietz off, and Lietz had a choice to make: hit the Ferrari or drive off the circuit. He chose, fortunately, the latter, but the rubbish on his tyres now will take him at least a lap or 2 to get off, and that, I'm afraid, for me at least, and I'm not the officials, so but this, just from what I see.
Leader on pit road again, number 1 Audi comes down at pit road. Marcel Fessler brings the car in after 25 laps. Here's Eduardo Freitas. But now, of course, John, when we're at Le Mans, there is a blue light that comes on to officially denote darkness.
Not anymore.
Well,
used to be.
Habitually, historically, to denote
it's the
darkness.
2 in the pit lane,
It's
not
the
the
number
1.
2. I beg your pardon. I only saw it from behind. I thought it would be the leader coming in. It's not. It's Alan McNish.
Well, this is early for them. Will he get out? He is out.
He is out.
So
again, I'm saying it's going to be full service with driver change. Fatigue is going to be a massive element, and they are working on something.
That's the drinks. That is the drinks tube that they were working on the left-hand side. I'm fairly certain, and I wonder if that's been an issue.
Has he
They're
not
still
had
looking
any
at
fluids?
it. Oh, that's going to be tough. And here again is that battle for third place in GTE. As I said before, I'm not an official, so I don't make the calls. I call it as I see it. I have an opinion.
To me, Beretta was coming uphill. He had to turn right to get to the corner. However, he made sure that he turned right nice and early, and that allowed Richard Lietz no option, as you say. Richard Lietz, I thought, having taken to the dirt and bearing in mind how dirty the offline is here, I thought he did very well to avoid contact. I had visions of him skating out of control into the Ferrari, but he didn't. McNish's car is back in the garage. It's been dolly trolleyed in to have the new nose fitted and a tear-off strip taken out, and of course it'll have Tom Christensen fitted to it as well. Johnny Kane, incidentally, is now second, because in fact Johnny Kane leads for Straka as Marcel Fessler is on pit road. Richard Lietz is having another look at Olivier Beretta.
So Fessler's in the pits after lap 26. We're waiting, which is on 49 minutes.
Yep.
So we're waiting for Johnny Kane to come through and be scored as the leader. But of course he won't.
Fessler is in the pits, and the number 2 Audi has not left yet.
Correct. So it'll be Lapierre or Kane, and Kane's in the pits as well. Kane's in the pit road, so he scored at second. So 21 comes in on lap 26.
Ooh. And does JRM lead the race?
Not yet. No, it'll be Lapierre. Lapierre will come back round.
Oh, yes, you may well be right.
The Toyota will come back round and lead the race.
Here he is. He is, in fact, taken the lead of the race back. Nico Lapierre has crossed the... No, he didn't.
No, he has, because he's crossed the line. The start-finish line, the finish line's over there, so in the pit lane they cross, but he's leading the race. So just remember that.
It'll shuffle itself back
I've done this for a while.
Yeah. Johnny Kane is in, the Gulf Racing Middle East. Lola is in as well.
Look at the pit stop for Neil Yarney, only 58 seconds. So did they not take tyres?
Well, they didn't take a driver. Well, Neil Yarney started the car.
Then they probably didn't take tyres.
Wow.
So that's a real roll of the dice there.
Well, let's see what happens.
Leeds is through.
Let's see. Oh, very close, near thing in the pit lane. The 13 Rebellion pulling in, and the Gulf Racing Middle East Lola pulling out. We're going to hear from Alan McNish because his car is still in the garage. Well, so we thought he was struggling for traction, and indeed he was, but because they've got a left rear braking problem on the number 2 Audi, I said it was still in the pit lane, it wasn't, it had just left as we went down to hear from Louise Beckett. Now, a longer stop for the number 13 Rebellion. I did wonder about this. Would they run the 2 cars on a different strategy first time out? Battle for GTE Pro continues in third place. Richard Leet stroke Olivier Beretta, both effectively in third at some stage on the lap, on most laps, and Richard Leets in the Porsche we're just seeing in replay getting back in front. Giancarlo Fisichella brought the second-placed Ferrari in.
After just 24 laps.
And Darren Turner has not stopped in the lead Aston Martin.
This is very good news for Aston Martin Racing. Very good news indeed. Remember, 5 litres less for the Ferrari, but 15 kilograms weight less. And there is 15 kilos to take out of that car. They are ballasted up to the minimum. Nick Leventis has got in the 21. Karen Chandok, it hasn't been in yet. Yes, he has.
In a minute. Harold Premat, 2 minutes 31. 2 minutes 11 for the number 13 Lola, and Harold Premat is in it. And who started it? Harold Premat. So he stayed in as well. So both Rebellion crews double stinting their drivers, and repaired headlights will be needed on the number 41 Greaves Motorsport car, because of course they're down already, so Luck needs to kick them again. And it's a right front headlight.
So between them and Audi, the number 2 car, they have got 2 working headlights. Sadly, it's an average of 1 per car.
Yes. Christian Zugel, who started that car, is still at the wheel. Going to have to check on my laptop for page 2 of the timing screen for that one.
Joe Taylor on RadioLeMans.com says the closed cars have to run with aircon, don't they? So it might actually be worse to drive the open cars. They don't have to drive with aircon. To drive with aircon, they get a little bit of a performance break. But all cars have to have some form of cooling to the driver, whether it's a air flow system, as Audi use, or an aircon system, as Rebellion. In fact, Rebellion have got one of each this weekend. The rule is 7 degrees above ambient, no more than 7 degrees above ambient temperature in the car. So that's the rule, Joe.
Battle on track at the moment for third place in the LMP2 class, which seems to be a bit of a boiling point. James Roster leads LMP2 at the moment, incidentally, because he's yet to stop from Jacques Nicolet.
No, he stopped.
He has stopped.
He just did a quicker stop than everybody else.
1 minute, exactly. So he's leading from, because he didn't change, he's leading from Jacques Nicolet. Enzo Potoliccio is third in the Starworks HPD, and he's having a real battle with Pierre Caffer in the number 49 car. Caffer flashing the headlights at him furiously. I think that Enzo might be aware that the Pecom Racing car is white with him. And frankly, Caffer flashing at the GTE AM cars that he's going by as much as anything else.
Tony Vielander, by the way, took over the 51 Ferrari. You probably won't see their drivers double stinting, I would think. Andre Lotterer puts the fastest first sector in for the number 1 Audi in second place, but now 23.5 seconds, Martin, behind the leading Toyota. And this is Sao Paulo all over again. We're seeing it playing out, where the pit stop for the Toyota was 4 seconds longer than the Audi. Now, we know that they've done some work on fuel flow in that car and made it better. There was virtually no difference in the times at Sao Paulo, but 4 seconds is within the acceptable norm to keep them ahead. Let's hear from the race director. So that is
That's
John
the
Martin.
ADR Delta car of John Martin, yes, who was battling for the lead. Now that car has stopped
He just
as well.
done his fastest lap.
Right front's down.
He'd just done his fastest lap, Martin.
Now, has he got a tyre on there? We can't see from here. Has he just come out of the pits? 1 lap ago, 2 laps ago, can't be more than that. No damage on the right front. He's lost dive planes on the left front as Lena Gade walks back to the Audi pit stand with a little urgent message for maybe the number 1 car. It's very much dusk now. You can see the light quality has really changed. And this is going to be the 20 minutes that every photographer will be out on the side of the track, because these are the photographs that will be published most. Because you've got this beautiful golden glow in the sky and from the sand all over the cars. Really, really great looking light conditions.
Right, let's just go through the pit stops at the top of the field so that you can compare and contrast. Neil Yarney was the quickest car in the pits in the number 12 Rebellion, now in 3rd position with the problems to Tom Christensen's and Alan McNish's car that had to be pushed back into the garage. So it's Nicolas Lapierre leading on lap number 30 now. They spent 1 minute 19 in the pits. That was a full service for the number 7 Toyota. Andre Lotterer also full service in the number 1 Audi in 2nd place, 24.8 seconds behind. They spent 1 minute and 15 seconds in pit lane. Yarney is another 30 seconds back on the 2 works cars, 58 seconds. 1:31 for the 4th place, number 21 HPD Honda of Straka Racing. Nick Leventis now at the wheel. 1:31 for them. 1:28 for Karen Chandok in the GRM. And I'm afraid more bad news for Alan Docking Racing as the 25 car is in its garage.
Yeah, first thing they did was put a
Suspension, I
brand
think,
new
mate.
right front tyre on it, but they've taken that off immediately, and the nose, to have a look at that. Our race leader, Nico Lapierre, carving his way through the battle for 3rd in the LMP2 class, where Starworks' Enzo Potoliccio is still just in front of PCOM's Pierre Caffer. The German driver having several good looks at him. Down the pit road comes the 55 Ferrari of, Porsche of Joel Kamatias, and that is its first stop. So they've gone a long way. They've gone 57 minutes, but again, it may well be that it is temperature of driver that is the deciding factor of stops.
Was that a touch there?
No. There was no contact between. That was
Starworks.
That was Pierre Caffer trying to follow the leader past the Starworks car, and Enzo Potoliccio managed not to shut the door on him too significantly, and Caffer spotting that it wasn't quite enough for him to get through. Your leaders overall is the number 7 Toyota. LMP2 is the number 32 Lotus of James Rossiter. In the prototype pro class, rather, Darren Turner's Aston Martin still leads, and in the AM class, it's Rui Aguas in the Ferrari. No, it's running on, I don't know.
But interestingly, neither is Ricard Leitz, which the Porsche is the first car to stop in GTE Pro. Always the first car to stop.
Shouldn't be, though.
No, but it is. It's the thirstiest car out there. So that is quite interesting.
Greaves are in for their new light, stroke new nose, stroke banging on the nose to try and make the light work, whichever of those 3 is applicable. And in fact, banging on the nose seems to be the way they've gone.
Yeah.
John Martin sits implacably
It's in the handbook
in the car as sweat undoubtedly courses down his face inside the helmet, because he will be pumped up to the max, fully hot, as he sits there waiting for the ADR Delta boys to try and fix the right front suspension on his car.
Coming up to the 1 hour mark, and we'll give you a rundown around about a minute and a half's time. A steady stream of cars, Responsible Adult has reported, coming into the circuit behind us, so that the fans may not have been in for the start of the race, but there's a concert here in a couple of hours' time. There's a couple of big prize draws by one of the local telephone companies, and can't really fault the promotion of this. It's on the middle of all the motorways and big poster sites, and here is Ricard Leitz coming in the Porsche. What did I tell you? 77 comes in on their lap 28. Write that one down for later. Let's play along with Trustwell at home.
And Trustwell bingo. Darren Turner in the Aston Martin. And I'm going to say these words carefully so you can hear them clearly. Darren Turner in the Gulf Aston Martin has gone further on his tank of fuel than the Porsche or the Ferrari have managed to do.
Well, one of the Ferraris. I think we need to find out what's happened to the 51 car. I'm not sure that was a standard tactical stop, because that car came in early and there's no sign of Beretta now in second position again, but some 46 seconds behind Darren Turner. 36 seconds behind, excuse me, my maths has always been rubbish. There's no sign of him stopping yet either. The real acid test here, Martin, is how much further, if at all, the 71 car can go than the 97. It's down to winning races now for Aston. It really is.
Well, you know, that's always the way that most motor racing teams approach any season, is it? Let's go out and win lots of races, and then, you know, hopefully a championship will end up coming our way at the end of it. There has been a change for third in the LMP2 class. Pierre Caffer's got in front of Enzo Potoliccio just at the 1 hour mark in the Bahrain 6 hours.
And unofficial at this stage.
Darren Turner, on pit road just before you go for the run through. The race leader completed his 29th lap in the GT Pro class in his Aston Martin, which means Olivier Beretta, if he completes another lap, will have gone further on fuel than the Aston.
Okay. So, just on the hour mark, Nicolas Lapierre leads by 23 seconds in the number 7 Toyota from Andrea Lotterer in the number 1 Audi. In third in the best of the privateers. Some 40 seconds or so behind is Neil Yarney in the number 12 Lola Rebellion Toyota Coupe. Nick Leventis is in 4th position for HPD Honda powered Stracker, the 21 car yet to come around and finish his lap, but he's under real pressure at the moment from Tom Christensen and Karen Chandok in respectively the number 2 Audi, being delayed after a longer than standard stop for a new nose and a sticky left rear brake. Karen Chandok, of course, in the HPD Honda powered JRM. That's the top 6. In 7th, for the sake of me doing it, is the last of the P1 entries at the moment, and that is Andrea Bellicchi, and that is the number 13 car up from the back of the grid, of course. And there is the confirmation on your screens. James Rossiter leads by 12 seconds over Jacques Nicolet, the 32 Lola Lotus Coupe, ahead of the 24 Morgan Oak Nissan, and then Pierre Caffer is another 5 seconds behind in the Orica Nissan powered Picom, with Enzo Potoliccio another couple of seconds behind. That's just changed over. I think that's what Martin was trying to tell me with his two fingers.
Caffer's just taken that third place.
In GT, the AM car of Rui Aguas is the leader overall in the GT, if there was an overall, because he hasn't stopped yet.
He's running on gas, isn't he?
Yeah, the 61 car now I wonder if the AM cars have had the 5 litres less, or it's just the pro cars.
Good question.
I don't know. I never thought to ask that question. Tony Vielander in the 51 Ferrari now leads in. Now that's interesting. So Vielander, having stopped early, or at least not him stopping early, of course, his teammate Fisichella, has now got past Stefan Mucker as the best of the pro cars who have stopped. And the reason for that, Martin, is?
Partly because they were 10 seconds quicker in the pit lane. Now that,
and in fact it was only 2 seconds difference, so that is the difference. That's more than the difference.
That might be that they did not change tyres while they put in fuel and changed the driver.
They didn't have to put so much fuel in, of course, because they stopped early, but I wouldn't think that was 10 seconds worth, to be quite honest.
Yes, but they, as you say, they do lead the GTE Pro class at the moment from Stefan Mucker, who's taken over from starting driver Darren Turner. Third place in that class is now Mark Lieb in the number 77 Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, because Andrea Bertolini has just taken over the 71 Ferrari, and that stopped on the same lap as the Aston. So in habitual Ferrari fashion, they were covering not the Red Bull, but in this case, the Gulf. The ADR Delta number 25 LMP2 car is sinking like a stone, sagging disastrously off page 1 of the timing screens because it is still having the front suspension rebuilt. And our GT second place AM car of Paolo Ruberti is on pit road. He shares with Gianluca Roda and Christian Reed. Not sure which of they will take over. Well, good opening stint of the race by James Rossiter in the Lola Coupe with the Lotus. Vitantonio Luzzi and Kevin Vida are waiting to take over. And do you know what? I think at the end of this stint, it'll be one of those ones where James Rossiter is very happy to give a car away to somebody. He leads the LMP2 class at the moment.
Well, he's only second stint, don't forget.
Yes, he is indeed. And in fact, it's notable that the closed black cars are the ones that have double stinted their drivers.
Work that one out.
Well, you know, we have, don't we, in Northern Europe, the thought that white is a great colour for reflecting heat, and yet, of course, so many Bedouins and Arab tribes habitually wore black.
Yeah.
Because actually, science now tells us it doesn't make any difference at all. It shows the stains less, actually. I'm not sure how that works in terms of the racing car, but of course the temperature is controlled inside the cockpit. However, Rossiter leads from Pierre Caffa, who's second, and Jacques Nicolet, who's third, and that's changed on the last lap in LMP2.
And the answer to the question about the Ferraris, thank you very much to Kyle Hall at Kyle_Hall1844, who's tweeted me at Specutainment.
Oh, he's
just the Pro Ferraris for the fuel change. Thank you. I knew somebody. It was a question that I meant to ask and just didn't get round to.
That, as soon as you switch the microphone on, you think of a million questions you could have asked in the previous 6 hours, but your brain doesn't work in the same way. Andrea Bellicchi has just set the fastest lap of the race for the number 13 Rebellion car, a 1 minute 50.89. That's motoring. Also, Nico Lapierre has just set the fastest lap for him in the number 2 number 7 Toyota, which has just instantly dropped from first to second. Again, the timing screen is playing with us. Calm down, Alistair. A 1:47.66.
Which is just a tenth or so away from the fastest lap of the race, set by Alan McNish on the second lap.
Which is a 1:47.49.
So let's look back at the highlights then after an hour. Clean start for everybody in the two Audis locking out the front row. Were able to control the first corner and the opening 6 3/4 laps. Alex Wirtz got a good enough start to leapfrog the number 1 Audi into second position, but wasn't able to deal with the leading Audi, the pole sitting number 2 car of Alan McNish. It looked like stalemate for quite some time. And then problems for the number 2 car with the rear brakes starting to go away and an overheating left rear tyre. Alex Wirtz pounced. Electrical problems too for Alan McNish as the left headlight started to fail, and then he just couldn't get any grip at all out of those tyres. Even bigger problem with contact for the Labra Corvette, and then the prototype retirements was, I'm afraid, the Yoke car, and we think suspension failure on that from the team. That car is out. The Labra competition car got back to the pits, and then we're into pit stop time. 26 laps for, or if you prefer, 49 minutes for the number 1 Toyota. Alan McNish just a little bit. 24 laps for the number 7 Toyota. Alan McNish, 25 laps for him, and 26 laps for the number 1 car. Great battles in GTE Pro with the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari and the Felbermeyer Porsche at it hammer and tongs. They've changed positions at least 2 or 3 times, as by the way, in real life, in comes the 61 car on their lap number 32. Wow.
That's a long run on that fuel for Rui Aguas.
Yeah,
I should think he'll be happy to get out of that car as well. Doors open. And Dusk is definitely... We've turned the commentary booth lights on.
Why
it's now
have you
officially
turned the
dark.
lights on?
Because it's dark.
Do you not think it's better without?
No, it's good. Oh, fastest second sector of the race for Nico Lapierre. He is really flying now. The Toyota's got half a tank of fuel on board and charges down the straight in front of us to... Fastest lap of the race was a 47.49. He does a 47.57. So, again, lapping very quickly indeed. Let's get down to Greaves Motorsport. Tor Graves is just about to speak to Louise. I said, of course, Greaves Motorsport. I meant ADR Delta. Yes, they are a long way behind in P2 now. Battle for the lead of the GTE Pro class is being played out underneath us as the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Stefan Mucker getting inside Tony Vilander on the main straight. They were magnetically attracted to each other, but the Aston Martin has the lead of the race once more, ahead of the early stopping 51 Ferrari, so it played out for them a while.
Yeah, Mucker's done well to close down that car. That Aston clearly has the pace. Now, the Ferrari stopped early, we believe, on lap number 24. The 71 car went to lap 29. The 61 car, without the new smaller fuel tank, went to lap 32. I'm going to suggest that we won't see the 51 Ferrari for another 30 laps.
Yeah.
And that will mean we'll not see them again until lap number 54 for them, while as the Aston is going to have to come in. Well, he's going to go longer, isn't he? So again, it's going to be about what Stefan Mucker can do on the end of his tyres and fuel in terms of pulling or holding on to the lead that he's got. And his comparative pace with the Ferrari on new tyres but with a heavy fuel load.
Well, we will assume that the Gulf Aston, having started from pole, was fully fueled and ran as long, as far and as hard as humanly it was possible to go. The 51 Ferrari stopped earlier than any of the other Ferraris. Now, we didn't see any other work being done on the car, so again, we'll assume that for reasons...
Unless they had a slow puncture.
Yeah, for reasons other than it was out of fuel and needed to come in, it needed to come in. And it may have been that the driver fatigue was high. It may have been that they're back timing from the end of the race and looking to do a short stint early and gain track position.
No.
But that, you know, in 6 hours, that's an odd way of doing it.
My money's on a slow puncture or driver fatigue, and I would be surprised in the first run if it was driver fatigue. The only other thing it could have been, Martin, is that they had taken a gamble on tyre strategy for qualifying, and for whatever reason they could see it wasn't paying off.
Well, Darren qualified on the hard tyre, and it may well be that 51 Ferrari qualified on a softer tyre, and as you say, they just ran it into the ground, and that was all there was to it. Stefan Mucker came across the line 0.034 behind Tony Vilander last lap, i.e. just fractions. He came across the line 1.8 seconds in front of Tony Vilander this lap, so he's 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Ferrari behind him. Down pit road comes James Rossiter, and again, this is their second stop.
Yeah, this is out of sync. He's only been out there.
He's come and gone.
Yeah, so. Where's the 32? It's Tonio Liuzzi that's got in
taking it over,
after
so
36. That's only 10 laps.
Okay, again, either tyre wear or driver fatigue.
Yeah, I think it's a big, big gamble to try and double stint that. As Nicola Lapierre puts in the fastest lap of the race on lap number 39, 47.463 by a couple of thousandths of a second.
It was coming.
That's very impressive. Half a minute now at the head of the field. Half a minute at the head of the field, and there's got to be, I'm going to say this even at this point, an hour and 15 minutes in, there's got to be a quiet confidence in the Toyota pit, because what we are seeing here is exactly a mirror image of what we saw at Sao Paulo. The lap times consistently 7/10 to a full second better than the Audis. The fuel mileage similar enough that it's not going to make a huge difference, and the performance in the pit lane in terms of how long the car is in to the car coming out of the pits, again close enough for anything up to about 4 seconds is going to be fine. What does seem to be the big difference with the Toyota, Martin, and it's been pointed out by a couple of people on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum at radiolemon.com, the Toyota, with the ability to use their extra boost of power from the supercapacitor from a lower speed, have an advantage through traffic.
The number 31 Lola Lotus has also come down pit road. Thomas Holzer is in just a lap after their faster teammates stopped. So did they both go for a different tyre or stay and double stinter tyre, and it has just not paid off. I mean, there are so many different questions here that yeah, every car's got a different set of problems and queries that it's throwing up.
I have to say I didn't notice when the 31 car was in, but most of the P2 field, being very similar, came in around laps 24, 25 and 26.
I see Louise Beckett moseying on down there. Now, she can't hear us, unfortunately, because she's not listening to our programme.
Oh, speeding in pit lane for Karen Chandok. And that is a stop and 30-second hold for speeding in the pit lane. So we need to make a note
now
that they're going to have a stop go.
30-second stop and go. Now, does that mean they've already been warned in the weekend about speeding in the pit lane?
Yes, we know they have.
A 30-second stop.
We know they have, because Nick Leventis has been fined already this weekend. It was the fine was suspended.
That's not the same car. That's what I'm asking. Has
sorry.
the JRM car been done for for speeding in the pit lane or not? Because normally, shouldn't it just be a drive-through for first offence?
No. It's always a 30-second stop and hold.
Okay.
There's very little that you get a drive-through for nowadays. Very little indeed.
Nicolas Lapierre, the fastest man in Bahrain, is still leading the race from Andre Lotterer, Audi number 1 in second place, and getting on for 30 seconds behind, isn't he now? Neil Yarni in third place in the Rebellion Loader, the number 12 car. Tom Christensen is now in front of the JRM car. He's back up to fourth place in the number 2 Audi. The JRM car, number 22 with Karen Chandok at the wheel, is in fifth place, and in sixth is Nick Leventis in the Stracker. He will move up to fifth. Andrea Bellicchi will gain a position. He will move up to no, he won't, because he's still... No, he's not a lap behind, so he will move up to sixth place as the 30-second penalty will drop the 22 car down to the bottom of the LMP1 class, and the number 23 car, which is Jordan Tresson, Frank Meyer and Olivier Lombard. Actually, we didn't say it is Olivier Lombard who took over that car that Jordan Tresson started, the Signatec Orica Nissan. The battle
They've been called in to repair the rear lights.
Which obviously, see, so many things with plug connectors that just don't plug connect.
So, a big gaggle of cars into turn number 10, including that battle once again between Mark Lieb
no, I thought it was,
and Tony Villander.
In fact, it was the Ferrari and the 88 Proton Porsche, which is the class leader of Gianluca Roda. So that car went up into the lead of the class. It's had its change over to Gianluca Roda, and the Feldmeier Proton Porsche is still leading the GTE AM class.
Yeah, that 2011 car seems still to be a very, very competitive package. And
it's like Windows 98, isn't it?
as Michele Rugolo puts the fastest lap of the race in for the 57 Ferrari, 2:05.449.
There's two words I haven't said in a while. Michele Rugolo. Good stuff. That's very good, 57 car, yeah. Fourth place in the GTE AM class. Our four class leaders, Nico Lapierre leads P1 and he's first overall. Pierre Caffer leads the P2 class by 9.9 seconds now over Enzo Potolice. They were battling
there for second and third.
They were battling, and once Caffer got by Enzo in the Starworks HPD, he drove off quickly. And Nelson Panciatici, fresh out in the number 26 Orica, has just got in front of Jacques Nicolet in the 24 Morgan Oak Racing Nissan. Olivier Lombard fifth in P2. We talked about him a moment or two ago. Vitantonio Liuzzi is in sixth as Karen Chandok comes down pit road, the Indian driver who, as we know, is a guru of all information, Formula One, historical, now boning up. He probably already knows more about Group C than we'll ever remember. He comes in for his 30-second wait.
I'm just wondering, about that Ferrari we're talking about, Fisichella. He is 39, Wielander's only 32. And we know that he's been training very hard with Jimmy Bruni to get his fitness up for driving these cars. And I just wonder whether this heat's just been a little bit too much for him.
It's funny, isn't it, to talk about a Grand Prix driver as potentially, and a man who spent, well over a decade in Formula One, as potentially not being fit enough to drive a sports GT car.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it's very, very physical. Oh, three wide again, coming up to our right-hand side. Here's the headlights, and it's the number 7 leader going through.
Yep, going by the Starworks HPD, and also going by the Gulf Racing Middle East car. Fabien Giroir, is he going to give that up to anybody? It's only made one stop, that car. He's still in it. He started the car, and he remains sixth in the LMP2 class. And John Martin's car remains in the ADR Delta garage. We heard from his co-driver, Tor Graves, that they're rebuilding the front suspension. In fact, it looked like the entire front end.
Don't forget, if you're listening to us on the World Wide Web now or watching the pictures, you can follow at FIA WEC to get some of the updates, and also at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans, at Martin Haven in the booth with me. Maybe Audi are struggling with tyre wear, being a lower force configuration, chewing their rubber a little quicker, sliding around on this track, at least at this stage. Would also go some way to explaining how good their one-lap pace is, said Carl Withy on the RadioLeMans.com forum. That's a good point.
Well, I'd go with that as being a logical way of explaining it. Yes, if you've got less downforce, you have less grip, and that allows more tyre slip, more rotation through the corners. And so, yeah, it can exaggerate tyre wear. That wasn't necessarily the case in Brazil, and yet they still wore their tyres worse. Nico Lapierre is on for another fastest race lap. Second sector, he's gone purple again. 38.8 seconds second sector. He's already the fastest man in the race, and 4 laps after setting the fastest race lap, he goes quickest again. But there's a lot of traffic in front of him as he comes towards the final sector of the lap. Good battle for second and third in the LMP2 class, as Nelson Panciatici in the number 26 Orica is closing fast on Enzo Potilicchio. Pierre Caffa leads P2, Potilicchio second, and Panciatici within 3 seconds now.
Now, from the pit lane, here's some interesting news. The 22 car have no telemetry. They need to reset the system with the driver during the stop and hold. Now, if that doesn't work, the car will have to come back in to have a reboot or repair, because without that electronic system working, the car has no pit lane speed limiter, and presumably then will be prey to being pinged for pit lane speeding with a bigger penalty for every subsequent offence. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, I did slightly wonder about that, because you know, pit lane speeding is a very fundamental thing. You hold the button in, and Karun's been around long enough and done enough pit stops that he knows that, not just in sports cars but in Formula One. And I was going to say, actually, you know, with the 30 seconds there, that is plenty of time to press Control Alt and Delete and wait for the hard drive to spin back up again.
So already we can see from the TV pictures, and certainly from where we are, just how dark it's getting.
Ben Constantiouris tells us from the TV truck that both of the 31 and 32 Lolas did stop because of driver fatigue, and Louise Beckett is waiting for James Rossiter to recover to try and talk to him. So that will be feet in a bucket of cold water with dry ice and a towel over his head and cold water everywhere.
Stefan Munger sets another fastest lap for the number 97 Aston Martin, a 2:02.4, as he stretches the lead out over 3 seconds between himself and Tony Vilander. Still getting some very weird things on the timing and scoring here, so if you're watching at home on the web, don't panic, because at any one time we've just had 6 cars showing that they're stopped on the track. Now clearly that's not the case.
Now then, we've just seen a car come back on from the dirt. It's the 25 ADR Delta car. John Martin weaving down the straight to try and clean the tyres, so he has clearly just come out of the pit lane and gone straight off somewhere. Now, I say John Martin, and I am checking, according to time and score, it is still John Martin. They are now 18 laps adrift of the race leader. So they need no more problems, or they're going to start falling out of 75% distance.
The number 50 Corvette with Fernando Reis, second position, some 30 seconds behind Gianluca Roda in that little blue Felbermeyer Porsche. And there's a good battle on there between Lieb and Bertolini for third place in the GTE category. That's another pesky Ferrari for Lieb to fight against. That's been going on for a wee while now. 3.5 seconds at the head of the GT field. And that might be that battle. No, that's a...
that is
there it is.
With the
there
blue
it is,
light
the battle.
flashing,
Yep, that is the battle.
The pesky Ferrari is a different driver, but the same pesky Ferrari. 71.77, Lieb and Bertolini. Bertolini trail breaking down the hill, trying to get a good run on Lieb.
That's quite a rise there, isn't it?
Yeah,
we saw
definitely.
that last night. You don't, again, it looks pretty big there. It's huge in real life.
Well, bear in mind the TV camera here is in a tower, some 12, 15 feet above the ground, and still looking over the brow, you barely even see that there are cars coming towards you as you look back down the track. So yes, it is a good uphill and down dale bit. Again, it's not going to worry Paddock Hill and Druids in the altitude change stakes. Not going to give you a nosebleed.
Ooh, this is all getting a bit unnecessary out the far side of the circuit. Another good battle on the circuit to look at the moment. Potoliccio and Panciatici.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for putting those together on the track. The 44 and 26, the Starworks HPD Honda, and the G-Drive, the 26 Orica Nissan. And Jacques Nicolet is not that far behind.
No, Nelson Panciatici got by Jack Nicolet about 3 laps ago, and he's 3 seconds in front of him now.
And Olivier Lombard is gaining on all of those at 3 and 4 seconds a lap in the second of the Signatech Nissans.
Possibly because he's not in that same group of cars that are tripping over themselves the whole time, with GT cars in the middle and everything else. Stefan Mucker, though, is showing a clean pair of heels. I was going to say to anybody that cares to notice in the GT Pro class, they're definitely noticing.
And as we watch that pass for the third place in GT again at turn number 1, Tom Christensen has made it 1, 2, 3 for the Works cars again, as he's just passed Neil Yarney in the number 12. He has lost a lot of time with that rear brake issue. It is getting dark quickly and cooler even quicker, certainly in the air temperature. And this is Audi time now. They need to make hay. And as I say that, Andre Lotterer takes more than a second out of Nicolas Lapierre, but the lead, the 7 Toyota to the 1 Audi, is still over 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Half a minute in front, and with 4.5 hours to run. Audi are going to have to produce something that they have kept up their sleeves to this stage.
It's definitely the middle sector that Audi are losing out on. So I just wonder if they have taken a bit of a risk and trimmed those cars out for a bit of pace.
Well, in fairness, you're pointing to the timing screen showing Lapierre doing a 39.1 to a 40.6 for Christensen, a 41.5 middle section for Lotterer. However, I show the court sector 1, Lapierre was a 10th quicker in that sector as well. So again, so much of this, in one lap the gap's gone from 30 to 33 seconds, and that is traffic.
Yeah, 48-0.
Oh, there's a moment in the booth behind me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A harvest moon always does it for the couple.
Well, there's a reason for that.
I know.
It's a full moon.
It's not quite a full moon, it's waxing.
Was it a full moon yesterday then?
No, then it would be waning.
Okay.
And after that entirely prosaic conversation ground instantly to a halt and brought things shuddering up against the bumpers. TV director showing us a great onboard view from the number 2 Audi. This is the 3rd place car of Tom Christensen. And again, you know, habitually, 6-hour races, the endurance classics, particularly in Europe, were run during the day.
Yeah.
But one of the great things I've really enjoyed about this World Endurance Championship is, of course, Le Mans is the keystone. It is the heart of the whole thing. It is the Le Mans rules that decide what the cars look like, how they run, what format they're in. And of course, Le Mans means you race in the dark. And so again, we are racing into the darkness hours. That's great for TV. It's great for fans. It's bad news for some of the teams because it means you have to have working lights, and there's a Corvette with only one light on. Eduardo Freitas will spot that as well. So either the 50 or the 70. I couldn't quite see which one it was. I imagine that's Fernando Reis in the 50 Corvette, because I think the 70 is still being fixed in the garage. That will need to come back in for some light work. You see what I did there? The number, I'm laughing at my own jokes now. Number 41 Zytek, the Greece Motorsport car, is back up into 24th place. So it has picked up a position in front of the JW Avila Porsche, because although they're not in the same class, it was on page 2 of the timing screen. That's how I've spotted it's moved up the order. And we're now looking at the battle for second place in the P2 class, with which will be the lead as Pierre Caffer stops early for Picom, Enzo Potoliccio for Starworks, and Nelson Panciatici separated on the last lap by half a second, on this lap by even less. And there's an Audi and a something else on pit road as well.
Oh, you can't
no,
do
it's
that.
not. It's the Gulf Middle East car and the number 23 Signatek car. So this is a second round of pit stops, and again Picom kick it off. They set the ball rolling first time round. Pierre Caffer staying
Yeah, but they've
car.
gone longer this time. They pitted on lap 21, and this is lap 45. The 29 car pitted last on 26, and they've only made lap 44. What was the other car you said?
23.
23, thank you. That last came in on lap 25, and they've come in on their lap.
Enzo Potoliccio
45.
still just in front of Nelson Panciatici. John is now, having chastised me for turning on the lights in the booth and turned them off, is now using his head torch to write
Graham
notes
Goodwin's,
down.
actually.
Using a stolen head torch to write notes down.
It's got the Audi flasher on it, though.
And Nelson Panciatici, the ex-single-seater
leaders in the
race,
pits.
is looking for a second place or a lead in P2. And the Toyota is indeed on pit road. 49 laps complete.
25 lap stint for them. They did 24. That looks pretty solid for them. So Andre Lotter will come through in half a minute's time.
Dry race.
There he goes. No, that's Christensen going through.
Yeah, who's almost a lap back.
Yeah, well, he's just got back on the lead lap, hasn't he?
Okay, we are in full pit stop disarray. Who has stopped twice? Lapierre, the leader, has stopped. Karan Chandok has had his drive-through, so hasn't stopped.
Oh, yeah.
Both of the Loti have stopped. Olivier Lombard has just stopped. Pierre Caffer's...
Lotter has just gone through.
Pierre Caffer's gone out. Double stinting Pierre Caffer, because he didn't start it, did he?
Correct.
So he's gone back out. Luca Morro has stopped. Fabien Giroir has gone back out in the 29 Gulf closed coupe, so he's double stinting. I say that's brave stuff for a man of his vintage as well. Christian Zugel is in the Greaves Zytek.
Well, the 31 car... All right, no, he was only in 5 laps ago. Okay, that's fine.
Is that a change for second in the P2 class? It was.
It's changed for the lead.
It is now the lead, yes. What was the battle for second place? Enzo
Panciatici.
Potoliccio carrying a little too much speed in early and didn't have the drive on the exit. Nelson Panciatici did, and when he passed, his car was showing 3 blue lights. Now he's the leader. It shows 1 blue light. So the timing and scoring reset itself while the pass was happening.
That's because
and then instead of being second and third, they're now first and second.
And that's because it updates at each sector.
Yes.
Not just on the start-finish line, which is rather useful, actually. 1 minute 19 for Nicolas Lapierre, that last pit, the first pit stop. We're waiting for him to go back out. It seems to have been a long time, and I haven't seen him trip back out of the pit lane yet.
Well, that's because the P says he's still in the pit road.
Yes, so that is, I think that's a longer stop. I can't see the Toyota. Has it been pushed back into the garage?
Well, no, because there seem to be people standing in the pit road not looking that fussed by it. And again, Louise is just down there. I think she'd have been in like Flynn if the Toyota was still... Don't forget, the Toyota habitually disappears off the timing screen.
That's a fair point.
Not saying that it is now, but it's going to be increasingly difficult to spot because most of our pictures are headlight flare, as you already see. Well, there's Lapierre, so the car, if it's there... No, we already saw Wirtz getting in, didn't we? So
on board with Tom Christensen in a huge traffic jam.
Well, there you go. We already saw Wirtz getting in. Timing and scoring still shows Nicolas Lapierre's helmet is plugged in, which plainly it isn't because he's not attached to it.
Unless it's still in the garage.
No, because we saw Wirtz getting in.
Okay, here's that. That's the 12 car coming in out of 4th place.
And that has completed 49 laps.
That's a 25 lap stint for them as well then.
Okay, so they went 1 short on the first stint, and habitually you do because, of course, you've got the lap out and the formation lap. So your first stint is habitually at least a lap shorter than your main race stints, even allowing for a bit of belt and braces sloshing around.
No idea what's going on with this timing screen at the moment. There is clearly something not quite right. Tom Christensen has got a red dot next to him showing he's dropped down, and he hasn't, of course. He's gone up a position. Let's go down to the pit lane to Toyota and Nicolas Lapierre with Louise Beckett.
Well, no, see now, Nico Lapierre there talking to Louise saying, again, when the temperatures go down, they don't go down.
No.
It's not like Le Mans. There's not a 10 or 12 degree drop. There's a 1 or 2 degree drop. Now the Toyota's shown in second with 2 lights on the side of it, and still shown with Lapierre on the timing and scoring screen, and we patently know it's not Nicolas Lapierre, and it is a fail-safe system. The driver's radio communication plug has a little transponder in it that tells the data, the transponder in the car, which driver is in. So unless Alexander Wurz is using a spare helmet of Nicolas Lapierre's painted in his own colours, timing and scoring is still playing us a bit of a
And they have been told they will get pinged for it as well.
22 were going to be pinged, weren't they? For
No. The drivers were saying, well, manager car 7, please report immediately to race control. They were told it would be an offence if you didn't have the right driver ID showing at the start of the season.
But you can't get the wrong driver ID. The system is unbeatable.
Well, no, that's not true, because you've got a driver involved who has to do something.
Okay, so the only way it can have happened is if, while he was getting in, Alexander Wurz has not completely clicked his radio connection in, and the default setting is there's no change. Let's hear from Eduardo. Taxi for team manager car 7. So somehow the radio connection has not got in. And of course, then it's a slightly double problem, because then they'll get on the radio to Alexander and say, you need to plug your radio in, mate. Alex.
Some of the cars still have a switch.
Yeah.
For driver 1 and driver 2, and so it could still be that.
Even a absolutely brand new for 2014-13. Really?
Some of them do.
Well, okay.
I'm sure that's what they've been called for. We've gone past the next half an hour. There's only 4 hours and 22 minutes still to go. Hello to Paul Dunk, who's got a note for missing the first 90 minutes. He has sold a car this afternoon, back up at Stratstone at Derby, so that's fine.
Anyone can sell a car. What did he chop in, and what does it stand in? Come on, it's not about the metal, it's about the numbers. Nice one, Dunky. Was it one of those Toyotas they sell? What's it, the Goose?
So, Lotterer by 50 seconds nearly now.
We're looking now at a Corvette with 2 lights. Did see before the pit stop started. Is it though? Because one's only got 1 light. 2 lights on the number 1 Audi. It comes down pit road. Andre Lotterer is in from the and Tom Christensen is in as well. Number 2 car on pit road. Yes, they come in nose to tail. Wheel them on.
Well,
they come in at nose to tail.
That is a 27 lap stint. 4.
53 for Lotterer. Lap 52 for Christensen.
And that is a 27 lap stint for Christensen as well. So 27 lap stint for the pair of those cars.
Okay, now
the McNish car, remember, stopped a lap early because it was black and orange flagged for the nose cone.
TV director stays. Thank you very much indeed with the coverage.
Yeah,
and
good.
the ballet begins as 2 men only are allowed to work on the tyre change, in fact on the car, at any one stage.
2 of 106 men who are in the pit lane though.
Well, which means that they'll all be fresh, except in these temperatures none of them will be fresh. Track temperatures plummeted from 41.5 all the way down to 38. Now, is that enough to go for a different tyre compound?
I'll tell you what, that's cooler than it was on...
2.5 degrees cooler.
Than it was, no, it was cooler than it was when we did the nighttime practice the other night.
It was 39 point near, wasn't it?
It barely got down under 40.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't quite as hot today because it was a little hazier, wasn't it?
That's a fair point.
It wasn't quite... it certainly wasn't a clear sky today in terms of being blue. It was more of a sort of, autumnal evening sky in terms of being a bit yellow. 1 minute 19, 1 minute 16 for Toyota and Audi's best stops. For the Lotterer car, 1 minute 16, McNish's car 1 minute 19, so the same as the Toyota. Oh, tease up.
Bit of dry ice. Amateur dramatics there. We should have Damon down in the pit lane. We've just gone over
and 2 more witches.
An hour and 40 minutes. You're listening to Martin Haven and John Hindhaugh for RadioLeMans.com and on FIAWEC.com with streaming pictures, also through our TV affiliates, including Motors TV. And welcome along if you are just joining us. Here's your leaders. Andre Lotterer by 41.5 seconds. The number 1 Audi over Alexander Wurz, who it now does say that on his driver transponder.
Like the headlights on the Greaves Motorsport car, I imagine banging it furiously was the first resort there.
Now, so Wurz in second place now by 40 seconds. That can't be right. Oh, there. And now the timing screen has reset properly. A 1 minute 20 stop for the Toyota last time. That's a full second slower, but both of the Audis were at least a second slower. Lotterer, 1 minute 16. McNish, it's not McNish, it's Christensen. The timing
It
screen...
was Christensen. Then they stopped. Now it's
back to McNish. Okay, that's fine. And 1 minute 19 for the number 2 car. So that's very interesting.
However, Lotterer's double stinting, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, because the piece of paper behind me.
Oh, well, because there are 3 of them, and it's still Lotterer, and he also has stopped, so he is double stinting. They've made 2 stops. He didn't start, therefore he is in for a double stint. And that might mean that they feel the temperature... which has got through flow and which has got aircon?
I don't... no, both of those have got through flow.
OK. They may feel that... I know. In any moment now, we're going to turn off the timing screen. Normally, following the timing on the internet when you're half a lap behind is frustrating. Now, you're half a lap behind, so cars don't zigzag up and down the order like the Assyrian Empire. Missed a GT pit caller. Karun Chundok is in, and I imagine he'll be getting out of the JRM
It's been in
car.
for a while, that car.
Danny Watts has taken over the Stracker. That was what was the tail lights of which were going out, and I was trying to say, what kind of GT car has upright lights like that? Also on pit road 13, there you go. It is Andrea Bellicchi who brings the Rebellion in. Lots of cleaning of screen and of headlights being done, because you can do that, because that's a safety issue while fuel is going in. Said only 2 men are allowed to work on the car at any one time, unless it is a safety thing, and screen cleaning
28 laps for that
comes
car.
Under that. Change for second in the GT AM class, or a retaking of second by Fernando Reis from Tracy...
Michele Rugolo. No, it's
Michele Rugolo in the green Krone Racing Ferrari. Well, Tracy Krone had an enterprising opening stint. The Corvette was in second. Rugolo got by him. Corvette has retaken the lead on the rundown from 8 to 10. They now have a very fast prototype coming through. Andre Lotterer is just at the fastest race lap, 147.2. So he's double stinting. I wonder, we saw the number 1 car with new tyres on. I wonder if they have gone for a softer compound.
Well, they've changed tyres. Although the double stinting Lotterer, are they double stinting Lotterer?
Yes.
Well, we don't know, because we didn't see...
We watched the pit stop. We didn't see a driver getting out. We did see tyres going on.
Tyres have definitely gone on at 1 minute 16. It would have been a 58 to 60 second stop without tyres.
But the question is, he's gone getting on for a second quicker than the Toyota managed, and I wonder whether they have gone for a nighttime tyre option. Because, of course, this is something that Toyota have residual memory of. Audi have got very much fresher muscle memory of what you do when temperatures change and what you do with your car when temperatures change and densities change and track conditions change. They may feel that they've put one car onto a softer tyre and others not.
Jacques Nicolet, he stayed in the 24 car with a 48-second stop, so that's fuel only.
Sounds like it might not even been a tank of fuel only.
Well, that was another 25-lap stint for those guys.
That's a very good stint. He's staying in. Of course, it is an open car, but on the other hand, he is a businessman who runs a racing team, and Fernando Reis runs out of road. Second place has changed hands once more. Michele Rugolo in the GTE AM class in the Krone Racing Ferrari has it, and the Labra Corvette is taking a long and very dusty route back onto track, leaving a big sandstorm behind him. He's got the wipers on.
He's off the track there because he's got a problem.
Off the track again.
I wonder if he's got a puncture. He's coming all the way down to turn number 8.
On the hard standing.
Yeah, you've got to be careful there because
Ferrari gets inside him, locks up, touches.
He's got a right front puncture. Or he's got a right front steering arm broken, Martin.
Yep.
One of the two.
Indeed.
And that's maybe why, yeah, I'm going to guess a right front steering arm's gone.
Well, he swerved to stay off the track. He is going to use the not insignificant runoff areas around the outside. And actually, do you know what? I think there'll probably be a lot of people, A, slightly confused as they go by, but B, very thankful that he's not meandering very slowly back to the pits on the racing line.
Lotterer did definitely stay in the number 1 Audi. We've had that confirmed.
Karim Chundok stays in for a double stint in the JRM car as well. And
I'd love to tell you what the lead was at the moment. And in fact,
Toyota has it.
Yeah, I think Toyota has it by about 25 seconds as they came past here. But that is Hindhoff counting in head type timing and scoring. It would appear at the moment that the Toyota, yeah, there he goes. So that is Alex Wirtz going through to complete lap number 57. He's heading down towards turn number 1 now. So let's wait for Lotterer. He's in section 3 at the moment. Coming through towards the end of the lap. As on the TV pictures we can see the 22.5 seconds. Okay, so he's gained a bit that time around. He has gained 2 seconds that time around. So an hour and 3/4 gone. Wirtz leads by 22.5 seconds. Let's get this done quickly before it all goes to you again. In third position, Alan McNish is back behind the wheel of the earlier troubled number 2 Audi. He's off the lead lap. So they have just dropped off the lead lap. Yeah, further lap back is Nico Prost, the best of the privateer teams, and the 2 Rebellions are running, or at least are 4th and 5th, although separated by almost exactly a lap on the road. Yeah, Wirtz is missing out some of the... I'll tell you what's the problem here. The Toyota's transponder's gone down and they're doing it manually across the start-finish line only. And so as soon as Lotterer goes through the first timing screen, timing sector, that's why Wirtz drops back. That's the issue.
I think so.
That is the issue.
Now the 50 Corvette is in the pit, John, out of the GT Pro battle for second place.
And that incident being investigated by the stewards.
They're running the fuel lines into it. First thing you do is fuel, second thing you do is tyres, third thing you do is drag it back into the garage to see what ails it. Didn't seem that the right front corner was pointing out in any odd direction, which it might well have been. We have a pit caller in the dark, and that is the... No, it's not the Greaves car. I'm going to have to find that. Oh, it's... Peter Dumbreck has left the pits in the number 22 HPD. And returned, and that's who it was in the dark. So not only did timing and scoring system not quite take on board the new driver, but Peter Dumbreck went out for 1 lap and came back in at the end of it. It was an 11-minute and 24-second lap, so that was a long stop and then a slow drive back in. Sparks underneath our GTE Pro leader, and that is a red-hot exhaust dragging on the ground. Stefan Mucker.
Oh no!
And that looks, and it's at the A pillar, just below the A pillar, the hinge of the driver's door, absolutely glowing cherry red. In fact, I'm surprised it's only cherry red rather than white hot. That's probably because it's in cooling airflow. It's cooled down from molten to merely the surface of the sun. Incidentally, welcome to the sky at night. Waxing and waning for lunar enthusiasts, you won't need explaining for the benefit of those listening in the TV truck. When the moon is on the wane, it is past full and is heading to new. When it's past new moon and heading to full moon, it's waxing. Here's our second place car. It is the number third place car, it is the number 2 Audi. Of course, it's showing 2 lights because if timing and scoring aren't registering the Toyota digitally, it doesn't show, and all sorts of chaos.
97.
Now the 50 car of Fernando Reis, Julian Canal and Patrick Bornhauser. Oh, nice telemonitor there. They can. I was going to say they can see themselves. It's the rear view screen of his teammate who's arrived behind. But it was the same car. What is he watching? The World Endurance live on telly? I know the straights are long here, but they're not that long.
Bring your Kindle.
Bring your Kindle. Now, that was the support race earlier on. That was his teammate pulling in behind. Okay, we need a responsible adult to steady the ship, because we are in danger of plot loss.
There is the now lit up pineapple. There's a big, you can just see it on the top of the top of the flagpole, the light shining up into the sky. So we've gone from daylight into darkness here. We're coming up to the end of the second hour of racing, and a little bit difficult for us all to follow at the moment, given the transponder on the Toyota number 7 seems not to be working properly. The timing and scoring, the timekeepers are doing a cracking job in updating that manually. I have a feeling they've probably updated Alex Wurtz's name manually as well. But it is about 20 seconds from Andre Lotterer in second position, who's taken another second back last time around. Alan McNish back in third, but off the lead lap after their problems earlier on.
Now, on my laptop, John, the Toyota does appear to be being scored correctly. So on the website, on the World Endurance website, it's 19.846 is the second. So somehow on our hardwired at the circuit monitors that everybody in the pit lane will see, the Toyota is an ethereal, wafy thing that sort of vanishes and returns at will, but it is leading on the internet. And if we say that often enough, obviously that, again, will become a fact.
They've only got to say it twice. The 41 Greaves Motorsport car had its problems earlier on. Elton Julian back at the wheel and fighting his way back onto the first of the timing screens. Darren Turner has gone back out in the Aston Martin after a 1:59 stop to fix that dragging exhaust pipe. In has come the 25. They're well off the pace after their early problems with the front end damage. So in P2, Vidantonio Liuzzi leads the Cordova Lotus Lola Coupe by 15 seconds over Pierre Caffer in the 49 Picon Orica Nissan. Jacques Nicolet is back up to third after a lightning quick pit stop for the number 24 Morgan Oak Nissan.
John Martin still in the 25 car and is going back into the garage. Louise has caught up with Karun Chandok.
Well, while that was going on, Tony Vilander has brought the leading 51 Ferrari in the Pro class after a 30-lap stint, as we predicted. So Tony has lasted a little better, and Giancarlo Fisichella will be able to get back in now in slightly cooler conditions. and that might just help him. There is the P2 leader. That is the 32 of Vitantonio Liuzzi with 15.7 seconds in hand over Pierre Caffer. He's pulling away just slightly.
Well, they are having a good race, aren't they? And don't forget, Caffer started earlier in the pit stop strategy.
Potolicchio's about to go back up into third position. Enzo against Jacques Nicolet, the two bronze drivers in those, or the amateur drivers at least in those 24 and 44 cars. They're separated by half a second, and Enzo has been taking a lot of time out of Jacques. In fact, he's now just 0.3 of a second behind, as they will come across the line in just a moment or two. Pierre Rags is only another 6 seconds behind them and taking a couple of seconds a lap out of them as well. So we're going to have a 3-car battle. The Morgan, the HPD and the Orica, the being the Oak, the championship leading Starworks and the G-Force Signatech, all battling for third position in P2 any second now.
And as Andrea Bertolini has headed back out in the Ferrari, does that now put Mark Lieb at the top of the GTE Pro class again in the Porsche?
I think it probably does. No, Bertolini's in the lead at the moment, and also a stop.
Bertolini leads. It is Fisichella. You're right. Fisichella has taken over the 51 car, and he has gone back out. So they were in the lead. They've shuffled back down to third place ahead of Darren Turner, who's taken over from Stefan Mucker.
And we need to see what the gap is when they come round next time round between Turner and Fisichella, or is it Fisichella and Turner? Did Darren get through? Because that was a slightly short run for the 97 car.
Yeah.
They did.
I have to say, whatever was going on,
23 laps.
I can't imagine that in anything less than 10 minutes you could have fixed it. These cars have under trays and all the other stuff.
They were in the pit lane for less than 2 minutes.
So it was a regulation stop, and whatever was glowing is going to glow until either sets the car on fire or drops off or stops glowing, till it's melted away so much of it there's nothing left to glow. Great onboard shots from the TV truck in the dark from Greaves Motorsport. And again, look how much the track is illuminated. Okay, the periphery is fairly dark, very dark, in fact, now.
See the moon, look at that.
Exactly, this is a classic desert sky, isn't it? Clear moon, nothing else, no ambient light. But in the corners, especially in the braking areas and some of the apexes of the corners, you're getting some very good light as well. And the car's headlights, when you've got a chance to, you can use them to pick up the braking markers.
It's Martin Haven, I'm John Hindhoff. And hello to Nathan Jashob, at Nate Jashob on Twitter. He says, I'm watching the FIA WEC. My 2-year-old has just imitated Toyota. Great to have the coverage. We're teaching him to speak properly as well.
Can he say Kawasaki?
And conjunctivitis.
And Taramasu.
I've just noticed the Lotus. So Vert's by 18 seconds, and he's that lap at least stemmed the tide of Lotterer charging back towards him. It's been going down at about a second a lap for the last 4 or 5 laps. Alan McNish is not able to keep the pace of the 2 cars ahead. 47.5 and 47.6 at the head of the field against a 48.1 for Alan. 50.9 for the best of the privateers. In 4th position, it's still Nico Prost in the number 12 Lola. They are a couple of laps off the leading cars. Only the lead 2 still on the lead lap. Andrea Bellicchi is in 5th position, second in the privateer battle, 152.1 last time around for him. That's a bit slow lap, must have been caught in traffic. That was all in the first sector that he lost that 2 seconds as well. Danny Watts now in 6th position, 11 seconds only behind Bellicchi and chasing them down. I thought we were going to hear, well, car 57 being asked to report. I thought we were going to hear from Eduardo there.
We will. We won't. They've given up trying to play it out of... Oh.
Well, that was a little while ago.
Yeah, that was that's when Stefan
They've
Mucker
lost part of the rear clip there.
No, I think that is an exhaust has dropped.
I tell you what, I hope it isn't. I hope it's one of the jacks that hasn't dropped.
Well, they've successfully done a pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
There's David Brabham looking about as cool, calm and collected as you can in this temperature, and with your car sitting there in a state of not going anywhere very quickly. Very little point in getting frustrated by these things, because actually that doesn't help. Cool, calm heads rule the roost.
Jacques Nicolet has just made another pit stop, and that's too early for that car.
Well,
they last were in on lap 51, and he's come in on lap 60. What I think now, he's done his time. He's done enough time.
I think you're right.
In the car.
I think
So now they can run the pro drivers to the end in the 24 Morgan Nissan. So they've asked him to do effectively a stint and a quarter or a stint and a half.
It is on the pit apron, and they are working on it gradually. So it looks like that is him out of the car.
And there in the darkness is a pass for position. Pierre Rags going ahead of Enzo Potalicio. As we thought they might. They've both gone past Nicolet, of course, as he's now pitted. And there is the 24. Oh, it's going into the pits.
Now, is the pink helmet near? Pink helmet is Nicolet, or is it Mathieu Lahaye? No, it's Mathieu Lahaye who's in the car, but it's a little bit more. Oh no, that's Mathieu in the background.
No, that's still Jacques. Jacques is the pink helmet.
Nicolet. Yeah,
pink and black used to be the old colours, didn't they, before we got the Etruscan orange and sky blue. Ooh,
the whole of the nose is coming off.
Bleeding the brakes, I would say then.
The rear wheels are coming off, so is it an under tray now off?
Here
Out comes the JRM car.
By the way, the glowing numbers are electroluminescent, as somebody reminded me the other day. Not what I was trying to say. No wonder I couldn't get it right. Frank Mayer puts the fastest lap of the 23 cars race in 6th position in P2. I'm still trying to keep up with the pit stops here.
Right, the whole of the nose section is coming off. We're looking at a front suspension change here. Something collops there under Jacques Nicolet, in which case...
They're going into the foot box.
Yeah, in which case, full marks for getting it back. Is it a rack?
It is a steering rack.
That's
taking exactly what it is.
Off. Again, double tick for getting it back.
Fisichella has gone through, and Darren Turner is still behind, and by some distance, Bertolini and Lieb, first and second, 71 Ferrari, 77 Porsche by 25 seconds, let's say. Then another 9 seconds back to Fisichella, and then 30 seconds. Well, that's the extra time, isn't it, that they've been sitting in the pit lane to get that fix done on the 97 car, as Wirtz leads by a now stable margin of around about 17-18 seconds, as we've just gone through the second hour of racing, just under 4 still remaining. In the Green X Challenge, Audi number 2, Alan McNish is leading that again from his teammate. And in third, it is the car number 24 of Jacques Nicolet, currently in the pits, on board with Lotterer in second. Now, who's due pit stops?
Just about everybody.
None of the leaders yet. the P2 cars have just had the flurry. The interesting ones, Martin.
Pros that are going to be the next one that shuffle in and out. So shall we do a full field roundup at 2 hours?
Yes, go on.
Andre Lotterer is our race leader in the, beg your pardon, Alexander Wirtz, I'll restart that. After 2 hours of the 6 Hours of Bahrain, Andre Lotterer is in second place in the number 1 Audi, behind race leader Alexander Wirtz. The number 2 Audi that started from pole position of Alan McNish, which had a tyre problem because of overheating left rear brake early on, is in third place. Nicolas Prost is the best of the independents, ahead of teammate Andrea Bellicchi. They're the 12 and the 13 Rebellion Lola Racing Judds. In 6th position is Danny Watts in the last of the remaining healthy. John 71 is on pit road, and Bertolini, our GT Pro Class leader, is on pit road. I should just name that. So Danny Watts is 6th in the Stracker. 7th is our P2 leader. It's the 71 car. 7th is our P2 leader, which at the moment is Pierre Caffer in the 49 Orica, and Pierre Rag is behind him in second place, ahead of championship leading Starworks driver Enzo Potalicio. Vitantonio Liuzzi from 4th in P2 is 10th overall. He's just left the pit lane. He's staying in the number 32 Lotus, and Luca Morro has taken over the number 31 Lotus. He's in 11th. 12th place also in P2. All these cars are P2. Frank Mayer in the 23 Synthetech Orica, and in 13th place the 29 Gulf Racing Middle East Lola of Jean-Denis Delatraz, who took over from the one and very considerably towards 2 full stints Fabien Girouard. Delatraz, equally veteran driver, is in, and he's 13th. 14th in the pit lane now, having dropped right the way down from the top of the class to almost the bottom. Jacques Nicolet's 24 Oak Racing Morgan Nissan, and unfortunately that car looks like it might be in for a little bit of a massive number 25 style front end rebuild. In the GTE Pro class, we have just had our leader in, Andrea Bertolini. Oh, that was the 70. No, that was the 71 car. I thought it was a Ferrari.
No, it was the Porsche.
Okay, so 71 is the Ferrari of Andrea Bertolini. He leads in the GTE Pro class.
And he'd be in 2 laps' time. Oh, he's in now.
Yeah, he was 77 when it went by, 71 when it went by me.
No.
Oh, no, there he is. That's him. It was
77's already out, Martin. 71's coming in
car
now.
Coming on pit road now. So Bertolini is in. Fisichella in the 51 car was second ahead of Darren Turner after an unscheduled pit stop for the Aston Martin that started on pole and is still the quickest car in the class. Richard Leeds in 4th place has just left the pit lane. Still Richard Leeds? Seems unlikely to me.
No, Richard's just got back in.
From Mark Lieb, yes.
Correct.
Yes, one stint. Contact, black and white flag being handed to the number 50 car. Debris on turn T4. Car manager of car 97 being
That's the Aston.
asked, to report to race control. I think that might be a little elderly, that message, but contact for the 50 Labra competition car. That's the healthy one of the two. The 70 car wrecked on the front end. Michele Rugolo leads in the GTE AM class in his 57 Ferrari. That's the Krone Racing car. From Gianluca Roda in the 88 Porsche, which is the Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, and the 61 Ferrari, that is the AF Corsa wall trip car of Robert Kaufman in 3rd in the class.
And they haven't stopped for their second time yet.
Paul Daniels is 4th in the class in the 55 JVA Avila car, and they are the remaining healthy cars. Everybody else, including Elton Julian, who's now moved up to 21st place in the Greaves Motorsport car, have had unscheduled stops. Peter Dumbreg in the car, in the number 22 JRM car, he's currently in 22nd position and currently in the garage. 31 is on pit road. Well, we just saw a stop for 32. Vitantonio Liuzzi a moment or two ago, lap or so ago, I'd say. And Luca Morro is now in. Door is open. At home, did you see the driver change? I was looking at other things.
So that's a 3rd stop for the Lotus, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all on the 3rd stop.
Well,
or
no.
they are both on the 3rd stop. Don't forget, they both made an early 2nd stop because of driver fatigue.
Yes, good point. Well, they've just done 36, 20...
And Vitantonio Liuzzi is
25 laps.
John continues his mental calculations, is now all over the back of Vitantonio, all over the back of Enzo Potoliccio.
Both Lotus done 25 laps last time around.
Okay.
Their opening stints was 26s.
Okay.
In the GT battle, and this is the interest, the 51 car's just done a 30-lap stint, having done a 24-lap stint to start with. The Porsche, having done 28 laps first stint, has just done a 30-lap stint. And the Aston Martin came in early, so that doesn't really count.
Little early, yeah.
And the 71 car's just done another 29-lap stint. And we're still waiting for the 61 and the 57 and all of those. In fact, Rugolo's just in the pit lane there, 59. Thank you very much. So that is another 20.
So are we back to Nick
laps
Johnson now on that car's rotation? I think we should be, shouldn't we? He started it, Tracy Crone did 2nd stint, Michele Rugolo 3rd. As I recall, message being passed. No. Looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication going on in the Crone Racing team. Not sure that they'd be best pleased with that. Here's the battle for 3rd then in our LMP2 class. Still Enzo Potoliccio in the number 44 Starworks HPD. Nanoseconds in front of Vitantonio Liuzzi. It was very, very close before, but it's now been separated out by some faster and some slower traffic. And so Potoliccio has got a couple of moments of peace. The Pecan boys have just serviced their car and are now using the compressed air lines to blow cool air up their vests. As
we've all done when we've been messing around in the garage until something goes wrong. The lead's
when
down.
Somebody loses an eye. Oh, that's not the thing you say on telly, is it?
It's down to 12 seconds at the head of the field. All of a sudden, it's just been creeping down there. Lotterer has been inexorably grabbing back time, just tenths of seconds here and there.
Well, now, we talked a little bit about the only thing that's not digitally controlled by the engineers in the cars is the drivers, and I'm sure they'd like to turn that around. I would like to digitally radio control Louise Beckett to send her up to Audi to ask them, did they fit softer tyres as the night arrived? It's only 2 or 3 degrees. We're not talking 10 or 12 or 15 degrees, but it might just be enough to bring them into the window, and if it is, then that is making a significant difference. And this just in, John, it's not going to get any lighter or warmer anytime yet.
No.
So if that is giving them a little bit more of a balance of performance, then we could be on for a really good finish. Bad news for Krone Racing. I did think there was a little bit of odd communication going on as the pit lane started, as the pit stop started. The car is being backed into the garage. Gianluca Roda leads the AM class in GT in the 88 Felbermayr Proton Porsche still. In from fourth? Did that change happen? Oh, it happened because Meyer got to the line before Potolicio did, because Potolicio was on the speed limiter, and they were that close, the Liuzzi rather. So Liuzzi's now up into third. Potolicio stopping is in fourth. There's a torch going down, or mechanic's hands going down into the pit lane.
Into the where?
Into the
cockpit?
6 strap drive change. Potolicio, I was going to say, Tom Kimber-Smith has joined them this weekend, and I don't think we've even so much as almost mentioned his name during FP2 or qualifying or the race. He hasn't started his stint in the race yet and will do now. 88 is in. This is our GT AM class leader, Gianluca Roda. I can't see now, and he would have got out were he getting out by that stage. Don't see a perspiring driver in the background, and you normally sort of do. Well, he's gone that early. Christian Reed is in the car. Third driver has started his stint in the lead GTE AM car.
Darren Turner back up to second place, of course, after the stops, but remember, they spent more than 30 seconds extra in the pits that time around because of the problem with the dragging bits on the car. Now, for the first time in quite a while, Alexander Wurz has taken time out of the chasing Audi. He takes 2 full seconds back that time around. And it's now up to nearly 16 seconds again after being down as low as 12. So this is definitely ebbing and flowing. Very interesting.
JRM are now just saying that essentially the remainder of the 6 Hours of Bahrain will be dedicated to making sure the car works before it goes in the transporter container to go to Japan. And that is a real kick in the teeth that they could have done without.
Everything at Toyota seems to be spelling another stop soon. Their last stopped on 49. They're on 71. Yeah, they should be in any time soon, actually. 24, 25, 49, 59, 69, 73. Possibly 74 for Toyota. So we're not even halfway through this yet, and we once again have this extremely interesting battle at the head of the field as Jean-Denis Teledraz puts in the fastest time for the 29 Gulf Racing Toyota. Gulf Racing Lola.
See, you've got Gulf Racing Toyota. I can't say Gulf Racing without Aston Martin on the end of it as well. Thank goodness we're not old enough to have commentated on 917s, or we'd really be in all sorts of trouble.
Tell me about it.
I say thank goodness, I obviously don't mean thank goodness. Deep under braking, and this is something we'll probably see a little bit more of. Running out over the corner is our GTE Pro leader, Giancarlo Fisichella.
Something that's been spotted by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com is the electrophosphorescent that isn't on the Toyota, and it has to be. So that is something that will need to be attended to at the next pit stop. So that's something for us to keep our eyes on.
Stracker have just sent a pits to car radio to keen Oxford United fan and current driver Danny Watts. Rotherham 1, Oxford United 1, but it's only half time, so keep on pushing Danny.
Yes.
Nice.
They've often put the football results out on the pit lane, the illuminated pit boards as well, which is quite funny.
But the question is, how does the psychology work? Do you tell him that Oxford are losing whether they are or not, just to gee him up, or will that just make him sag into a fit of depression and slow down?
Fair point. Oh, and there's the 23 Nissan Signatech going slowly. It's been off the track for Frank Mayer.
Well,
what's happened here, Martin?
Down behind the pits.
Oh, that's in turn 11.
Now, did he go off on his own, or
he stalled that, mate? Did you see that? The lights went out. He actually stalled. I think he stalled the engine on the downshift. That takes some doing.
Yeah. I don't even know how you can do that, because the car's going quicker than the engine and you're shifting down, which means the engine goes even quicker.
He's locked. I think what's happened, he's gone down too far, locked up the rear brakes, and that's Eduardo just telling everybody what we've just seen. You go down the
maneuver.
You go down the box too far, lock up the rear wheels, effectively like a handbrake turn, and if you don't dip the clutch, it stalls the engine. And I think that's what's happened there, and he's restarted it.
Well, after the first hour problems for the ADR Delta car, where they essentially rebuilt the front of the number 25 car, they are currently rebuilding the JRM car and the Jack Nicolay Oak Racing car. Interesting, everybody's got non-damage specific front end problems. NDS FEP, as it's known in the engineering
in the trade. Yeah. Alex Wirtz takes 3 seconds out of Lotterer that time around. Traffic, or has the Audi fallen off the edge of a cliff in terms of tyres? They should be coming in this time around.
Well, I would think it's unlikely that the Audi has had a drop off the cliff moment, but it might well have been held up a couple of times on the lap. Plus, Wirtz in clear air out front is coming nicely into the pit lane.
I mentioned Gulf Racing Toyota, and there's a picture of one on the Facebook already. In fact, 2.
Oh, dear.
Gotta love those slot car fans.
Yep.
So
Nico Lapierre standing by John.
Yeah.
We saw Alexander Wirtz was called in by the team. We saw Nico Lapierre was stood in the pit lane, so the drivers will swap in and swap out at every stop.
And that is another 24-lap stint. They're not changing the driver. They weren't changing the driver.
Yet.
No, you do it straight away. You would do it straight away. They're not doing tyres. This is significant.
This is fuel only. Okay, so
this is fuel only.
On standby.
This is massively significant. If they're doing tyres, yes, they are. But they're
no trolley dollies.
Oh dear.
No, that is even more significant now. I was going to say, Toyota are suddenly adopting the look, we can double stint and you can't. The Audi have pulled on so many rivals over the year. Nose comes off. Now that's not because it's got no lights. It's not the fastest unfastening. Nose is coming off, so are the side panels coming off.
There's a lot of dust under there. Has he been off? There's a lot of heat under there.
Well, there will be a lot of heat under there. That's the kinetic energy recovery system in there.
That's the brake ducts as well.
Well, that's the heat coming off the brakes. However, right-hand side of the side pods is where the supercapacitor, well, not in the side pods, but in the driver's side, and the door is open. Supercapacitors are in there. They are essentially undoing the entire Meccano kit of the car. both doors are open, as you would hope and pray, being Alexander Wurz stuck in the car, that they would immediately do. In fact, you can see from stuff blowing around inside, they've stuck a blower in the door there as well. See the massive shielding on the brakes. I mean, very Formula One style.
Yeah, big biscuit tin.
Very aerodynamic, very, very efficient. But have they ever
The lead's
tested
gone
the car
already, by the way.
Have they ever tested the car in anything remotely approaching these temperatures? Answer no. I would think they probably haven't. Not sure that Paul Ricard at any time of year, never mind the spring, gets
Well, this
hot
is
as
a massive break for Audi, for both of the Audis, but particularly for the number one car, because now that Toyota's had the problem, unless the Audis have a problem, they can't get this time they're losing back.
Wow.
So this is the race right here if the Audis have a clean run.
Audi number 2 already has had a problem,
Well,
of course, and had that extra pit stop with a sticky rear brake of some kind that overheated the left rear tyre. That's what cost poleman Alan McNish the lead of the race. But Toyota are in for some heavy-duty work.
Are they replacing the side panels for the electrophosphorescent number plate, says Brendan Kazmarek.
Well, there you go. If it wasn't working and it's a legal requirement, at some stage you have to do something about it. And they've done it before it has been flagged up by race control.
Neil Ridley says, really sorry if you've mentioned this already, but where is Starworks Ryan DL this weekend? Answer, he's at Lime Rock, and at the end of this race, if you can see Motors TV, you'll be able to see him going for the championship there, and he's been ably replaced by Tom Kimber-Smith, who's rapidly becoming a super sub this weekend.
Who is in the car at the moment,
yeah,
which is something that Alex Brundle never got to do in his super subbing in the Oak Racing car, because that retired before he even got, I was going to say sweaty hands on it, and I do mean sweaty hands on it in these temperatures.
This is just to fix the illuminated numbers. This is what we're getting. Goodness me.
Well, it's one of those fit and forget parts, isn't it? It is something that will, again, as I said earlier, the system's infallible.
They'll be putting a new side panel on. They'll just put a whole new side panel on, because that will be easier than trying to get behind it.
However, of course, again, it's not an instant replacement part, is it? Gulf Racing Middle East come in. And that Gulf Racing slot car Toyota you showed looked an awful lot more like the Gulf Middle East car than it did look like a Toyota. Alexander Wurz has dropped to third now in the Toyota.
It's got a Toyota front end on it. That's the old TSO10.
Yeah, exactly. Looks more like a pilot Ferrari F40 in those colours.
It does in the back. I'll give you that with the square rear end.
Yeah, squarer than a square thing. Well, the Toyota that led the race for most of the last 2.5 hours, still stationary in the garage. There's more going on. Well,
is it just me, or do I think that in this day and age, I'm like, okay, I'll say now, the car has got transponder problems as well, but illuminated numbers is not that big a deal, is it?
If it's a legal requirement, it's a deal breaker. It's like the modesty panel on the back of the cars that caused so much trouble over the last 2 or 3 years. The little low part of the rear bodywork
just throwing it in
wheels
there
and diffuse. No, you're absolutely right. But of course, it is always the tuppenny halfpenny bits that catch you out, isn't it?
20 and a half hours of racing for Toyota without any reliability issues up until now this season.
Good stat. Nice work there.
Thanks to Paul S. Davies.
Now then, this puts Rebellion on the podium.
Yeah, already been mentioned that or by some of our listeners, that is this the day for them.
Was that the number 2 car unlapping itself?
That is the number 2 car unlapping itself from...
the race leader?
No, from...
What was it just going by while I was looking at the timing screen and you were watching somebody from the lads getting a yellow card? What was that? Andre Lotterer. Was that McNish going by Lotterer?
No, he's still behind him on the track.
Different sector, yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So still not on the lead lap?
No.
Right.
In fact, not. He's 2 laps down.
2 laps down. So now when did they slip?
Because they had to make that stop. They've been hovering around 1 and 2 laps down between the end of 1 and 2 full laps down. Well, this is a very long stop.
But they haven't made any more stops than the number 1 car.
No.
So the first stop must have been really long.
They're going to be just about a lap and a half back, because Lotterer has just gone through to start lap number 78, and McNish is about to come through and finish lap number 77. So Lotter is already halfway around 78. McNish has not finished 77 yet.
And
so it's about a lap,
yeah.
and lap and a half, a lap and 3/4.
A lap's only 30 seconds longer than a full service pit stop, isn't it?
Yes,
So,
exactly.
so you add a minute to it and suddenly you've cost yourself a lap and a half almost. Right. Toyota is going back. Constituent parts are, well, the side panels have been put back on. Question is, of course, the moment you hit the ignition switch, do they light up or not? Well, they've
been trying that already.
They're being Allen keyed back on, so I'm assuming that it's thumbs up all round.
They are, I think, are independently lit. I think they just glow all the time.
23 car is in. Frank Meyer has handed it over. Also,
12
third
car,
placed,
yeah.
Nico Prost is on pit road, and he will hand the car back to Neil Yarni. And Meyer is Jordan Tresson with the black helmet
75.
in that car.
26 laps there for 26 laps for the 12 car. That's a good stint for them.
Yeah. Vitantonio Liuzzi now back in the lead of the LMP2 class. Well, there's been very little in the way of need for the safety car driver to do anything other than sit with the air conditioning on, because most of the action has been on pit road with very little in terms of damage out on the track. There seems to be a significant amount of mechanical frailty going on, and it's not entirely unrelated perhaps to the temperatures here in Bahrain. The 6 hours being running in extreme heat, right up into 3 figures at the start of the race in terms of Fahrenheit, and close to 40 degrees Celsius.
The Toyota is back out on the pit lane, Martin, and it will be dropped down. They shut the door and it's gone. And let's see what it's lost.
The whole of the P class has gone by it, with the exception of the 22
It's
JRM
lost
car.
4 laps.
Yep.
It's lost 4 laps, so that's something in the region of 6 minutes. In fact, 8 minutes 37 in the pit lane. Now, it was due its pit stop anyway, so you can take a minute and 19 off that. So it's
7 minutes and 15 seconds extra.
Yeah.
Well, you know, to change the side panels on the car, perhaps that's not a very long time. Let's hear from Toyota's Pascal Vasselon.
Chad Pritchett tweeting at all of us, actually. I bet Toyota will have quick change side pods by Le Mans. I bet you'll have them. Yeah.
No, what's it, Sherlock? Yes, absolutely. Catch them out once, perhaps, with a silly tap-me hate me part, not a second time.
No, absolutely.
Audi first and second, Rebellion third, Straka fourth, Rebellion fifth, Toyota in sixth position. As back out in the GTE AM class comes the 61 Ferrari. Brian Vickers up. Christian Reed leads the AM class in the 88 Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, the team manager of whom has been summoned to see the race control, and I'm not entirely sure as to why. Last time we saw
that's been up there for ages, the 88 one.
Last time we saw it, I think it had everything illuminated stroke attached that it needed. Not quite sure what might have happened in a pit stop, or maybe it was a driving issue, I don't know, seems unlikely. In the GTE Pro class, Giancarlo Fisichella's number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari leads from the 97 Gulf Aston Martin of Darren Turner, and we are getting ready for another flurry of Audi stops. Audi 1 and 2 are 1 and 2.
Yeah, and on lap 79 at the moment, that will be... Well, actually, they've gone deeper into the race than I expected them.
Race leader on pit road. It's the number 1 car. This is the end of his 79th. No, it's the end of his 80th lap, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll click over 80, so that's 27 laps again. That's another good stint. That's 26, 27 and 27 for the number 1 car. And the number 2 car's already done 27 laps, so they'll do 28 if they come in next time.
Well, don't forget,
they're
last
lap
time
down,
they pitted nose to tail, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
So
Put a lap apart on the track.
now then, the number 2 Audi comes down pit road. So they are a lap apart on the track. Benoit Trillier comes in. You know, in years gone by, where the rub of the luck seemed to often go with Tom and not so often with Alan, at the moment, it does seem that the trio in the number 1 car are blessed with the good fortune. If there's any going around, it comes their way.
79.
As we heard from, as both Audis on pit road, we heard from Pascal Vasselon saying there was nothing to do with the performance of the car. It was purely a legal requirement to have that illuminated side panel. That is purely to allow us to see which car we're looking at on telly and from trackside. And Pascal Vasselon's absolutely right. Nico Lapierre on his first flying lap out of the pits after that problem, a 38.8 first sector, quickest of the race so far.
Now, I appreciate that the McNish Christensen car is pushing hard. Tom normally gets better miles than everybody else, and Alan's not that far behind. 25 lap stint for the number 2 car, 27 lap stint for the number 1 car.
I'm saying that all the stops are fully extended on the number 2 car, because it's not about winning the race for Audi, it's about winning the World Championship, because Alan McNish and Tom Christensen are behind the trio in the number 1 car in the points chase and must get in front.
One more lap before we see the number 13 in, I'm guessing. That at the moment 16.5 seconds behind Danny Watts as he comes into the pits. 53 on his lap, 78. That's another 25 lap stint. 26, 25, 25.
Danny obviously could not wait any longer to find out what's happening to Oxford United. Wants to know the score before the final whistle. A little bit of a moment in traffic there for the man who's currently lapping fastest, and that is Nicolas Lapierre. The fastest race lap is a 147.2. They make it back onto the podium. We asked at the end of the race in Brazil, you and I independently of each other, can Audi win again? And the answer would seem to be yes, because as so often in these things, it's not all about how quick you are. Alan McNish chatting with the engineers there on the number 2 team pit wall as his teammate flashes his way through traffic. Tom Christensen in second place on his outlap.
I'm just going to say, I do think it's a bit of a shame that we've had the race destroyed by the fact that a light panel needed replacing.
Yep. But then races have been destroyed by circumstances even more out of team's control on many, many occasions.
I guess we just have to see.
It wasn't another driver or somebody else's car that was involved, you know.
I guess we have to see if Toyota can get on the podium, says DV on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective.
Yep. The answer is yes, they can, definitely. There's 3.5 hours, and they're quicker than the 3 cars between them and a 3rd spot.
They need to make up 2 full laps.
They've got pace.
And it's going to be tight for them. They can't afford to have any more problems. I think they'll get the 4th. They may not get the 3rd. There's an opportunity here for Rebellion to get up onto the podium.
Land speed record holder and fervent marshal Steve Tarrant reminds us that the numbers are also handy for trackside marshals and judges of fact.
There you go.
To point the pointy finger in the dark.
There you go. There you go. And
so as usual, never mind what the commentators need.
Yeah.
But for regulation reasons, that's absolutely a fact. Thank you, Steve. Johnny Kane has taken the Stracker back out, and that car came in 3rd, left in 5th. That's how close the battle for the podium is. Nico Prost is currently 3rd, Angelo Bellicchi 4th, Johnny Kane 5th overall, Nico Lapierre in 6th position.
Bellicchi needs to stop. The 13 car should be in any time soon.
Yep.
That owes us a stop. It's the only car in the top 10 actually who's only done 2 stops at the moment.
And only 2 cars that we're aware of are double stinting their tyres. The number 1 Audi. Oh no, did we just see it do it? It did do a driver change and tyre change in the end, didn't it? In which case, 12 and 13 Rebellion Lolas didn't they double stint 13 last time? Nico Prost has just done a 58-second pit stop, so there's not the slightest snowball's hope that that car had tyres attached to it. It just had Prost and a new tank of gas.
Disagree with you, Pete, on this one. At Pete Marchman, he says the end of the last 2 rounds have been spoiled by having 2 safety cars rather than 1 at Sao Paulo. For the first time, and I can ever remember, it made not a jot of difference, actually. The 2 safety cars worked very well indeed.
No, they separated the Toyota and the Audis by half a lap.
No, because they were already half a lap down. They absolutely didn't. The difference was less than 5 seconds between when it started and when it's finished. There's the number 2 Audi of Tom Christensen.
And Johnny Kane, fresh out
driving into Johnny Kane. It's not been a banner year for Tom Christensen, or indeed
Johnny
anybody
Kane,
in the 2 Audi.
First flying lap, fastest first sector of the race for that car. In comes the 13 car, as John said, they owe, and this is where you start paying. Andrea
27 laps for that car.
Beliki gets out. Look, he's able to walk away from the car under his own steam. However, that drinks bottle looked very light, and he was in a bit of a rush to get the gloves off quickly and start stripping out of what must be a very hot and wet race suit.
Benny Simonson in his first race for JWA for Avilia, and in 3rd position in that very competitive class. And that's as good as that car's done all year. That's really impressive. Just wondering if Pirelli have got something. They're the only car running on Pirellis, remember. I wonder if, you know, it's the old adage, isn't it? If you've got the same as everybody else, then the same thing's going to happen. One day, if you're doing something different, then something's going to come your way, and whether it's Falcon tyres at Baltimore, which they seem to have made their own in the American Le Mans Series, or Pirelli tyres in the heat, I wonder if there's just something there for the Avila Porsche.
Well, as you know, Martin's karmic engineering guide says that for any car, any driver on any given race circuit, there will be an ideal setup, and if God wills it, it will be the one you've got on today. And at the moment, I have to say, part of the ideal setup might well be Benny Simonson being dropped in that car, because he's lapping very quickly, and as you say, although actually the last lap was a 2:10, so he got held up in by faster traffic, as so often is the case when you're battling in the GT class. Up in 3rd place, and it may well be that temperature is just playing a factor. As you said, if you've got something different happens.
Okay, have I missed a stop for the 44? Yes, I have, because Tom Kimber-Smith is in that car.
Yeah, no, we saw that. We talked about it when he was in.
47.3 by Lapierre. Well, they're giving it all they can, aren't they, to get back into the fight, but Audi have this race, provided they don't. It's Audi's to lose now. They will look into this one in the biggest way possible. When people asked last round what happened to the Audis, did they have problems? No. Well, they did have a little bit of a tyre problem, but that didn't really matter. The Toyota had done enough to outpace them and outrace them. Here, it was looking the same way until that number square problem had brought them into the pits for a 7-minute stop. Actually, just over 8, but they were doing a regular stop. Anyway, Alex Brundle.
Yep, not much to do but eat your packed lunch.
Oh, there's an idea.
All right for some. But then he's not the chatty half of the family, is he? That's the old bloke. Marcus Paltela is watching the race. Of course, he would normally be in the JVA Avia car, saying, wish I was there. Unfortunately, Benny Simon seems to be talking Marcus out of a drive at the moment. Doing a good super sub job. Honestly, Marcus, it's all right. I'm sure they'll ask you about that next time. Christian Reed leads that class, still in the 88 car. No further word as to race control as to why they had summoned team boss of the Felbermeyer Proton Pro-Am car in, or Am car in, but it leads from Brian Vickers in the 61 AF Corsa wall trip car, which is in 2nd in the AM class, and Simonson in the Porsche on its Pirelli tyres, 3rd in the AM class. Change at the top of the P2 class as Luis Perez Companc takes over the car that was the first to do its official pit stops, wasn't it? The 49 Orica.
Yeah, it stopped at lap 21.
The Pcom car, and that now has done no more pit stops than any of its rivals, but it seems to just be ahead on the curve. He's 2.3 seconds ahead of Vitantonio Liuzzi. Tom Kimber-Smith lies third, half a minute back. Roman Rusanov fourth. Thomas Holzer fifth. Jordan Tresson sixth. And Keiko O'Hara in seventh place in the P2 class. Elton Julian in the 41 Greaves car is in eighth, but he is 4 laps behind Keiko O'Hara, and ninth in the P2 class. Manchila A is back in the 24 Oak Racing car, or the 24 Oak Racing car is back on track with Mathiula A in after substantial front-end rebuilding. It did look like the steering rack was coming off that Oak Racing car.
Should be stopping shortly for the lead GTE Pro car, Giancarlo Fisichella, due in any time soon. He's already gone longer than any other time in the race, has he? No, I'm talking complete nonsense. He's done 21. Right, no, he's probably got another 7 or 8 laps before he comes in. So that will start the round of pit stops again for the GTE Pros, because remember, they came in early. Fizzy only did 24 laps on his stint. And that would take him to 1 more lap from here. Long stop for the 13 Lola.
I was going to say, has he been in again? He hasn't, but Andrea Maliki, but he's been in a long while, because we talked about it 2 changes of mind ago. A 5-minute 10 stop from the number 13 Rebellion drops him behind Nico Lapierre, who's now 5th. Can he get the podium? I say again, yes, he can. Temperature, John, is in danger of dropping below 90 degrees Fahrenheit. What's going on here? It's 32.4 air temperature now. It's positively freezing.
So then, 3 hours and 19 minutes are completed, and Audi lead here at Bahrain. The 1 and 2 are 1 and 2, with the better part of 2 laps between the leading cars in P2. Heck of a battle going on there between Perez Compang and Vitantonio Liuzzi, trading tenths of second. Perez Compang at the moment just about 2 seconds ahead, as Vitantonio Liuzzi goes underneath us, and he's got back ahead out there in the darkness, and there is the confirmation on the screen. And out on the far side of the circuit, all kinds of things going on in the darkness as they lap the 88 car, the narrow track Christian Reed driven lead amateur Porsche. So they're turning into the final corner and heading back towards us. So Tonio Liuzzi by about a quarter of a second. It's a little more than that as they come across the line. That is the change. 6 tenths as they go across the line. Tom Kimber-Smith doing great work and lapping well quicker than the 2 cars ahead, but he is just about half a lap back on them. Luis Perez Compang, very much the non-professional driver, should we say. I'm not going to use the word amateur for Luis, because he has, of course, been a professional World Rally Championship driver. Oh, now, was that where the lead changed? I think it was. That's Perez Compang going very, very wide indeed on turn number 10. Clearly missed his braking point, and that allowed the chasing Vitantonio Liuzzi to gain, and Tonio needed no second invitation. So waiting for pit stops for Giancarlo Fisichella. He's on his 77th lap at the moment. He did a 24-lap stint the first time in the car, but it was very much warmer then. Can he stretch that out to somewhere near 30? Which is what his teammate did, 30 exactly. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan and in association with Sim Raceway, online racing worlds. Also in sound and vision at FIAWEC.com, and syndicated on a variety of television channels, including Motors TV. Good to have your company as we're watching with interest the battles down the field, through the field here in the night time at the Sakhir circuit of Bahrain. And Darren Turner is in the pit lane on his lap number 77. That's another 25 lap stint for that car. Well, they did 29 first off, then they had a short stint for the problems on the right hand side. That looks, oh dear, it looks like the car's overheating. Did they want him out? Oh, it was not, maybe not. I thought they were taking the bonnet pins out there, and clearly not. Remember, they had a long 2-minute stop last time. So Olivier Beretta's gone through in a second in the 71 AF Corsa. And as Darren rejoins, that's a much better stop than what you'd expect to see with Stefan Mucker. A 1 minute 30 second stop. Ricard Leitz has also gone through into third position. So the Aston starts the pit stop cycle. Be interesting to see how far that 51 car goes with Fizzy this time around. I don't think he was in particularly good shape when he got out after his first stint. His teammate did 30 laps exactly. He has now done 24, the same as he did the first time around. Luis Perez Compang there, still hanging on to the back of Vidantonio Liuzzi, not letting the number 32 Lola Coupe get away from him. Any small mistake will still allow them to change over just a second through sector 2, and 30 seconds further back Tom Kimber-Smith continues to make inroads, and just another 11 seconds back from them, the 26, the G-Force Signatech, going as well as I've seen it, and the fastest P2 car on the circuit at the moment in the hands of Roman Rusinov. So just looking back at some highlights on the stream for you and on the television, it is full darkness, has been for some time, and we're heading towards half distance in 15 minutes. Benoit Treluet leads the motor race by more than a lap now from his teammate Tom Christensen in number 2 Audi. 89 laps completed for Treluet, 87 for Christensen, 86 for Nico Prost, who leads the privateer charge with the Rebellion number 12. What a story that would be after their trials and tribulations. Remember, they lost a tub with what looked like innocuous accident damage earlier in the week. Baliki. And they've rebuilt the 13 car into the spare tub that they brought. That tub is then going off to Petit Le Mans, and the damaged tub will be fixed at Fuji as an unscheduled stop here for Christensen. He's only been out for 9 laps. So this is the number 2 Audi coming into pit lane unexpectedly. They'll fuel it as a matter of course. Christensen looks fairly impassive in the car. Off comes a tear off and a new set of tyres. This is the 4th stop for this car. And the dolly wheels coming out. Is it a slow puncture? So hard to see anything behind those very bright headlights. The back of the car just getting the attention now, and a brand new set of Michelins go on and down and away. Got to have been a puncture. Got to have been a puncture. As Nicolas Lapierre puts in the fastest lap of the race for the Toyota with a 47.1. Must have been a tyre problem. That was just 10 laps ago when Christensen did his third stop. And there is the number 70. This is the Labour competition car that had problems earlier, and that's significant for me that Christensen car's come in. It's not been, that was a car that was rebuilt in fact Right rear puncture for the number 2, confirmed from Martin Pass. Thank you very much, Martin. It's very kind of you. So Trellier continues on his merry way, and we don't expect to see him in until lap 106 probably. So Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com, the editor thereof, joins me. Unscheduled stop there for Christensen, right rear puncture.
Oh dear me, oh dear me. Well, one thing I will say after running across from the media room, John, is you know that truism about it being cold at night in the desert? This one didn't get the memo.
No, absolutely. The car park behind us is filled up nicely. I would say there's three or 400 cars at least the last time I looked.
There's a solid line of traffic coming into the circuit as I came across just now. So they are attracting a crowd. As I heard you saying earlier, and quite correctly, in exactly the same way as Emerson Fittipaldi said in Brazil, this is about building a product, and that is what they appear to be doing. Certainly no shortage of effort to do so that we've seen, is there, John, around Bahrain since we've been here?
No, I would think not. Bit of a lot of bad luck actually for Toyota there. They were doing just about enough, I think. Alex seemed to have stemmed the tide before he came in for that pit stop. Changing the number lights is something that I wasn't expecting to be talking about.
No, and thanks very much indeed to the Toyota Racing guys for actually being completely open about that. We knew about it before it happened. I think I've seen another coupe out there with a number light out. I'm not quite sure which it was, whether or not it's one of the Lotus LMP2s or perhaps one of the Rebellions, but on the left side of one of those cars is not showing a number panel. Now, just before I came across, we saw that change, didn't we, John, in LMP2 for the lead?
Yeah, that was Perez Compan going wide at 10, missed his braking point, and then had to give it up. But he stayed with Tonio Liuzzi. There's still only about a second between them.
Yeah, but before that, Perez Compan had taken the lead.
Yes.
And that was after a lap in 2:18 from Liuzzi. He's been off the track as well, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There's an awful lot going on out in the darkness, and we can only see so much of it. Love racing in the dark for that. But, and as we say that, here comes, I think, Ben Trellier, the leader through that battle, as they're heading down into the final corner. In fact, it's not. It is Trellier, excuse me, yes. And also in there as well is Beretta. Also an interesting battle with the GTs, as problems for the Aston Martin has rather let in Fisichella and the rest of the team. Now Liuzzi's in the pit lane, the 32 car, and that is on his lap number 86. So that's 25. It's pretty solidly 25 laps for everybody out there other than the works cars.
Indeed, John, and it's been that sort of steady race. I wouldn't say this has been an absolute thriller so far. By the look of things, since I've walked across, we've seen another stop for Stefan Nucker. He's now on his third stop and has dropped back to fourth in class.
Yeah, he stopped on lap number 77 for them.
Okay.
So that was 4 laps ago.
Okay.
And he started off the round of laps. What's very interesting is Ricard Lees is going quickly, but also Giancarlo Fisichella, who only did 24 laps on his first stint, now back in the car, and he has already done 27 laps. I think he's going to do the 30-lap stint that he couldn't manage in the heat of the day.
I think you're probably right there as the heat starts to go on the track, albeit very slowly. The other quick guy out there at the moment is Johnny Kane. Johnny's just put in the fastest time of the race so far for the Stracker car. That's in 4th place at the moment. He's fending off the ever closer attentions of Nicolas Lapierre, 25.5 seconds now behind the Stracker car. But the petrol privateers, John, I think are sniffing the potential here, just the possibility there might be a podium.
Yeah, or maybe better. I mean, that number 2 Audi hasn't looked perfect either, to be honest. Richard Westbrook is on pole at Lime Rock, I'm told, which is good news there. he has really done a great job since he's transferred into prototypes. Used to be thought of as just a Porsche driver, a very good Porsche driver, in fairness. Yeah, Johnny Kane doing a great job. Tom Kimber-Smith then up to second for the moment, as Kevin Weider has rejoined in the Lotus number 32 with Tonio Liuzzi jumping out.
And by the sound of the pounding door behind us, the concert started then.
7 o'clock it's meant to start, yeah.
And all of a sudden we're getting some very quick times indeed in GTE. Both Richard Leitz and Stefan Mucker just last time around setting their fastest laps of the race.
One of the Corvettes had its number missing, says Dan.
There's also definitely a Lola Coupe. Now, beyond, just to give an idea as to the kind of relative pace at the moment, the fastest lap of the race so far for Stefan Mucker is a 2:02.297. Leitz has just gone through to set a slightly slower time, but his time was in the mid 2:03s. So on pure pace at the moment, that Aston Martin a second lap quicker than the Porsche.
It was a side pod change to fix the leader lights for Rebellion that they had, so they definitely had a problem there as well. How about Antonio Liuzzi out of the car now, but what a signing he's been for that Cordova Lotus team.
It's a quality signing, quality car. Two guys in that car with super licenses. Let's not forget that James Rossiter, another high quality racer there too. That means that both James and Vitantonio have led the LMP2 pack, and that's something that you'd never believe possible, would you, earlier in the season with the form from that Lola Judd. But things are coming together. The team are beginning to get a bit of cohesion about the way they approach the race, and the guys at Judd in Rugby have got life breathed back into the Judd BMW V8. We've got fastest sector times coming as well now, John. Christensen fighting back, 1:47.791 last time around, and a 40-second middle sector from Johnny Kane. He is looking to fend off that Toyota for as long as he can. That gap, though, is coming down lap by lap. 3 seconds closer last time, 21.5 seconds now the difference.
Pete Marchment is asking why Kaz Nakajima hasn't driven in the Toyota since Silverstone. He's on GT duty in Japan, isn't he?
He's on Super GT duty, and I think both you and I are in for a treat, aren't we, at Fuji? Because I think we've been promised what will inevitably be a quick lap with Kaz Nakajima around Fuji Speedway in, I believe, a hybrid Toyota or Lexus.
Oh, nice. Once he's done that, I'll jump in and show him how it needs to be done.
I'm sure.
Into the pit lane comes the number 31 Lotus, Thomas Holzer, at the wheel of that car, and he's pitting on lap 87. That's again 25 lap stint, so 26. And then that short stint for both of the Lotus when the drivers just couldn't get through the second stint, just 10 laps for each of them, and then they've dropped back onto 25 lap stints for both of the closed-top Cordova cars.
There we go. It's all of a sudden coming good for the Cordova guys, and of course they've got a new car due for next season, the Lotus T128. Brochures are now available if you're looking to invest in a brand new LMP2 coupe. Gather from the team there is some interest in it. Johnny Kane sets yet another fastest time for that car.
He's really bringing the time down there. It wasn't so very long ago. It was nearly 1 minute and 40 about 4 or 5 laps ago, and now it's down to about 1 minute and 20.
So he's not just looking to fend off Lapierre, he's looking to close down Nicola Prost, and there's been a second race on the trot that Johnny's done a job like this. He did it to Harold Primat in the 13 car at the end of the race in Brazil. He's now looking to do it to Nicola Prost in the 12 car.
It's not going to be much cooler. The temperature just doesn't drop that quickly here. Vid Antonio Liuzzi talking to Luis Becker. While that happened, we had the leading GT car come in and change from Giancarlo Fisichella to Tony Villander. Exactly 30 laps. So I think that was a driver issue at the start of the race for Giancarlo. Olivier Beretta then on rotation will take the lead in the number 71, and he will lead for about 4 laps before he comes in, and he's just been closed down a little bit. It's almost 30 seconds now between himself and Rickard Leeds. That Porsche's going a lot better than in recent times.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there's speed in that car. The problem is that they don't believe there's enough speed and enough fuel economy in that car to ultimately challenge. But Rickard's not the sort to let the kind of if you like, the statistics and the theory get him down. He's taking time at the moment out of Olivier Beretta, and that was a heck of a battle earlier, wasn't it? And Olivier Beretta is spirited as usual. Rickard Leeds and Mark Lead, though, not easy guys to intimidate out on this or any other racetrack. And my guess is it's not going to be that much longer. I think both those cars are going to be due into for their pit stops pretty soon. It's not going to be that much longer before Olivier starts to see a couple of round headlamps in the gloom behind him.
Yeah.
And away we go again.
How fast has the Toyota got to be? 48.1 last time around. How annoying is that? I mean, I know that it's the rules and regulations as we hit half distance, but I would have loved to have seen the kind of times being knocked out by that Toyota now, 47s and 48s, when it was at the head of the field.
The car I'm looking at the moment, John, is one of the leading pack, but it's the 12 Rebellion, and the lap times for Nicolas Prost have gone right off. 1:57 last time around.
That's because they're double stinting tyres.
So the tyres are going off. That is allowing Johnny Kane to close that gap dramatically.
5 seconds last time around.
Absolutely, and he's taking seconds out of that car in every sector just now.
So a quick rundown then. Treluer leads from his teammate Christensen, 1 and 2 Audis by a better part of 2 laps. Nico Prost in third is the best of the privateers. He's 3 laps away from the lead, and he's been closed down on. Looks like they've made the wrong choice on tyres, trying to double stint them with Johnny Kane in the HPD with the Honda engine, the Stracker car, closing down at 4 and 5 seconds a lap. Behind them, it's the recovering Nicolas Lapierre, and he's only 15 seconds. Scrub that, 14.6 seconds, as one of the Audis has just gone off in a very big way. If he'd gone any further, he would have had to pay to get back in. I think it's the 2 car. It is. It's Christensen who's gone off coming down the hill towards, in fact, no, that was coming towards turn 14 at the end of the lap. Continuing with the rundown, leading P2 and just in the pits, the 49 Pecom racing car comes in on lap number 91 for Luis Perez Companc. So the Orica of Roman Rusinov, and there is the confirmation. Roman Rusinov then will take the lead. Tom Kimber-Smith on an outlap in the number 44 Starworks car. He must have come in last time around. Yes, he did. So that's all good news. In Pro, Olivier Beretta leads but owes us a pit stop. Rickard leads is second but owes us a pit stop. And Tony Villander and Stefan Mucker are 20 seconds apart, having made their third pit stops. In Am, third pit stop still a little ways away, but Christian Reed leads by almost a full lap to Brian Vickers, the 61 Ferrari in second position now. And Benny Simonson doing a cracking job and holding on to third place with some ease. Laps between those first 3 amateur cars, though.
Absolutely, and there's still life in this race, isn't there? There could very easily be a situation here, John, where we see some of these gaps at the moment look pretty lengthy, closing up, and the place we're going to see that, I think, first is that 3rd, 4th, 5th battle between Prost, Kane and Lapierre. That's all going to be determined by how far can they stretch the run for Nicolas Prost, how quickly can Johnny Kane catch him, and what happens with Nicolas Lapierre, who looks pretty much set to leapfrog both of them.
What do you think for a couple of people asking about whether Toyota might run a second car before the end of the season. We've talked about this quite a lot.
Definitely not, no. I mean, as confirmed by the team president after the race in Brazil, the team have now got a spare tub. The issue for them, as we've got a black flag with orange disc for car 13 for the door number light.
Again.
That would be that Lola Coupe I thought I saw.
Yeah.
But they definitely are not going to be fielding a second car. That's principally because with the budget they've got, they don't have enough of the running gear.
Right.
So what you've actually got a car with a lot of kilometres actually already under the wheels of the engines, the gearbox, the hybrid systems. You know, that is, I guess, one of the costs to the championship of the late call, if you like, for Toyota to step up. Let's face it, they've stepped up pretty well, haven't they, for all that? But what they will have for Fuji is the second brand new set of running gear for this car. So a zero-miled drivetrain package for number 7 we expect at Fuji, and that's clearly a race that they are going to be looking to win.
Just watching more stops coming through. I'm still waiting for those third set of stops from the two leading cars in GTE Pro. Ricard Leeds should be the next car to stop in the 77 at any time now. In fact, I would expect him in next time around for his 30th lap. He's done well in that Porsche, and as I say that, Martin taps me on the shoulder and says, in comes the, oh yes, there we go, in comes the 77. So that is on his lap number 87.
That will immediately allow Tony Verlander through into second position in the class. We'll expect Olivier Beretta in sometime pretty soon, I'd have thought.
He should be in... Beretta should be in... Well, if he's doing 30 laps, he's done 30 laps as well. I mean, that's a pretty good run. 29 laps for Ricard Leeds. And it'll be 30 laps for Olivier next time around.
It's going to be a close run thing here, isn't it? This is going to come down to a little bit of looking at... Well, there you go, under a minute now, as John points on the timing scoring screen. Nicola Prost under a minute now ahead of still storming along Johnny Kane. 2.5 seconds taking out the advantage that last time round. And I'm guessing it's a very nervous young Frenchman aboard that car at the moment.
This is the leader in P2, Roman Rusinov, in the 26 car, coming in on lap... Oh, hang on, this is a bit early. He's coming in on lap 93. Maybe a tad early. He was last in, I think, on lap 76.
I think we're going to see a bit of this, John, because, I mean, clearly people are now taking a little bit of a risk. As we've got the team manager of car 51 to report immediately to race control as well. That could spell drama. But we might well see a few kind of uneven pit stops here as the guys are actually finding out what they can do with tyres in what are not rapidly changing but changing conditions.
13 has come in.
It's going to go in the garage. 26 is going into the garage, John.
Ooh, this is the J-Drive. Signatech. This is big news. This was one of the leading lights, and in fact the leader. So Tom Kimber-Smith has gone through the lead. Premac has brought the 13 in for its side pod change for a number panel. So 6th and 7th both in. Tom Kimber-Smith will lead for Starworks.
It's the front panel coming off on the 26 car, and once again issues for other cars have given Starworks a heck of an advantage.
So looking back at the highlights, we had a pretty clean race with a good start from Alexander Wirtz in the number 7 Toyota. He managed to deal with one of the Audis at turn number 1. Looked for a moment like he might just get the drop on pole sitter Alan McNish, trying to go around the outside in turns 2 and 3, but didn't quite make it. McNish had to defend up the middle of the road, and then it was all about the chase, and McNish's car went off with a badly grabbing left rear brake, which overheated the tyre. He's dropped back and had more problems with that car since. But the big story of the race, the Toyota being called into the pits for having an inoperative illumination system on the side number. It's not something that can easily be changed. It is self-illuminated, electrophosphorescent, and electric luminescent.
Yep.
And that car had to be disassembled in the pit lane, in the garage, in fact, and then thrown back out. Lost them well over 7 minutes on top of their standard stop, and they're fighting back with Nicolas Lapierre now just 7/10 of a second behind Johnny Kane for 4th position, and Johnny himself under a minute behind Nico Prost for 3rd. In the GT categories, Porsche and Ferrari, such big old adversaries, and they've been at it all the way through, battling in GTE Pro and the AMS. As it stands, Olivier Beretta is just coming into the pits out of the lead in the 71 car, and that's a 31 lap stint. That's the longest stint we've seen for one of the new Ferraris in the Pro class with the smaller fuel tank. But that looks more, oh dear, that does not look good for the Signatech G-Drive Nissan.
They're looking in the side pods, aren't they? I wonder if this is cooling, John.
Well, they've got the laptop out as well. There is Olivier Beretta getting out, and that will drop them down. Tony Vilander will come through 2:02.7.
Yeah, he's just put in the fastest lap of that car's race, hasn't he? They're pushing on. They can see the threat from behind, because actually that gap has closed. It was a longer pit stop for the 51 car that time around, 1:40 to 1:30 for the Aston Martin, and that gap has come down by about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and remember, the Aston Martin lost that 30 seconds by the longer pit stop to have the dragging parts of the car that were dragging underneath removed. In AM, it's still Christian Reed in the Porsche, the Felbermeyer car from Brian Vickers, getting his taste of Bahrain in the evening. And it is 25 seconds, Graham, 26 seconds, let's say. And he's got 2 of those in the last lap, has Vilander.
And what we don't know yet, John, is why has the team manager from AF Corse been called to race control? Was it a pit stop violation? The timing would seem to support that kind of premise, or have they had a bit of an incident actually out there in the darkness somewhere? But there's drama still to come here in GTE Pro. It's not all over for Aston Martin. It did look to be, didn't it, earlier when we saw the car sparking and flaming? There was something inside the sill panel there that was actually on fire before and after the pit stop.
So Bertolini reinstalled into 71 Ferrari. That's good. This is quite interesting. This is quite interesting at the moment. There's plenty to play for, particularly in P2 at the moment, with Tom Kimber-Smith. As in comes Nicolas Lapierre on lap number 99 for him. Well, that's another 25 lap stop. That's absolutely clockwork for them.
Meantime,
25 lap stint, excuse me.
I think the other change we're going to see pretty quickly is a change for 3rd LMP2, and that's because Jordan Dressel having probably the best run that the 23 cars had all season so far, with Torres in the pits, John.
And also in the pits, Darren Turner and Louise Beckett. It's a shame because it was looking good for those
very
guys.
good, wasn't it? And then what they're looking for, John, of course, is cement second place in the GTE Pro Teams Championship. They are not registered for Manufacturers Championship in the WEC, Aston Martin. But also, more critically, they're looking for a race win this season. It did look as if it was going to be within reach this time, but from what Darren's saying there, apparently not. What I was just saying just before Darren was on camera there was that we've got Jordan Tresson currently closing down Kevin Weider for a potential podium position at the moment in LMP2. The 32 Lola Judd has got about just under 11 seconds in hand on the which year would that be? 2010 it would have been GT Academy winner. Jordan having a good run this time, 1:58 last time to a 2:01, 2:02 from Kevin Weider, so that's coming down in leaps and bounds. The gap, meanwhile, to Nicola Prost from Johnny Kane, we talked about that having been under a minute, what felt like 2 or 3 laps ago, now 40 seconds.
He's taken a minute out of him in less than 10 laps.
Prost pits now, though.
All right. Now that's an issue because I've put my sandwich box over my lap chart. That's a rookie error there, isn't it? That would never have happened if Trustwell had been here or Jeremy had been lap charting. So the 12 car comes in on 1:01. That's 26 laps. 26 laps for the privateer petrol cars, and for the Toyota seems to be about right. The Audis are going to 27 or 20. They have done I think there's been a 28 lap stint if I look back. I have to admit to jotting this down on the back of the running order from TV. I'm not as well organised as either Shaw or Trustwell. It's not the performance you might have expected. Turn 6 to 8 is under yellow.
There's debris on the track we'd seen just before.
Now that's interesting. So they're not putting a safety car out to get it out of it yet. It's just that part of the track, 6, 7, and down to 8, whilst the debris being removed. Yeah. That's very interesting. It's an interesting way to do it, isn't it? Many a race director would have put out a full course caution for that. Martin Haven standing behind me reminds me that Eduardo Freitas, our race director, really dislikes full course cautions. And obviously there's a safety issue in terms of the marshals being on the track, particularly in the darkness, but
he'll have taken some time though, John.
Yeah,
so look at we saw, didn't we, just how many circuit cameras there are here. He'll have taken some time to analyse whether or not, with that level of protection, it was safe for the guys to actually go out there and remove the debris. He's clearly made that decision. Debris, we are told, is being removed at turn 8. We'll see how quickly that can be done and when we're back to full green flag racing. Nicola Lapierre, meanwhile, after that recent stop, he's got the gap to Johnny Kane. Well, it's gone back up, of course, because of the stop, but 44.5 seconds now. Nicola lapping last time around in 1 minute 49 seconds to Johnny's 1:51. But I think we're expecting Kane in any time now.
How? Oh yes, they have stopped. I'm just checking to see who needs to stop. Tracy Krohn's back in to that car, so that car's just made a stop, which I've missed.
And in fact,
Nick Leventis.
Oh, Danny Watts about to get aboard to replace Johnny Kane. Martin reminded me that Danny handed over to Johnny Kane, so it's clearly they're in maximum attack mode.
Good point.
At this point of the race. Nick has been in the car though, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Thought it was interesting what they did with Jacques Nicolet. They put him in for a full stint and then about 15 laps, and that would have been enough for him to get his laps in.
The opinion, I think, being expressed by my learned colleague, that it's just possible the Oxford United match may have finished. That's why Danny's getting back in the car.
Yeah, indeed. In comes the Kiko Ehara driven 29 car. The debris has been removed.
And that Gulf Lola Nissan going better than we've seen it so far, John, at any point this season.
However, that is an early stop for that car, I think.
Yep.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking on the wrong line.
But that car's pitted from 6th position, and let's not forget was involved in that lap 1 issue.
Nelson
him.
Panciatici going well.
Yep, fastest lap of the race so far for that car, 1:53.880 from Nelson. He's looking to close down the Lola ahead.
That 12 car seems to have been in the pit a long time. Did that get pushed back in the box?
Is that the car that's actually sitting out on pit lane with its engine cover off? I think it is.
Yes, it is. Good spot. 49.8 for Johnny Kane just before he comes into the pit lane. He's going to give this a good run, isn't he?
Well, this is, I think, this is Straka sensing a potential opportunity for that podium. There seems to be an opportunity slipping away for Rebellion.
Well, he's faster than Lapierre last time around.
Absolutely.
Now, in
Low
fairness,
fuel load.
Lapierre's on stint old tyres, and Johnny is on a full stint newer tyre, but even so. Right, 55 and 57 both in the pit lane.
And engine cover being put back on the Rebellion. Let's see if this leads to it firing up as the 57 car.
Driver change.
That's driver change. That's Tracy Crone out. And
One lap short for him. He's done 29 laps. Joel Camathias has just come in and gone, and they've done 30 laps. In comes the lead. Excuse me, the lead Audi.
Johnny Kane 1:49.806, so improving again next time around.
Now that is a 27 lap stint for that car. Oh, Caney, come on, son. What a cracking run this is. It's a driver change. Ben Treluer getting out. And was that Fesler getting in? Yep.
That's 12 car now underway again. Neil Yarney now at the wheel. It was a 5 3/4 minutes stop. So the car there has lost, what, 2 laps, John?
Pretty much, yeah. Well, you take off about 1 minute and 30 for a standard stop, 1 minute and 20, let's say. So it's lost 4 minutes.
Yep, and that's
out gets Johnny Kane as he's come into the pits on lap 104. So that's 26 lap stint for that car. It's pretty good. There's the 7 Toyota running around. Now they've still got a timing problem on that car, haven't they? Because they're not showing. Oh no! Wait a minute. They're not in the top 3. They're not in the top 3, so they wouldn't have 3 lights on the side.
They will be now, won't they?
As they go across the line.
That will be Lapierre up into
3rd position.
So that should change when we see him through the first sector.
And that car not due in for obviously another 20 laps, having just stopped on lap 99. That banging music behind me is not irritating at all, is it?
No, absolutely. I'm tapping along with the music here. It's the kind of effects we like in endurance sports car racing, isn't it?
Then open the back door now. There goes Straka Racing. And that's Danny Watts in the car. Nicolas Lapierre up behind Mark Lieb in the Porsche, out in the far side of the circuit. The little blue light still twinkling, just coming back on the start-finish line.
It was another car in trouble with a number panel lighting system, the 26 car. So that's yet was that 3rd, 4th car we've seen in trouble with this. Of course, you know, we've not got terribly many of these races coming up. We've got, I think Nick Leventis is going to be talking to Louise in just a moment or two, but a number of cars in trouble with this, in this what is a pretty uniquely 6-hour night race, John.
Yeah, 4 hours of the 6 have been pretty much done. But you know what? Fair play. At least the officials, Graham, are being consistent.
Yeah.
You know, they've called all of the cars that have had problems with it, and that's all you can ask for.
You know what? I mean, I heard what Martin said earlier. Rules are rules, and certainly the big deal with these number panels is that it does allow those actually trackside spotting for any kind of issues out there to be absolutely certain that they're not actually penalising the wrong car. Never mind penalising the right one, it's all too easy to get it wrong. We've seen a number of times, haven't we? A car misidentified in daylight, never mind this late at night. And this is reasonably new technology, isn't it, for endurance race? You've got a car stopping on track. That is a coupe. It's a Lola coupe, I think.
And that is running down towards the final corner. It's downhill enough. If you keep going, you might get that to the end. As Tom Kimber-Smith comes in.
Is that the Toyota?
It's not the Toyota. I'm going to say now that I don't think that's the Toyota. Meantime, the 44 car's coming in.
It's the 29 car. It's the 29 car that's just left the pit lane, hasn't it? That is Keiko Ihara. It's still shown at the wheel, although I thought we saw Keiko get out of the car.
So did I. Tom Kimber-Smith's in for a unscheduled stop. That's just 10 laps after that car has been in already.
Right.
So I'm not liking that for the 44 Starworks car. Now, is there a wheel at the right rear that isn't? Yeah, and I think that's a right rear wheel that's not attached. Wobbling around, maybe a tolling, or maybe out of fuel. It can't be out of fuel, it's just gone out. Duh. What am I saying? It's only been out there 4 laps. It's just not going to make it down the hill enough to the pit lane. That rise that Martin and I were talking about before is quite significant. And it's close enough to the edge of the track that it'll be dragged away as we go on board with the 41 Degrees Motorsport. Not had the best race, I'm afraid. Those guys effectively doing a test now.
Afraid so, but there's points here for them if they can carry on like this. Keiko Ihara now shown as being stationary on track. We've seen that on camera. Yellow flags at turn 14.
Yeah, that's right down towards the last corner. And that is very quick down there and very dark. Actually, it's just beyond the end of that building that we can't see.
And rather irritatingly for Keiko, just out of reach, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was looking quite good for the Gulf Racing Middle East team on what is as close to home ground as they're going to get this season.
Have we ever had number light issues before?
I've seen one at least once before.
Says Graham Reid. Can't remember any at Le Mans.
I can remember at least one at Le Mans. I'm trying to think which car it was that had the problem, but it is. I've seen it in the regulations. It's there. It must be.
Audi started it, of course, a few years ago because you used to have a light shining on the door number.
Yep.
Or a torch. I remember one year somebody gaffer taping a torch
to it.
Johannes says, is this a race that's being ruined by an inept supplier? Surely we should have these things sorted out before these gadgets are made mandatory.
The one thing I'd say, John, is, and it's a fair comment from Johannes.
It is hot, though. But
it's hot. It's the heat. The heat, it's a sort of heat we've got. It's a very dry heat here, which is, exhausting for human beings. What it's doing to the mechanicals and the electronics, I can barely comprehend. But it's a fair comment. We've had, what now, 6 cars?
Well, 5 or 6 certainly
that have been in trouble for this. All LMP cars.
Yeah,
so
that's
far.
True. I still think it's worthwhile just putting, a little LED torch like you've got on your head at the moment in the car or on the driver's door, so that you can just flick it on if you need to. There's nothing that says you can't. Just says it's got to be illuminated. Doesn't have to be self-illuminated.
I think that the problem is with racing drivers today, particularly the professional racing drivers today, they're not committed enough. All they need to do is drive one-handed and hold the torch with the other hand.
There you go.
The problem over.
Could you not have somebody running around the side of the track, shining a light on the side of the car?
You could. Yeah. I think in theory, it's a good theory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure listeners will be on at any time now to tell us any holes in that theory. Michele Rugolo, meanwhile, going very quickly indeed in the Krone Racing Ferrari. A bit of a recovery drive from them, but 4th position, closing down very quickly on Joel Comathius, who's now aboard the 55 JWA Avila Porsche. 48 seconds back, but 4 seconds quicker last time around for Michele. That's a team, the Crown Racing team, that's going to be looking to make up some of that lost ground after a dreadful race for them at the Interlagos that saw the car eliminated in that multi-car incident on lap 1.
Serious question that a number of people have asked, including at Neely88X, Neil Ridley on Twitter. With the current political situation between China and Japan, will Toyota go to the China race?
It's a good question. I've not heard any indication that they won't. My guess would be that the issue there would be driven rather by the Chinese authorities than the Japanese. But it's a very good question. Michele Rugolo, meanwhile, is going to go quicker again this time around, John. I think he's got that Porsche in his sights in this stint. The Crown Racing Ferrari has had its delays here as well.
I will say, by the way, that if you can't see the pictures at FIAWEC.com or a Motors TV or anywhere else that are showing them, that we do seem to be getting the 29 car recovered from the side of the track. Once again, the track marshals out there doing a cracking job. And fair play to Eduardo Freitas for keeping this race clean and green. In fact, Tim Gray did predict that we wouldn't have a safety car here.
Well, I'm impressed so far with the way that safety cars have generally been used this season in the WEC. Eduardo's been a cracking signing, hasn't he, by the FIA WEC.
Nice bloke as well. Had a couple of long chats with him this weekend. Obviously,
very approachable.
Very well known to Martin from his days in World Touring Cars.
Absolutely.
Fixed us up to have a ride around the track in the dark last night, which was thoroughly illuminating, if you pardon the pun. Actually did. It makes you see it in a whole different way. And here is Eduardo. Car between T14 before T14 being snatched, as you probably heard. 2.5 hours still to go. You're listening to Graham Goodwin and John Hindhaugh here at our live coverage of round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, powered by Nissan and in association with the online racing world that is Sim Raceway, in sound and vision on the FIAWEC.com. And Danny Watts just losing a tiny little bit of time to Lapierre last time around, so that Toyota has got itself back up with the problems for the Rebellion into third place. Didn't expect that would happen, but Neil Yarney with a 49.7 is very, very quick in the 12 car.
Unfortunately, a little way back now after that extended stop. They've got the Gulf Lola now behind the barriers, those yellow flags, as soon as the gorgeous Hummer H3 is reversed back behind the barriers, will, I'm sure, be withdrawn, John, as we've got another car off. That is the 31 car. That car, Luca Morro, 5th place at the moment in LMP2, and that was pretty quick off and into the gravel by the look of it. So we've got yellow flags again now out on circuit.
Barely had a chance to bring them in at all, did we? So
barely. Turn 12 this time, to the second 39-year-old in a Lola Coupe in 3 laps in trouble.
Yeah, one Sicilian, one Japanese, so no relationship there.
Well, I don't know, you never know. The right lights, the right music, the right ambience.
Yeah, we haven't got the right music, I'm afraid. We've got the right lights and the right ambience, though.
But he's in the gravel. Car has clearly got electrical power. We didn't really see what happened there, did we? Here's a replay.
Well, this is from Greaves Motorsport, so I hope not.
Oh.
This is a replay of the Greaves car spinning. Didn't hear noise of contact.
No.
But was there a belt from behind? Was that Luca Morro getting into the back of the Greaves car? We were about to see, weren't we? I don't know.
That's Ricardo Gonzalez. And he's currently running in 7th position. That's a pretty good recovery drive from the Greaves Motorsport guys. Right down to the bottom of the field, of course, earlier on. That's,
well, talking of back to front, the 12 and the 13 cars look like they may end up swapping position as well. The two Rebellion loaders. Yep. One from the back of the field and one from the sharp end.
Absolutely.
And they're just about to pass in the middle with 2.5 hours of race remaining. This is probably not the way they would have liked it.
Yeah, just looking for what the gap will be here next time around, John, between the 23 car. We saw Jordan Tresson closing in on Kevin Weider before the young Frenchman had to pit. But with the pace that Kevin Weider's currently got, over 2 minutes last time around, 2:03 for Kevin Weider, it surely can't be too long before we start to see a challenge mounted by Frank Mayer.
Well, Frank Mayer, first sector of that lap, went through 41.8, Kevin Weider 46.3. Now, it's entirely possible that there were yellow flags out when Weider got there and not when Mayer got there. So, however, nonetheless, to take 5 seconds out of somebody in the first sector either means you're really pedalling, somebody caught a yellow flag, or somebody's in for a penalty.
And what I would say is that Frank was a good 2 seconds quicker than anybody else in the class last time around. Wave yellow still at turn 12 for the 31 car. They'll presumably be trying to snatch that from the gravel rather quickly.
Well, he didn't seem to have gone right the way in, did he? So hopefully.
But what we don't know is why he was there in the first place, of course.
The J-Lock Lamborghini is the torch taper from 2009. I'm surprised there was much left of the car onto which a torch would safely be taped, to be honest.
Just looking at Twitter, and I think my colleague who's filling out DSC Race Live will be going to the naughty step for his slight misspelling with an extra N of Luca Morrow after that incident.
Lucan? Hasn't he been missing for 20 odd years? 30, 40 odd years probably.
If only it was an N there in the name.
Yes, indeed. It's like that.
But the gap between Mayer and Weider, by the way, down under 50 seconds, 48.3 seconds now for Frank to attack. Taking another further second out the first sector the next lap. This, let's remember, is going to be a battle for a potential podium position. We've still got 2 hours and 25 minutes to go for the race.
Get down to Benoit Trillier. Well, Louise makes her excuses and leaves in true journalistic style. What an opportunity missed there. Down the pit road comes the number 31, Lula Lourdes of Luca Morua. See that, he works superbly with that team. They can't possibly let him go, can they? And it looks to be all in one piece. And it's still out on track, depending on whether you'll spot the replay note at the top or not. He was rescued from a place of danger to a place of security and threw lots of gravel up in the air as he was heading back in. Didn't look like major damage, but quite often when you get stuck in the dirt, you just get stuck in the dirt.
It looked to me, with what we'd seen at the end there, that either, oh dear me, he's right down the middle of the track with cars passing on both sides.
Yes,
and presumably lots of gravel spraying out the back.
And you can see people coming at full chat behind him going, give us a clue.
Absolutely.
It's the age-old story. If you stay on the racing line, other drivers have at least a fighting chance of knowing where you're going. It doesn't matter how slow you are.
Living up to a bit of his previous racing reputation by being a bit of a Charlie, but there you go.
Charlie Morrow. Is that not his brother? No. Now then, this is the number 2 Audi, which currently lies in second place. And the battle of power between the Audis remains fairly much static. 1 minute 49.2 last time round for race leader Marcel Fessler. 1 minute 49.3 for Tom Christensen. Less than half a tenth of a second between them. That's good arrows. That is good, consistent lapping from both drivers. Actually reflects, I think they probably both got a clear lap. But in third place, Nico Lapierre's Toyota. 1 minute 49.007. So, the Balloon Man's still around. So the Toyota, as quick as ever it was, barring those 3 laps lost. Now, McNish getting ready to take over as Christensen comes onto pit road from second place. And so they have now cycled in front of the number 2 car, coming in earlier for their stops, where they came in later for their stops before. Now, does that mean, Right front light is out, or is that a pit lane speed limiter
It's not
issue?
the pit lane speed limiter on this shows LED lights around the light frames.
Yes.
I'm guessing that car is going to be going into the garage.
Team manager of car 2 or 7, depending on what that says. It is 7 to report to the stewards. That's Nico Lapierre's Toyota. And car number 2 will need a new nose. Tom Christensen will not, has handed over to Alan McNish. New nose ready. And this will be a work of mere moments because, of course, they've been plugging and playing noses on Audis for the last decade, whereas Toyota have been doing it for the last 6 months. There's understandably perhaps a little less efficient in the plug and play department. And that was on lap, John?
That was on lap 115. Remember, Tom had a short run at the start of that session because he had a puncture. So he's actually been in the car a little bit longer, but that was a 27 lap stint, the first time that car's done that for a couple of runs.
Yeah. Okay, so we're now seeing Audi fully on top of their fuel figures in the changing temperatures. So, of course, there wasn't an awful lot of practice at this time of night. Daytime practice and nighttime practice, but you've got to have experience of both, Graham, to make sure that you are on with how many kilos you're going to get through. Now, sending him out with a light not on, even though they've changed the nose. Did they change the nose, or were they just holding it?
I don't think they've changed it. No, they must have changed it. They must have changed it. We saw the car without the nose.
In that case, it's not an issue with the nose. It'll be back.
That car is going to have to pit again.
Yeah. Like I said, at the moment, it is the trio in the number 1 car that definitely seem to be blessed with the rub of the green. If there's luck going, it comes their way. And if there's bad luck going, Nishi seems to be the target. He and Tom Christensen are the magnets at the moment.
The question, though, now is going to be, and we wait to see as the notice comes up on the screen, the car 2 must have both headlights running, is that will this be enough to allow Lapierre to close that gap? Is second place now within grasp?
Well, he's only a lap behind. Well, that was very clear, exactly as we said when he left with only 1 headlight. The police aren't going to like that very much, so you stop at the next set of traffic lights and bang it again in the hope that it'll magically come back on. Lena Gage studies the data. She don't think she's seeing anything too much to worry about in the number 1 Audi camp. Marcel Fassler has now got 117 laps under the belt of that car and is still leading and still lapping as quickly as it ever was. And appears to be doing it fairly frugally as well. They've completed 2 more laps than the number 2 Audi and have yet to come in for their regular fuel stop. Nothing really seems to put a kink. Their major problem up until this stage was being stuck behind McNish early in the race when he had that dragging left brake that overheated the tyres. Nish continues round. Well, the race director clearly stated either the light's on or you come in this lap, so it'll be a second black and orange flag for that car.
Oh dear, it's another one of those races, isn't it? And
yep.
Team manager car 7, we saw a little earlier, report to the stewards. This could go anyway, couldn't it?
Well, not really. Well, at the moment...
Well, the thing that's potentially could happen here, yellow flag at turn 10 we've got in the meantime, we'll keep an eye on what that's going to be, is if that is a longer job, and it looks as if it might well be, this brings Stracker back into it.
Well, I was going to say, the one thing that's not going to happen is the number 2 car is not going to win this race. I feel I may not be venturing too far away from anybody else's thoughts on that one.
There you go.
Because like we said with the 41 car earlier on, when you're down, you just get another good kicking.
You do, don't you? It does seem to be that cars at all levels here with yet another new nose. That's
an old nose, because there was patently nothing wrong with it.
That's the original nose ready to be refixed. So what is wrong there? Is it a connector?
Well, now what we get is a man with a circuit tester coming out and sticking it in and waiting for it to go buzz. But as Karen Chundok said, I don't deal with electronics. It's an alien species to me, and as I often say, electricity is the work of Satan. Can't see it, can't hear it, can't smell it, and it kills you.
Now, my guess is that the instruction for the pit wall to Alan was walk on by while we actually continue to actually to fix to test that nose.
Yeah.
What they'll know now, I'm sure, Martin, is whether or not the issue is with the nose or the connector on that end of the circuit, or with the body of the car.
Well, the fact that the old nose has been brought back out and the new nose didn't work seems to suggest it ain't the nose or what is broke.
Indeed. We've got Ralph Juttner now beginning to show
a state of anxiety
Yes,
as
indeed.
on pit road is the number 2 Audi. Danny Watts is just at the fastest lap of the race for the car in 4th place. The Stracker again flying. I think that might mean that Oxford United had a very good evening back home.
I think that might mean as well that Stracker can smell blood here. They can sniff the possibility for podium. And let's make it clear, that car is just over a minute back from the Toyota, and we still got the issue of why has the Toyota team manager been called to see the race director.
Indeed.
So all sorts of possibilities here as we get close towards the end of the 4th hour.
In the background is Louise. That might answer some of our questions. Now, I expected to see this car on trolley dollies immediately because you can only use a couple of people to work in the pit lane. Can it be a broken connector on both noses? And are they going to plug it in and just send him without even checking it?
There's an
It's still not illuminated.
There's an ECU, Martin, that controls the headlights. They all have little electronic units, and that's gone back on again.
Okay.
It's not. No, it's not. It's gone off again.
Now
it's
it's
fine when it's on main beam.
Oh dear.
It's fine when it's on main beam.
Well, which in a way is a good thing, because McNish, it's going to be like somebody's just set light to his race suit. Honestly, you will want to know he's coming because he will be on full afterburners.
Absolutely.
Oh dear.
Scotsman released again, and away he goes.
Kelly, if you can book a couple of days away from home.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that late in Monaco. Maybe, quick flight.
Anywhere really.
Am I being ridiculous to suggest that of course is the car that was rebuilt into an e-tron, and is there something different, or is there a voltage issue, or just a general electronics problem? Because they've done so much work on that car around the front end of that car in installation.
I mean, that's often what you find, isn't it? If you have to do an engine or a gearbox change, various other things, occasionally wires get crimped or knocked or tugged. I don't know how different the bodywork would be to the bodywork that was on before, other than the livery on it, because my understanding at Le Mans from the Audi team was that other than ballast in the Ultra and the Quattro system in the e-tron Quattro, the cars were identical in every aspect. So I don't know. Nobody's working on the nose that came off, which means they think it's all right.
Which means they think they've sorted it.
Well, it clearly wasn't all right when it was on the car, and yet it's still in the garage. It hasn't been taken out the back to be welded, soldered, or rewired.
Strange, isn't it? Be interested to find out what we hear from Audi about
Kevin
that one.
Weider on pit road just after being passed by Frank Mayer for 3rd place in the LMP2 class. So the 32 Lola Lotus Coupe is in. He's 10th overall still. Nelson Panciatici will overhaul him, but in fact Mayer was right up Kevin Weider's exhaust as that pit stop came in.
And while we're watching the number 7 circulating, we had a question earlier on, quite a serious one, about whether Toyota would go to China. The Toyota Motor Company, and this is from down in the Toyota pit lane as Alex Wirtz is getting ready to go in, is encouraging employees to postpone business trips to China unless urgent. This is from Toyota Motorsport, TTE, Toyota Team Europe. We see it as urgent to attend the WEC race, and George Yamashina, the former F1 team principal, is now general manager of Toyota China. So we're very keen to see an old friend. So I think that answers the question.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question Toyota's commitment. Just look at what this 6-month-old car is doing.
Absolutely. And once again...
and it's coming into the pit lane, as we saw that Nico Lapierre was peeling in. We knew Alexander Wurz was already ready. But question is, are they going to swap over? Still think it is... I mean, it is ridiculously hot outside still. So
it is a really dry heat as well. It's very strange.
Dry-ish. P1 and P2 leaders both on, because Luis Perez Compact has come down pit road as well.
That is a 118 lap, and that means that they have just done
19 laps.
19 laps, so that's short. That's very short for them.
Okay.
Is this tyres?
Well, there looked to be a little bit of discussion and head nodding with Alexander Wurz. 50-second stop. Well,
They didn't take tyres last time.
That was last time.
yeah, they're still here. So, yes, it could just be that they ran out of tyre.
Correct.
Now, again, with the Audi, it suddenly seemed to pick up pace a little bit after the first dark tyre stop. Have Toyota gone with a softer nighttime style tyre, double stinted it only to find that that was a little bit beyond its capabilities? Again, we may be they may not have gone for softer tyres at all. We just don't know.
If you remember, that's what happened in the early stints at Sao Paulo. The Audis went into the second stint, and halfway through the second stint, they just dropped off a cliff, so they dragged them back in.
Andre Lotterer is out the back of the garages, nicely illuminated palm trees down the central aisle between the back of the garages and the tyre compounds behind, in the red and white of the colours of the Bahrain flag. Danny Watts is temporarily back up to third, pretty much reflecting Oxford's progress in the league, I would imagine. He says, wildly speculating with no information whatsoever.
At Rob GT81 has tweeted us at Specutainment here. Rob Munro, thank you. Not the first time Audi have had headlight issues. Same problem at Spa. Dindo, remember, had to come into the pits and get it fixed there as well. That's quite correct.
Well, now, Nick Damon's question about whether or not there is a Halfords in Bahrain might become slightly more relevant.
I've checked, the answer is no.
Yeah, you would have, wouldn't you? You're a journalist, you check your sources. I just make it up as I go along. Tom Kimber-Smith is now our P2 leader from Nick Minassian. And Franck Meyer. Minassian is in the pit lane. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that, did I? I didn't mention that. But Tom Kimber-Smith now at the top of the pile. Again, this was the slightly aerated Ralph. It's not very often you see Ralph looking
rattled.
As well, not rattled, but animated.
Oh.
97 on pit road. Darren Turner will get in, I think, from second as you see the Audi leave. Stefan Mucker's just brought the Aston Martin in. Doors are open. I can see in the gloaming down there.
As out on track.
It's another word for Ben Constantinos to Google just to see if I've used it correctly, incidentally, like
Excellent.
waxing and waning.
Meantime, I think we're about to see a change on track for third position.
Yeah.
And the longest stint for the Aston there, that's 31 laps for Stefan Mucker last time around.
Danny Watts with Toyota and Alexander Wurz fresh out from the pits right behind him. The Straka turns in. And so does the Toyota. The gap across the line last time was 2.7. It's 1.7. So that was Wurz's outlap, in fact. So Danny's last lap was a 1:51.2. Wurz's was a 2:58.3. A minute and 12 of which was in the pits. So he should be doing 2:46. 1:46 to Danny's 1:51. It's a cut and dried deal, but there you see the two cars. This is for third overall. Straka Racing, the best of the non-factory entry cars, the privateers, leading the Toyota. And look at Wurz gobble him up out of the corner. We're used to seeing this, of course, between fairly equal cars. They close up under braking and then stretch apart. But with the Toyota's hybrid drive, the closing up is there. The stretching apart, not quite so. The LMP2 car is keeping in front, and you can see they're down between activation zone 4 and 5. On the back straight, that second almost vertical straight line you saw with the activation zone for the hybrid system pulsing away there.
It gobbles it up, doesn't it, under acceleration?
Yeah.
It's quite incredible at that slow corner just how much ground Alex Wurz is able to make up on Danny Watts.
Well, good to see the Straka really picking up quickly out of the corner. He didn't close Wurz as much as I thought he might. In fact, he might be pushed to get by him this lap. Straka turns in again, and Danny Watts used traffic to make a gap. That time he got slightly held up by the Porsche, but as he comes across the line, Danny Watts is still in third. Next time round, he will be in fourth. The gap is 0.13 of a second ahead of Alexander Wurz, and we see one set of headlights, we see a second set of headlights pulling out, and it is In fact, Danny Watts trying to get by one of the Senior Tech Nissan cars. Not what I thought we were going to see, which is Wirtz going by Watts for third. He was close enough, but Watts moved to the inside, and now down the first straight, up to turn 4, 3 wide. Toyota up to third, Straka down to fourth, and somebody in a black Senior Tech car, I don't know whether it's 23rd or 26th, 23rd or 26th, trying desperately to stay out of the way.
I think it was the 26, Martin. You can really tell the Toyota, as with the Audi, has got very, very bright white headlights, and as soon as you saw them drop out from behind the two cars, I think it was inevitable, wasn't it, that that pass was going to be made.
Danny's not giving this up, you know.
No,
he's sticking in there with him. I think he just where they are, the life of his tyres, he thinks he's got something a little more here to give. We've seen him actually lapping in the 149s in recent laps. See replay again, the car's going 3 wide there, and I think Danny was probably hoping that I think that was Panciatici, wasn't it, in the 26 car. I was hoping that he'd seen there were 2 cars there rather than 1. There was just a moment there where he could have got a bit of a tap, but all is well.
Gulf Middle East team boss has been called to see the race director. Still no fallout from the Toyota team boss being called to see the race director, so we might assume that that has passed without trouble.
Or the 51, the AF Corsa, that was quite some time ago. It doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen. There was yellow lights out, yellow flags out on the circuit for quite a while the 29 car was being recovered, and it's been suggested by a number of our correspondents that perhaps there were some indiscretions under the yellow flags, passing back markers, etc. And that's a reasonable thing, as Nelson Panciatici comes into the pit lane in the Signatech number 26, having been scared out of his wits by those 2 big one cars.
Well, he was probably seeing it coming in the mirrors and saw the lights coming, and then just, as I said earlier, stay on the line. They'll go where they want to go. As long as you make it through the corner, that's your job, that's your race.
And at the moment,
that is the other
that's the 26
Senior Tech car.
That's the 26. That is Panciatici.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we're seeing the strongest race of the season so far for the Signatech team, running in 3rd and 5th position. They've had awful luck this year, mainly I think with reliability and involved in other people's accidents as well. But they're long overdue a strong point-scoring finish.
The other car then was an Oak car. It was Olivier Pla. No? 24 car, yes, he's just gone out. We thought we were looking at Panciatici, we weren't. We were looking at Olivier Pla taking over from Team Boss. It was pink helmet, wasn't it?
If it was pink helmet, it was certainly Jacques Nicolet.
Yes.
But Jacques Nicolet was in for a double a little while ago, and I thought probably not. It's Mathieu Lehay, isn't it?
He didn't do the full double, he did a full stint.
Yeah,
full stint in a bit.
And then about 10 or 12 laps, which I think gives him enough time.
Probably right.
To have got his full time.
I'd have thought that would have been Mathieu Lehay at that stage.
Yes, pink helmet, which is why I question with Jacques Nicolet, because Mathieu certainly has got pink on his helmet. Again, the colours of Toulouse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the French region, which is why Tech 1 often had it on their cars as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trek down to there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a long way.
You see self-illuminating exhaust pipes as well as the self-illuminating panels on the 50 Corvette. 41 Degrees Motorsport car comes in for its 163rd visit to the pits. It's become a little less recalcitrant now. I think they've beaten it with a big enough stick that it's going to behave itself a little more.
But it's running 6th. It's running 6th.
Meanwhile, one garage downstream from them, JRM's car, seems to have almost all its bodywork. It's still got like 6 bodies over it, but it does seem to have almost all its bodywork on, and it's illuminated. I wonder whether we might be seeing a return for an elongated test session of the 22 car. They've got 2 hours more running they could do.
Well, I mean, JRM, I think, are intelligent enough and have enough experience now to realise that not only is it a matter of getting track time, it's a matter of getting the guys real-time racing practice at fault finding and fixing at this kind of level. Electronics is a nightmare in these kind of conditions, I'm sure. We've seen all sorts of heat-related problems with other cars, and it may well be that's it too.
Well, 2 hours and 3 minutes of the race remain. This is galloping past. I'm sure for the trio in the number 1 Audi, it's going not half quickly enough, though.
Just to clarify the issue with the number 7, there was a problem or a question regarding the ACO data card. No problem from the stewards, so that now we can take that one off the list and say the number 7 Toyota is fine as far as the race director and race control is concerned.
Now, so is the data card what wasn't keeping them on the timing screen?
It may not have been.
Because significantly, for a while, it hasn't yo-yoed up and down the timing screens.
No, it's working because we get, as soon as you see the split times, you know it's working fine. Yeah. When the split times disappeared, that was when I realised what was happening. The transponder wasn't working either on the split times, or it was only working on the start-finish line, or somebody was doing it manually, which I suspect the latter, and well played to the timekeepers for keeping that going.
Absolutely right. Just as well that somebody still remembers how to use a pen and a paper and shout numbers out as they come across the line, a la in the old days. We're looking here at the battle in the GT Pro class. It's Ferrari 1-2, Tony Vilander leading in the 51 car from Andrea Bertolini in the 71 car, and what looked like a very strong challenge from both the Felbermayr Proton Porsche and the Gulf Aston Martin. Slightly withering. There's under 20 seconds in the battle for third between Mark Lieb in that Porsche and Darren Turner in the Aston. In fact, that's come down another 3 seconds on that lap, so Turner's now only 15 seconds behind.
But Darren's made one more stop.
Yeah.
They're ahead on the pit stop cycle, so they've got a pit stop in hand over the guys ahead of them.
But they have made one unexpected stop because of a problem with the car, and so they still will need 2 more fuel stops, because they've only made 4 fuel stops and 1 get bits sorted out a little bit early stop, and they were expecting to need 6.
5.
Yes.
6, Darren said yesterday.
Oh, sorry, they were
probably going to need 6.
Apologies.
Ooh, running off road is our GT Pro leader. Don't watch the mirrors, watch the bit in front of you where you're going to. Tony Vilander probably doesn't need me to remind him of that, but again, John talked early on about the illumination of the runoff area being quite so bright, because the runoff area is very much paler than the track. Maybe he just got momentarily disorientated by somebody hoving up in the rearview mirror.
He's got Danny Watts going up the inside into turn 1, and that's the 26 car. That's Biarag now aboard the G-Force Signatech car, now running in 5th in LMP2.
As ever, LMP2 too hard to call. There's not a car there that has not led the race.
Yeah, and they've been remarkably similar on their fuel mileage. I mean, a lot of them have the Nissan engine clearly, but even the HPD has not been that very much different. The 44 car has been sitting at around about 25, 26 laps. Other than that, remember, that has made a short stop. It was in on lap 100 after just 10 laps, so that has had its problems during the race.
Also in LMP2, guys, 2 cars to watch, both on, albeit pretty lengthy recovery drives, both the 24 Oak Racing car, now up to 17th position overall, and about to do battle with the GTE Pros on track, and John Martin a little way further back. Both those cars in the 154s, that's much better than almost anybody else at the moment LMP2, but they've got laps to make up as the 13 Rebellion rolls down pit lane.
And it looks as though Giancarlo Fisichella of this parish is about to board a Ferrari, so we'll look to see that coming in, I would think probably at the end of its current lap. And it may well have been thumbing the radio button that allowed the 51 car to run out of road at the final corner. Yes, not this time. Oops, oh dear, I've just gone off. Right, we will now do, after these words from John Hindhaugh, it'll be John Hindhaugh.
Yeah, amazingly, Tony Wielander's got another couple of laps actually before he really needs, or should be expected to come in. Should come in at the end of lap 114, so that's perfectly right. I'm happy with that, Martin.
Yeah, so you should be, and so should he be. He's got himself up to exactly where they needed to be on their fuel and speed schedule. So, again, they are ticking all the boxes.
And thank you to dailysportscar.com editor Graham Goodwin for coming in and spelling us while we did a little sort of driver change of our own. And thanks to the caterers as well.
Indeed, and thanks to Mrs. G of Worcestershire for her lovely Battenberg cake.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that.
No.
So I was a bit disappointed with that.
Well, that's because you had the pork pie.
Yeah.
in
Giancarlo.
full service for Giancarlo.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is the only real logical way to do it, isn't it? You know, after an hour out of the car, especially in these temperatures, fresh driver, fresh tyres.
Oh, it was, and it's ever thus, isn't it, in GT racing? It's very rare, even at Le Mans, sometimes in the dead of night when it's cooler. And look, the battery torch,
It's a
look,
torch.
it lives on the side. Thank you so much. It only has to be illuminated. It doesn't say how. So the battery torch, which looks very similar to what Graham Goodwin has left with us, is on the left-hand side number 51. That's fantastic. Yeah, sometimes in the night at Le Mans you do get the odd double stint for a GT car, but because it's so long, the lingering shot of the gaffer tip.
I want to know how that is staying on at 170 odd miles an hour.
It's damned good gaffer tape. It looks like on the other side as well, Martin, that they've got gaffer tape holding the number square on the effectively would be the right-hand side of the car.
It's an Italian car. It's probably quicker than trying to fix the electrics.
Well, indeed. So as our television colleagues go for a little bit of a montage, we can tell you what's been happening in the last few hours as we go down towards the last 2 hours of the race. As Marshall Pruitt says, it's called 200 mile an hour tape for a reason. Thanks, Marshall. Up at Lime Rock for the final event in the Grand Am calendar, which is coming up pretty much straight after we finish, actually.
I ate at his favourite burrito place on Saturday night last week at Sears Point, Sonoma. Very, very nice indeed. So Marshall, yeah, it was a sort of by-the-by recommendation, courtesy of Declan Brennan, but it was very nice.
Yeah, very envious of you. So here we are then in the Kingdom of Bahrain for round 6 of 8 of the 2012 FIA WEC Endurance, the World Endurance Series. John Hindhaugh and Martin Haven inside the last 2 hours. Fessler by the better part of 2 laps over McNish. Alex Wirtz back up into 3rd position now by some 12 seconds, but he's 2 laps back on McNish and 4 laps back on the leader after most of that time, not all of it, but most of it was lost in the pit lane, replacing the side pods as they needed to get the side numbers illuminated. In P2, Tom Kimber-Smith by 54 seconds, the Starworks 44 from Nick Manassian in the PCOM 29. And then another 3/4 of a minute or so behind is Franck Mayer in the number 23 Signatech Orica Nissan. In GT, Bertolini in the 71 Ferrari owes us a pit stop. Giancarlo Fisichella is 26 seconds behind.
And I'm going to interrupt John there to say Mark Lieb has come down pit road, who was right behind that car in 3rd place. So he will cede 3rd place in the GTE Pro class to Darren Turner's flying Aston Martin.
That's a bit of an odd one, that, because they were getting better mileage out of that Porsche than I was expecting. That's 87.90.
Well, the Aston will move up into 3rd place in class. Lieb now stationary. Their last lap was a 1 minute 27 to the 124 the Aston, so they didn't do anything unusual. Fisichella's driver change was a 1 minute 30. Bertolini's last stop was a 127, so that's how long it takes in a GT class car. Turner now moves up to 3rd as Mark Lieb will hand over the car, I guess, back to Richard Lietz. Since there's nobody else entered, that would seem to be logical.
Yes, absolutely.
And they are both about to be overhauled by Olivier Pla. I would imagine in maybe a lap, Pla will leap. Oh, he already has, as he's gone by the start line. He's gone by, I was going to say, from 17th to 15th. Damaged right rear. No, not damaged right rear.
No, that's always missing on the wide body
cars. Yes, it is always missing on the wide body cars.
That's how you tell them apart from the back. A 28 lap stint for that car is what the maths that I was trying to do in my head.
Patrick Bornhauser is at the wheel of the number 50 AM class Corvette. It's the sole healthy one of the Laber competition cars. He has just left the pit lane, and guess what the message is from race control in the dark?
Turn on your headlights.
Yep.
It's like coming out of a well-lit car park, though.
Or a petrol station, yes. Because it's so bright, you don't even notice the lights aren't on.
Okay.
That's what's nice of having a lovely amber glow.
In your Rover.
In my lovely Rover.
So Danny Watts still just 18.5 seconds behind a podium position, but losing time now as Alex Wirtz has gone by. I've Rebellion have got to be ruining their luck this weekend. Bart Hayden and the boys, they've done a cracking job to get both cars out. A quick update on that for those who are asking, joining us late maybe in the broadcast. The number 13 car that was out in the early part of the week had it coming together with the number 50, the Corvette. Andre Beliki's fault, he was censured for it, but worse than that, it pulled out one of the suspension mountings on the tub, and that car then could not run. Now, if you remember, we've been telling you that they did ship 3 cars out to Sao Paulo, to here, and then the spare car in full 2012 spec is going to Petit Le Mans to compete there in 3 weeks time, 4 weeks time. And whilst the team are doing the 2 remaining WEC races either side of that, in first Fuji and then into Japan. So of course that all of that was thrown out of the window. What's happened is the engine and the gearbox, which have to be transferred, have been. That was done overnight. The 13 car started from the back of the grid, but has had its problems. Now, as far as we know, the plan is as follows. The spare car, which we'll still call it, the car that's out on the track now, badged as 13, will go back into its container and majestically split off towards Brazelton and compete in Petit Le Mans. The other 2 cars will go as planned to Fuji. One of the other 2 cars will go to Fuji as planned. The other car is going straight back to Huntingdon, to Lola, and to have that car and the tub repaired and then go back to Fuji and be reassembled in time for round number 7. It sounds complicated because it is.
That's only because you said it that way.
Neil Yarney in the pits.
Neil Yarney in pit lane. That's the number 12 Rebellion. So too is Frank Mayer out of 3rd place in the P2 class in the 23 Signatech Nissan. Tom Kimber-Smith still leads that in the 44 Starworks HPD from Nick Minassian in the 49 Picom Orica. And John, you were talking at length about Fuji as we were looking at Andre Lotter in the pit lane. Of course, it reminds me that 2/3 of the driver lineup in the number 1 Audi will be very much at home. And in fact, at lunchtime, I was hearing lots of conversations about, you need to get the bullet train, you need to do this, that, and the other. Japanese experts among the racing fraternity in sports car racing handing out travel tips to those who are going to go to the land of the rising sun for the very first time. Of course, Fassler and Benoit Trullier, rather, and Andre Lotter spent a very large proportion of their racing career wowing Japanese crowds. So there will be a lot of support for them. Team manager of car number 51 has been summoned to race control.
Again?
Yes.
We didn't get a resolution from the other one. This is the car that is the biggest threat to Darren Turner and Stefan Muka.
Yep.
Oh, now this is a bit of oil going into the Nissan under pressure.
Yeah, okay. Still not a very long stop. Their last was a 1 minute 40. They have only just completed the tyres. Well, it's one or the other, isn't it?
He was the guy.
Now, Graham asked a little bit of almost an hour ago, as the number 1 car's on pit road from the race lead. Graham asked, are we seeing cars in problem with overheating? It's not getting any hotter. It's not getting a very great deal cooler. But, yeah, I just wonder whether that might have just been blowing out a little bit of fluid.
27 laps again for that car, metronomic.
Danny Watts on pit road in the Stracker, comes in from 4th place. Neil Yarney has just left in 5th place as driver change. Andre Lotterer takes over from Marcel Fessler. 26 laps for Danny Watts in the HPD Honda Power. Quick and parsimonious. Look it up.
That is, I do like a nice bit of parsimonious at this time of the year.
Olivier Lombard, did we register that 23 car was in? Yes, we did, didn't we? He's gone out, and the stop was 2 minutes 19, so that's a minute long. Yeah, well, yeah, definitely at least a minute long. 120 and change should be a full P2 stop.
Full service for the number 1 car, and still that spare nose is sitting. Yes, there's a nose change for the number 1 car. I said there's a spare nose sitting there.
Yep. Which of course you can't do because 2 people are already changing all 4 tyres.
Yeah.
Oops, ouch.
Ow,
I felt that right on the hip bone.
Absolutely.
And of course, because it's a fine piece of carbon, it'll be flimsy and will bend. Yeah, the way they don't.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, that's not going on. And that
Oh,
one
this is the
going
leader.
on.
This is the leader.
This is the number
This
one
is
car.
massive,
This is his
drama.
third nose of choice. Not that they've changed one.
later.
They had a spare,
Oh, yes.
didn't put it on, and now they're putting a different spare on. So why was the other spare out that this spare wasn't? Over centre latches. My goodness, they're getting quicker and quicker. Bish, bash, bosh, gone.
I think the problem there, Martin, was it was a different configuration on the front end. It had more or less dive planes.
Wouldn't be. Why would you have two different noses set up differently for the car? Because you're Audi and you have an alternate dive plane.
And they've picked the wrong one up. It's been a slightly not Audi-esque performance. That nose was sitting there for quite some time. Both headlights are working, by the way.
See, I'm saying this year has been a slightly non-Audi year.
Bertolini in the pits. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
There's a broken bit on the nose.
So did they break the new nose on the mechanic as they
Yes,
put it through?
That's exactly
what
happened.
So it
nearly ripped his hip bone off, and it did actually
break the dive plane.
Well, no. The out where louvers aren't, there's an outside strip of bodywork, and that has been snapped clean off by catching the guy on the hip.
Wow!
And they've got it to the car and gone, oh, something or other. It's not there anymore. It's busted. And while they were saying that on the radio, somebody picked one up and ran out from the back.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, see, that is very Audi-like. Okay, they had the problem in the first place. That's cost them about half a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more.
It was a 2:03, and you'd expect a 1:13 stop for full service.
Yeah, but if you add the nose onto that, that'd be about another 10 or 15 seconds. But they effectively had to change the nose twice there, didn't they?
Yeah.
So...
chucking noses at it like it's the number 2 car, son, isn't they?
Few, says Fessler.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dodged a bullet there, fella.
Yeah, no wonder he's sweating, eh?
That's not... I don't know what's worse, being in the car or what's happening. Yes, exactly.
Incidentally, I'm awaiting an answer from ADR Delta because they've just announced, of course, that John Martin is back out in the number 25 Orica on track. And I did say, has anyone actually done any laps in that car apart from John? It's now done 110 of the 135 laps. Has it really only lost 25 laps? Goodness me. Waiting another Signatech Nissan pit stop. Oh, no, we're not. This is a Starworks pit stop, I beg your pardon, misled by the black overalls, which, of course, are ideal for these temperatures.
Well, they were last in on lap 100, and it was a slightly off-kilter stop. So coming in now on lap 127 is absolutely spot on for that. In fact, that's a couple of laps extra. So Louise down in the pit lane with Dominic Kramer. That must have been quite a scary moment.
What, for Louise? It's a bit Jedward, but it's not that better.
Watch in the background from the left-hand side of the screen. Any second now, you'll see what happens when suspension breaks and you can't get all 4 wheels on the ground doing the retardation you're expecting, particularly when one of those is a front wheel that does the most part of the retardation.
That was at speed barely abated, wasn't it? Starworks have thrown the car back out again. Tom Kimber-Smith is in the garage. Gosh, my teeth aren't working, are they? Stefan Sarazan is back at the wheel of the 44 car. Came in from the lead, handed over the lead to the number 49 Orica of Nick Minassian. So again, yet another. I mean, what you need at the end of these races is a who led the class, and it will just contain every car. possibly except the 25 car of John Martin.
No,
Darren
indeed.
Turner.
Down to 13 seconds.
Yeah, 13 seconds behind Giancarlo Fisichella for the lead of the GTE Pro class. As we look at the number 41 Greaves Motorsport car. Early on, when the car was busy snapping at their ankles and being very recalcitrant, if you'd said you might finish in the top 6 in class, frankly, they may well have sneered at you. I have to say, at the moment, it looks like they might even climb a little higher, as everybody else is possibly overdue a run of bad luck.
Manassian's not due in for about another 10, 11 laps, so he'll lead for that amount, of course, until he comes in, and then it'll be a toss-up between... No, it will be Sarrazin who goes back into the... And maybe Rossiter, actually.
Well, Rossiter owes us a stop relative to Sarrazin, because he's only made 5, and that's the 6th for the 44 Starworks car.
32.
So
yes,
I imagine
the 32 will be in before the 49, actually, 2 laps before, you're right.
So he and Manassian are both...
that's bad news for Pecom, though.
Why?
Because the 49 number on the left-hand side is blinking, and it's not on all the time. It's flickering, and it's gone out, and it's on, and it's off, and it's on, and it's off. And it's
Thank you, Father Damon. Excellent. It's like an episode of Father Ted here, isn't it? Well, on the other hand, of course, they could do what Ferrari did, which is just tape a head torch on, which is redundant because it's glimmering, but you certainly can't read the number of the Fisichella car. And in fact, it seems that there is a head torch on both sides of the car.
Of the Ferrari.
Again, Italian electrics I offer to the court.
Ricard Leitz picking up the pace in the middle sector, puts the 77 Felbermeyer Porsche's fastest lap in. That car has not done quite as well as I expected. The lap times have been pretty good, but they've just not been able to stay with the rest of the field. And I mean, I say that, the top 4, all of that field, separated by less than a lap, 1 minute 44 between the whole field.
Attention, Thomas. I tell you, any moment now, Nico Lapierre is going to wham right into the lens. You just saw that happening, didn't you? Telegraphed that. Alan McNish, fastest first sector on the last lap that the number 2 car has produced all race long.
Wow.
Yeah, so yellow flags at turn 10. Turn 10 again. That is the downhill, tight left-hand corner that comes onto the short straight behind the pits. And it is a classic get in late, loop the car round place. Well, Marcel Fasser on the right, Benoit Trellier on the left-hand side of the TV pictures from the Audi garage. Their teammate, Andre Lotterer, is outside. I think the yellow flags have been withdrawn. There is a car motoring slowly down towards turn 11. So it looks as though yellow flags are back in. Eduardo Freitas, before he came to World Endurance, was the race director at World Touring Car Championship for a number of years, in fact, since its inception. And he is very much avowed of letting racers race. If there's anything you can do to keep the track green, keep it green, even if it needs a local yellow. A mere 86.24 degrees of air temperature.
Well, it's dropped well down then, hasn't it?
That's Celsius, John.
It's
if
not.
only. Oh, hang on, let me just... 86.24 Celsius will be a mere 187 degrees in old money.
That would be melting.
So it has dropped, well, we're down now at about 30 degrees C, so it has dropped 4.5, nearly 5 degrees since the start of the race, maybe.
You're listening to Martin Haven and John Hindhaugh. An hour and 40 minutes still to go here. And there's interest, if not right at the sharp end, certainly in P2, where it's only a minute between Manassian and Sarrazin. Those two old rivals, former teammates as well. And the Manassian car has a fluttery number panel, which has caused the demise of a number of real top protagonists.
And in conjunction with that, I have got a wobbly loose wire in my right hand ear hole, so I'm getting temporarily stereo and temporarily, well, one ear mono and 2 ear mono. Thank you very much. I have to do something about that connect. You didn't even solder that, did I? I can feel the connector there, I just can't get the wire back in it. So to recap, hour and 40 minutes just under remaining, 1 hour 39.04, 3, 2, you can read that yourself. Andre Lotterer leads in the number 1 Audi from teammate Alan McNish, recovering after problems is the number 7 Toyota of Alexander Wurz, who's led perhaps as many laps as anyone else. Danny Watts for Straka is 4th, ahead of close rival Neil Yarni. That Rebellion car also with a problem early on. Starting from the back of the grid, the 13 car of Andrea Bellicchi has had its problems as well. He's in 6th place. Picom lead in LMP2. Nick Menassion leads fellow Frenchman Stéphane Sarrazin for Starworks. Lotus James Roster has also led in LMP2. The 23 Signatech car, currently with Olivier Lombard up, that's led in LMP2, as has the 26 car. So the Greaves Motorsport may be the odd one out. Ricardo Gonzalez driving that at the moment in 12th place overall and 5th in the P2 class, ahead of Olivier Pla, recovering from a major delay for the 24 Oak Racing car, which we believe, certainly from visuals, looked like a steering rack change. Thanks very much. But they are now in 7th place in the LMP2 class, ahead of our GTE Pro Class leader, Giancarlo Fisichella. He is under 15 seconds now ahead of Darren Turner. Olivier Beretta 3rd in the Ferrari, and 4th is Richard Lietz, and the Porsche seems to be drifting further out of contention. Although its lap times look competitive, not much else about it does at the moment.
Yeah, interesting that Paolo Roberti continues to lead for the sister car, the 2011 car, seemingly still a competitive package, particularly in the GTE arm. He's got a full lap and more over Rui Aguas in the 61 Waltrip AF Corsa car, and Michele Rugolo looking like a good result for Krone Racing. One thing I would say, the 49 and the 51 remember has already got lamps over its numbers, and the 49 Pecom team is effectively the same team, isn't it? It's all run out of AF Corsa.
Yeah, so they need to be cautious about what they're going to replace what with. Just a little note completely away, but in other parish notices, XH558, the last flying Vulcan on the planet, has shut down engines after its final flight this season, and they will be looking to raise more funds to keep the 52-year-old beauty flying into next year. So if you have any interest, any history or any soul in aviation, look at Vulcan to the Skies or follow at XH558. That's the 41 Greaves Motorsport car.
And it's dead stick with no lights out on the circuit. Fortunately, that's not a turn 8.
Right, that's where it says it is. That's 11. It's gone off.
That's
Exit
11. Yeah.
And as you say...
now he's got his lights back on.
Okay.
He's trying to get the light switch back on.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's very well lit there. XH... Is it
558?
558, yeah. Vulcan to the Sky. Mike Newton, of course, had a big role in getting that plane back going again. So there is a sports car connection. And is there anything more majestic than seeing that plane fly over? It often comes over the top of our place. Yep. And I have to say, we don't have any... Oh, my goodness me, what's happened there?
Well, he went off on the inside in avoidance or after contact with somebody else and tagged the inside wall. So it's not he's lost it on the exit. Now, if he was the problem,
he got hit.
If he was the problem at turn 8, we're on board the 41
He's been hit from behind.
Was that the GT Ferrari that he had just gone by? Did he misjudge where to come back in, or was he hit by something even quicker? Well, clearly from his gesticulations, he doesn't feel that that was his fault.
Well, it seemed to me as he was hit on the right rear corner and tipped into the spin, which pitched him into... There's only 2 places here where you can hit the wall, and that's on the start-finish straight and on the back straight where the support pits are. Where okay, you could hit the wall in other places.
The run from 10 to 11,
exactly,
and it is quite relatively narrow, but it is a straight.
Yes, so, but the walls are closer there than anywhere else on the track, is what I'm trying to say.
It's about the only place, as you absolutely say, other than looping it round in the pit lane, that you can actually hit anything significant.
Well, he's got to go again.
One of the problems, of course, of getting out of the car is you can't do your own belts up very easily. Left rear is broken because the right front was bouncing up in the air a bit.
Well, I think that might have been the bodywork.
Yeah, it might just be him coming over the curbs. On the other hand, he does seem to be going... a little quicker than I would if I had no idea and hadn't had a look around the car. He's
lost a headlight, which
he's got air in the tyres.
He's lost
fired up.
He's lost a headlight, which is making it look worse than it is at the front, but there's definitely some bodywork damage on both sides. He's back in the car and toodling back. In the meantime, Michele Rugolo and Joel Camathias have both been into the pit lane.
And that is the very tight battle for third in the GTE AM class behind the Porsche Paolo Roberti and the Ferrari of Rui Aguas. And he's gone by the pit. Oh, no, he hasn't gone by the pits. I was going to say. He does come into the pit lane. I was just about to say, Greaves boys stand by, and I thought, oh my goodness, he's going by. Braver or more foolhardy man than me.
He's lost the headlight now. He's run over his own headlight, so it's going to be a new nose. How many times have we said that this evening?
Sort of came to a stop a bit squint there as well. Trolley dollies, fuel goes in first. Trolley dollies next. He's already banging on the steering wheel. And that view, I'm afraid, just shows the impact. Doesn't tell us much.
The onboard was interesting.
It's the two cars.
Right.
Okay, that's too late. Again, picks it up. Olivier, back it up further, please.
Stop. It's a Ferrari.
Well, he'd just gone by a GT Ferrari.
It's
and did he pull back online?
Yes.
There was another P car there.
I don't think it's another P car. I think that was one of the 3 AF Corsa Ferraris. I have no idea.
Was it the red one?
It was the red one.
Good, helpfully.
And what we're going to see in a moment, hopefully, if we can get a little bit more of that on board, is which one it is, because you can tell them apart when you see them from behind. So,
if you can't tell what the number is, we know who it is. If there's a head torch lying in the road, we know who it is.
That's a fair point. That is a very good point. Oh, the whole of the front split has been ripped.
Well,
of course, taking a
of course, because he had a pretty good clout. GT car on pit road is Nick Jonsson heading out, Joel Camathias heading out. So again, both cars in the battle for third in the AM class in GTs are there. And now both Labra cars on the front screen. So 50 is in fifth place, and 70 is in 6th place. So they are 5th and 6th in the AM class. Or last, and we're not as far behind as you, as they'll be saying to their teammates from the 50 car to the 70 car.
Right, 88 leader in AM.
Leaders in as well.
123.
So that means Rui Aguas, again in the Ferrari, will rise to the top because he has still to make a 4th stop.
Not necessarily. He's a full lap behind them. He's a full lap behind them.
Oh no, it wasn't. It was a wrench extension. I thought somebody had just pulled an arm straight out of the body, but it wasn't. And they're not going to. Actually, the splitter's fine.
No, look at the left-hand side front of the.
No, the splitter is fine.
Oh, they've just changed
it's
that.
It's stepped. Yeah. Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. They have, haven't they? Well, we were looking at time. There's only 2 screens, and guaranteed we're looking at one when the other one's showing us something interesting.
Just to reiterate that Rui Aguas is not yet back on the lead lap in AM. He will be the next time he comes round, but Gianluca Roda is already out of the pit lane after a 1:29 stop. Nick Jonsson, by the way, in the 57 Krone Racing car is in 3rd place, but he's a further 2 laps back at the head of the field with 90 minutes. Safety car's out. The safety car is out.
Right, who have we lost and why? The safety cars are out.
Oh, yes, good point.
Safety car A picks up. Don't know, Straka.
The leader.
The
Toyota. I was expecting it to be the leader.
Now then, have we revisited safety car and gaps between Audis in one safety car
it doesn't matter. There's laps between the cars, so it doesn't have the big effect.
No.
The interesting thing is about where the cars are scrambled from, where they come out and where they go in. This is actually quite good news for Greaves because they're not losing as much time.
If the driver is in, the engine is fired, and he gets out on the end of the next safety car queue in 30 seconds.
Waiting for the race director. Well, sorry, didn't pick that one up. My apologies.
I think Eduardo might have got most of the message out before he pressed the key there.
No, that was my fault. I didn't understand why it wasn't coming through. I may have been a little finger happy there. It is late. So, if you're going to make a stop now, and in comes Johnny Kane.
Yeah, but you can't make a driver change. You can do a full fuel stop and get out, but you've only got the length of the safety car queue.
Well, they were only in 10 laps ago in the 21, and that's a splash and go.
Yes.
That's a splash and go for Kane, and that's very, very clever.
And the reason is that the pit lane is shut except for a brief period when the safety car queue has gone by.
So you drop off the end of one safety car queue, you splash the car as much as you can, and you get out on the next one.
So
and that's exactly what Kearney's going to do.
Straka are sitting at pit exit, and safety car A comes across the line with a Ferrari leading the queue behind it.
A lot of
so
debris.
he will sit there for about 20 seconds total tops before the safety car queue goes by. It's a very short queue. There's only 3 cars in it, actually.
Nick Damon tells us there's a lot of debris on that run up to turn 11, and that's what Eduardo.
Right.
So as much as he doesn't like safety cars, he doesn't like people driving through shards of carbon fibre even more. And you know what? You've got to say, once again, fair play.
No, absolutely. And again, you know, once the car went off, you could have safety carred it then, assuming there would be debris. But no, he's waiting for a report from an observer, a judge of fact, down at the scene to say, where is the damage? What is the damage? What are we looking at? Drilling a hole, that's, what do you call it? Triplanning? Yeah. Probably not in these temperatures. So Johnny Kane has made a 6th stop. 1 minute 16 for the pit stop. I would imagine 30 seconds minimum of that was sitting at pit exit.
Joe Taylor says was very lucky to see the Vulcan fly past 2 separate race tracks this year. Definitely going to give it to support to keep it flying next year. Do you know what? If everybody who was listening to this now threw a tenner in, would be well on the way. And it's worth that. Into the pit lane comes the Toyota off the back of that safety car crew, which is safety car A. There is some of the debris that's off the track. That's not the problem. As Alex Wirtz comes into the pit lane after, let me see, 142. I should have noted when the safety car came out as well, shouldn't I? 143.
It was 2 laps ago, so it was on lap 143.
Yeah.
Lotterer is behind that safety car queue that Wirtz was just in advance of.
That was 22 laps for Wirtz.
Toyota are going to lose another lap unless Audi pit behind the safety car.
Audi.
I don't think after
Audi
Brazil,
number 1.
they want to.
Audi number 1 only pitted on lap 134. It's on 145 now. It doesn't need to. 117 though for McNish's car. That means he is getting a bit tight. But the best thing to do if you can is to hang on until it goes green and drop straight in off the back of the safety car train.
It is almost contrary to everything that we have learned watching US racing, and exactly right.
Well, actually, it's not because there's 2 safety cars. It's because the default on the end of the pit lane is closed and not open.
Yes. You
and
can
many
lose
times
far more stopping at the end of the pit lane than you can possibly make up by having a green flag, a yellow flag.
And this is what's happening now, of course.
Yeah, and well, he sat there at pit exit. As you watch that, I'm looking out to corner 11, and now the safety car comes out onto the main straight, and it's a road car, so it will take a further 10 or 15 seconds. You know, we're getting on for the better part of half a lap. He'll be sitting there, and then he'll drop in behind the safety car. So he will actually drop in behind...
They run at a speed, man.
He will drop in at the safety car queue that he came in off the back of, not on the alternate.
But the Audi's come in. The number 2 Audi has had to come in.
Well, they have seen
144.
Also that their main rival, Alexander Wirtz, who's behind them, has stopped and been held and will be... Now, unless McNish gets out, which is a possibility...
I'm told that Alan will get out and pass over to TK.
OK. Martin Pass will know these things unless there is a late change of plan. But, you know, a 3-lap safety car doesn't make the cockpit temperature any lower. I'm sorry, it just doesn't make
it's probably worse, actually, because they've got an airflow system, not an aircon system.
No, absolutely.
So they're not getting as much air and ram air effect through the car.
So, in fact, everybody who is stopping is dropping off one safety car, missing the next one, and going back onto the safety car queue they left. So they are effectively, yes, everybody who stops uses a full lap.
Except for Johnny Kane, who got out, splashed, and got back round again and effectively just dropped half a lap. So
do we then think he will cycle back in front of Nico Lapierre for 3rd place?
The Toyota.
It's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Hang on, the Toyota is not scoring again on its on its
No,
sectors.
it showed that it's out of the pit, so it is doing something at least. It's yes, I agree. It's not showing on the sectors,
End
and
of
in
the pit
fact,
lane,
it
there's a bit of a
lies
queue.
because it's just that is the Toyota in front of the Audi, isn't it?
It can't be, surely.
Can be.
Well, those two
Can
cars
it?
on half a lap
Oh no,
apart.
no, because we already
No, it
saw
must
him.
be.
No, we saw him waiting for the safety car queue that the Audi came in off the back of.
Well,
Oh,
okay.
no. It's a 2-minute 12 stop for Nico Lapierre and only a 1-minute 13 for
Well, no. He must, but if,
Magnussen Christensen.
if it's 2-minute 12, they must be out already.
Well, it shows that they're out, not in the pits, whereas McNish
Well, hang on, there it is in the background. What's that in front of them? Oh, no, that is that's not a Toyota, is it?
Is
It
that
hasn't got the extensions on their wings, so
is
it
that a
can't be.
Nurtus the Lurtus?
Right.
What
It
is-
is,
or it's
it's
one of
James
the two
Rossiter.
guys. Yeah,
It's James
there you
Rossiter.
go.
There you go, 135.
Look at the information screen and it will give you the information. Now, Lena Gage talking to our race leader, Andre Lotterer. You do not need fuel. I repeat, you do not need fuel. Safety car queue is gone. Pit lane is open. And John, as I understand, there's not a fixed time which it's open. It's just open until all the cars in the queue have gone. And it's sort of like the bus. If the bus driver sees you too far away, he's going to leave the bus stop anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
So pit lane now shut again.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, we have seen that work the other way, because the default way of doing that, particularly in the UK, is diametrically opposite.
Yeah.
That you come out, and if the safety car is not on the pit straight, it's a green flag.
Pit lane is only closed while the safety car is in progress of coming by. Absolutely
Correct.
right. Absolutely right.
But
Which
we had
seems to be the logical way of doing it.
Well, we had a very, very long and informed conversation with the man who wrote that rule, and that would be one Gerard Neveu. And sitting talking at Silverstone to Steve Tarrant about this, he was explaining why it was that way. And the thing is, he is right, because if you do it any other way and you don't close the pit immediately, you scramble the safety car until the leader comes through, you have all that problems that I always have to get on a soapbox about. It's not perfect. I'm still not wild about two safety cars.
Well, I have to say, at Le Mans, where you've got,
Three.
you need that, because you can't have people doing an entire lap of Le Mans at
Flat chat.
belting pace to try and catch up with the safety car. However, on a 2.5-mile circuit, I'm not sure. Anyway, be that as it may.
Here's Eduardo. And what happens is there is a point on the track where the safety car lights go out, and it's defined in the supplementary regulations that all the teams should be looking at. Each of the cars has a specific point where its lights go out, and each of the cars has a specific point where they drive off the circuit. There is the part where safety car B turns off its lights, and there's the part where he pulls off just before turn number 10, and you can see he gets onto the infield. He'll park on the infield there until the field has gone through, and the safety car number 1 is not quite number 2 rather is not quite out, but now it does get into the pit lane. The problem being it's being followed into the pit lane by whom? Who's that
GT
coming in?
car. Oh, Neil
It's
Yarney. It wasn't a GT car,
It's
of
the
course.
12.
Martin, you idiot, because it didn't have yellow lights. It was a P car. It is Neil Yarney.
And he's having to follow the pits, like having to follow the cop car all the way down.
Yeah, but of course the speed limit for the safety car, it will be the same as for Neil Yarney's Rebellion. So everybody now getting back up to speed. Actually, one of the funny things when I walked over to go and collect our sandwiches was, although it's sweltering and all the teams out the back of the garages are sitting there, mechanics with their overalls tied around their waist, you know, mopping their damp heads, they're sitting right next to tyre ovens. They've got space heaters blasting red hot air in to keep the tyres hot.
And here's everybody else who hasn't pitted now coming in. Big lock up there.
Yeah. Everybody else.
Who was that? Nick Manassian's come in from the lead.
Yes, he has.
Nick Manassian has come in from the lead of P2.
Yes, he has.
And that is
Well, all
28 laps.
All these are one of two things. Either a car that absolutely could go no further without having to come in, or they're doing it while everybody is still stuck in traffic, jockeying for position, rather than a lap earlier behind a safety
very,
car.
very close indeed between Ricard Leitz and Olivier Beretta. Those two are back together again, just half a second between them on the track. And I think Leitz might have just stuck the nose of the blue Porsche up the inside and
Blue
gone through. He
Porsche
has!
is on
he
the inside,
has! He's
and
gone
the
through!
Greaves Motorsport 41 car, whose debris was the reserve resulted in the safety car, is right behind that battle. And if he's got any sense staying right behind the battle, he splits the Porsche of Richard Lietz, who's now third in GT Pro, and the Ferrari of Olivier Beretta. So it was well judged by Lietz. The 41 car is trying to get through. That's Elton Julian. And the Rebellion, no, it's not the Rebellion. Who's on pit road? That is Nick Minashin in the 49 Pecom car. Still there. It's gonna be
that's quite a long stop. Well, they may have to be fixing that number light, of course.
Looks okay. Car's down, so it'll be a driver change.
I think they're doing something on this left-hand side here.
No, not, and it's
and the
not
number's not on, and there's no lights on that car at all as it goes out the pit lane. Now I see some rear lights.
Oh, and off is the Toyota. Now, who has he collected?
It's Lapierre, and he's had an incident with someone.
Who has he collected?
Lapierre has gone out.
There was a problem with the starting gantry lights not going from red to or not going from yellow to green.
Where is
the restart?
That's turn 12, I think, Martin. Is it coming back up the hill? Yes, it is. And he's lost it on his own.
Well, I was just talking about tyre warmers. Of course, he's sat in the pits with nice hot tyres, sat in the pits for getting on for a minute, and then cruised round behind the safety car. The nice hot tyres were not nice and hot no longer.
I think he's got a puncture. I think he's got a left rear or a left front puncture. He's looking at the car. It didn't look to be straight when it came into the gravel, hard to say, but he's just gone through that area, of course, where the debris was. There are sad faces on the pit wall.
Well, rightly so.
And I don't think that car's coming back.
No. His body English did not suggest he thought that was recoverable. He walks and stalks. Is the nose on it? Is all the nose on it?
I'm not sure. I think there's a problem with that car.
Unless he's just turned the lights off. Car 21 is going slowly as well. Down pit road it comes.
And that's got a puncture.
That's the Stracker.
Is that Stracker? It is Stracker.
Did they not clear the debris? It is bobbling around diametric corner to diametric corner. It's a left rear. Left rear.
144. I think, they're having a look at that now. Is that just the wheel, or is it also the suspension? And that has been abandoned.
Right front corner.
The right front corner.
That is crackered.
Yeah. I thought it wasn't straight when it came in, Martin. It just didn't look right, and it wasn't sitting right. But you're right.
That's why Nico Lapierre opened the door and walked away, because when he turned in and the car didn't, he knew.
That is right front corner, suspension gone.
Yeah. So, could it have...
Let's have a look at this again. Look behind.
Snaps away.
Yeah,
no, he's not behind. That was him we saw coming in the front of that shot.
Now.
And then it just doesn't work in the corner, and he basically gets on the brakes to get it stopped.
So two, what we think are unconnected incidents.
Yes, absolutely. His right front, and
unless they'd touched before we saw them. Yeah.
And that's a legacy of that. It's a possibility. If the light's coming in behind the Toyota with the Stracker, that is a possibility. Goodness me.
Oh, dear me. The Stracker's back out again, so that was just a tyre.
Yeah.
And another splash of fuel. So Toyota's valiant effort here in only its fourth race of the World Endurance Championship season has come to an end in the gravel trap by turn 12 and 13.
And it's being pulled away by
debris turn 14 on the racing line, so that's slightly further round.
Yeah. I wonder if that's been shed by the Stracker. They didn't change any bodywork on it.
No.
This is, thankfully for the number 49 team, distracting everybody from the fact they've got no side lights on. Side lights on, not side lights.
I do love that noise. Andre Lotterer still with the better part of 2 laps on his teammate with an hour and 15 to go. Well, Audi perhaps the recipient of a bit of luck. They'll say they've earned it and deserved it. Alan McNish says there's no such thing as luck, good or bad. You work for what you get.
Yeah, he always says you make your own. Again, you know, well, what did he do to make this luck?
Ricard Lietz, by the way, just turned the fastest lap in the 77 Porsche again, 2:03.1. That's a very quick time.
Straka were looking very happy a few minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. Pitted for a splash of fuel under safety car. That's played into our hands for once, exclamation mark. Looking good, P1 in privateers. No news so far on whether or not they were getting together with the Toyota.
Oh, no, that's interesting. Are they going to pull that straight across the track?
Actually, I was looking to see if that was a Land Cruiser.
It is a Land Cruiser. Yeah.
The irony.
Speculation in the media centre is... Actually, no, that's a Hummer, mate. That's an H2 and an H3 Hummer. The speculation is that there was contact in the press centre. They've been watching the same pictures as us.
It's obvious speculation because you get two damaged cars at the same time.
We'll find out, I'm sure, from Alistair Moffat when if they've had a chance to speak to Nicolas Lapierre before he got out, or whether he's just got out very disappointed.
No driver ever gets out without telling the team something.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
Alistair Moffat will know. Nico will saying it collapsed in the corner, or I've had contact, steering's broken, I'm out of the car. One of those.
It was certainly before we saw it on the screen, if that was the case. 21 and 7 incident involving them under investigation. So there you go. That is 2 and 2, making 4 for once and not 456.
Got to say, incidentally, great work by the cameraman.
There it is there.
Oh my goodness me.
There it is there. That is going into turn number 10.
Double
Brilliant
gold
stuff.
Star from EVS, as well as for both cameramen for picking up these
Tape Apes have done the jobs again. Well done. And
proper full marks for finding that. Well, there is Alexander Wurz, unmistakably, heading back in. His race suit does actually fit. He's just rolled it up a bit to cool his legs down.
that is great job by the tape operators. It's all digital nowadays, and the cameramen, as Martin said, and they're very, very severe contact from the Toyota squeezing down on the inside as the Straka was there. And what we don't know, because we didn't see the beginning of that, whether the Toyota was getting up to speed on cold tyres and Johnny Kane was catching him, or whether it was the other way around and the Toyota on cold tyres was trying to go around the outside and pulled in a bit early.
Well, the Straka had left the pit lane before the Toyota got stuck in a queue, I think. So, again, the Toyota was on the inside. Is Johnny Kane's Straka quick enough, even with the Toyota on cold tyres, to drive around the outside of the Toyota?
It sounds to me as though that might have been a little ambitious up the inside move by Lapierre.
But again, little bit of contact can spell so much more in After Effects than ever you might have thought. That's Olivier Pla from the number 24 Oak Racing team, which has just stopped. And that allows Giancarlo Fisichella into the top 12. Johnny Kane out on a fresh set of boots again.
No, just one tyre. They only changed the one tyre.
Did the fronts as well. They were all new tyres. Did a full set, because they changed the rear first and then saw them put other ones on. 149.5, fastest race lap of that car. So clearly not feeling either A, guilty, or B, shaken.
No, well, that's the measure of a top driver, isn't it? So Toyota may well only come away with the fastest lap here and a few points as they go to their home race. They're not the result they wanted. And again, a yellow flag at turn number 11. There is debris off on the side of that circuit on the right hand side. We've neglected the GT battle for a little while, and Richard Leitz is making the Porsche fly at the moment.
That's because they've stopped hitting each other for a bit.
Well, the gap between Leitz and Beretta now 5.6 seconds, and Leitz pulling away. He's, I think, the better part of a minute behind Darren Turner, who is something like 1 minute 15 behind the leader in class, who is still Giancarlo Fisichella in the pit lane, the number 22.
Like Lazarus, returning from in fact, this was sort of forecast in the runes about half an hour ago, and then James Rumsey's men said, actually, no, it's not quite ready yet. However, the JRM number 22 car is ready to go back out as Nicolas Lapierre is motorcycle back in from the side of the circuit. And I was just looking to see whether John Martin is still in the number 25 ADR
He's been in it every time we've looked.
I did actually send a message earlier. Has anyone else had any laps in that car at all? Because I can't even remember who's driving the car because it's just said John Martin. Well, out in the 22, is this Brabs having his first laps in the 22 car? I'm not sure it even is, actually.
Oh, not on the back of just any old pit scooter.
Oh, no, there's somebody
As
with
Nicolas Lapierre comes
big
back.
motorbike. It's in fact, it's Peter Dumbrek. And in fact, they have laps to make up to catch the Gulf Racing Middle East car, which has already retired.
Yes.
So the JRM car is 100 laps behind the leader, who has completed 153 laps. So they are really in Stuck.
Well, the problem is 70%, isn't it?
Yes. Well, for them, I think they have already totally written the race off, and they were saying earlier on, now we're just getting the car ready for Japan. Now, who of that trio's raced in Japan on any regular basis?
Which trio, sorry?
Or in the JRM car? Brabs, no.
Dumbo?
Karen, no. Yeah, of course. Yes. Number of years in Super GT and Japanese Formula Nissan, yes. Nippon, rather. Yet another Nissan making it into the race commentary there unnecessarily.
Manassian 153.6 last time around, trying to close down on Stefan Sarazan. 29 seconds. The gap now between 44 and 49, the Starworks and the Pecom Racing P2 cars. First and second in class, with Kevin Weider just a minute behind a place on the podium for the Lola Lotus Coupe. Olivier Lombard in that position at the moment for the 23 Signatech Nissan.
Again, that's going to run and run, isn't it? There is no end in sight.
That's a
Katana or something.
It's a Hayabusa, isn't it?
Oh, it might well be, yeah. There is no end in sight to the MP2 battle. No idea at all yet who's going to win it. Stefan Sarazan, as you say, is leading. Nick Minassian just set, again, the fastest lap of that car.
Yeah.
Over 1.1 seconds quicker than Sarazan's last lap. Well, again, traffic can account for some of the difference between them, but there's 20-odd seconds in it in the P2 class. So, again, run and run and run to the end.
Darren Turner is now only, 8 seconds ahead of Olivier Beretta.
Richard Leeds.
Sorry, Richard Leeds is at 8 seconds ahead of Beretta. Sorry, we knew that. Sorry, I'm doing those numbers the wrong way around. What I want to know is how far away Turner is from Beretta, and I think he's probably only a minute or so, maybe a little bit more. That is minute 17.
You mean Fisichella?
What did I say? Well, let's have a look at it again. Here it is.
He does need to see the video. Watch the lights on the left, turning, and he's going up the inside. Where Johnny Kane, without the use of the TARDIS, was going, I can't imagine what he thought. He was deep on the inside and committed.
Was that might have been a battle for position as well at that time, was it? Or has he already gone by him? But it doesn't matter.
It might have been a rhetorical battle for position. It was, for him, he was just lapping a slower car, or just passing a slower car. For Johnny, he was trying to make it around the corner. Johnny could not have turned in any later without having a big accident. No,
there's a lot of debris on the outside of turn 11 as well. Here's that part of the track. You can see there the headlights picking it out, and there in fact is
the Stracker.
And you could see quite clearly, I remarked earlier on about how white the headlights are on the Toyota and the Audi, even from the other P1 prototypes, and you could see how late that glare of the headlights went from being one glare to a sort of yellowy glare and a bright white glare up the inside. That was very, very late indeed.
And look here at the shot of the Stracker coming towards us and the huge flare behind it from the Rebellion car. It's not as if Johnny didn't know he was there. Well, couldn't have known he was there. Well, he might not have known he was coming.
Well, I've got to say, Martin, I don't think Lapierre would have made the corner on that line. the way he was coming in. He was coming right down the inside.
Well, I think he would have, because you don't launch it in knowing that you're going to go off on the outside, but there was no chance of survival for both, I think. And again, another fastest lap for Johnny Kane.
1:49.5.
Yeah. So that is the position then at the lead of the LMP2 class. Still in 6th place overall, Stefan Sarrazin, Nick Minassian, under half a minute apart. Race leaders, though, are split by 2 laps, effectively. 1 and a bit or 2 laps, depending on where they are on the track. Andre Lotterer, Audi number 1, from Tom Christensen in Audi number 2. Johnny Kane now 3rd, Nico Prost now 4th, and look at Prost's lap as well. Last time round for Johnny Kane, 1:49.59, Nico Prost 1:49.50. I bet the number 12 and 13 team have completely given up on a place on the podium. Not.
And that is the battle. That is the interesting battle on the track at the moment, with Johnny Kane, Nico Prost. Separated by almost a full lap. The other thing I'm loving watching is the Union flag on the back of that Straka car, being illuminated by the backfires as every time the down change comes in.
Aguas coughs up the car to Brian Vickers.
Just 90 seconds back on Gianluca Roda when he came in.
Again, too close to call. Still really not sure what's going to work out in the difference between Aston Martin and Ferrari. We've now got 1 hour and 2 minutes left. Darren Turner was saying they thought they would need to do 6 slightly shorter stops as we...
Oh, you're kidding me.
Well, no, that's a different move. That's the number 2 Audi trying to go inside the number 26.
But that's the same move, except he didn't go through with it.
Except he realised the gap was closing.
That's Christensen backing out of it.
Or just not being close enough, early enough, not realising you're not close enough early enough. And, you know, so many times we applaud brilliant close moves in traffic. Eventually, brilliant close moves in traffic, you've got to make it, when you're making finite judgments of that degree so many times for so long, eventually, sooner or later, one will go wrong.
Well, here's the other thing that's very interesting. I think that some of the top drivers, now that they are driving coupes, have much greater difficulty in judging those split-second manoeuvres that they have to make that have been instinctive for them in the past. It's just a bigger issue because I don't think they really think about it like this, but quite clearly they're not getting as much information to make those split-second decisions as they were getting in an open-top car. Now, I'm not saying that's a conscious thing, Martin. It's just they're not getting as much information and they're making bad decisions.
Which is my worry about Formula One cars having an enclosed cockpit, because sooner or later the periphery is going to be diminished. And you can see on the Rebellion Lola here how far back that rear window or the side window goes, right to the rear edge of the door, as it does on your own road car, so you can look sideways. So much of driving a race car fast into corners is not looking at where you are, it's you are focused on where the car is going, so you can judge the corner, particularly when you're going in offline around another car. So much of that is being able to see round the corner. If you can't see out the side window, you can't see round a tight corner far enough. And I think you're absolutely right. When you're in an open Audi, and again, Alan McNish might say, no, honestly, I don't think that's the case. But from our view on the outside, you would think it's got to be more straightforward in the open cars than in the closed cars. Never mind that. Andrea Bellicchi now heads back out in 5th place in the number 13 Rebellion. Hasn't gained or lost any ground. P2 leader is now 6th overall after Nico Lapierre's car hasn't yet been posted as an abandon, but with 1 hour and 3 seconds to go, it ain't coming back.
Some debate about whether that was a Hayabusa or a Super Blackbird Honda that Lapierre came back on.
Well, either way, there are no Toyota motorcycles, so it was never going to be a Toyota, so I can't see how the humiliation factor would have come in. He'll have been annoyed by the incident, and if he ends up thinking it was his own misjudgment, probably even more annoyed.
41 and 71. What was that? We've missed that one. That was the Greaves and the Olivier Beretta car.
Oh,
so
Beretta, instead of picking on cars his own size,
yes.
Well, again, may well have been an incident that wasn't spotted on the camera. You know, it's not all. The race director doesn't just watch the telly and see what's going on.
He's got 36 cameras around this track.
Well, plus you can't watch all of those, but there are judges of fact at each of the marshals' posts who will report back incidents to the race director. He has dozens of sets of eyes. With 1 hour remaining, it is Audi 1 and 2. Andre Lotter leads from Tom Christensen, car number 1, car number 2. Stracker Racing in 3rd place. They're in a headlock battle with Nico Prost in the number 12 Lola and Andrea Bellicchi in the number 13 Lola from the Bellion team for the best independent and a place on the outright podium. The P2 class, Stefan Sarrazin, Nick Minassian. Nobody knows who's going to win that arm wrestle. Olivier Lombard, Kevin Rieder are ready to pick up the pieces. The Toyota will not see the end of the race, will not be classified. In the GT classes, well, again, no indication yet who's going to come out on top in the AM class, any more than there is in the Pro class. At the moment, the Ferrari of Giancarlo Fisichella leads the Pro class with an hour to go. Well, Darren Turner in the Aston Martin is still very much in the mix, and you can't count out either Richard Lietz, who's currently 3rd in the Felbermayr Porsche, or Olivier Beretta's 71 Ferrari. So anything could yet happen, and it might be decided on who needs fuel, when, and for how long.
And here comes Darren Turner.
Darren Turner down pit road. 1 hour to go, 1 tank of fuel. They may not need to stop again. Ferrari must stop again in the final hour.
Yeah. Because of the safety car, that's added a few laps on, but
they must stop again. They can't go. There's an hour to go. Ferrari can't go.
Solid 33 laps there that they've done on that.
Well, Darren Turner stalked away from the car, looking rather stiff-legged, as you might imagine. Probably there'll be a few drivers for whom cramp may be an issue. Certainly, when Olivier Beretta got out of the Ferrari the last time, he looked about 60, walking very slowly away, rather than the 40 and odd that he is.
This has got to be clean. Tyres are going on now, and they can't afford any mistakes here. They're just wafting air in by moving the driver's door in and out. And Fisichella gets the advantage, of course, of getting closer to the end of the race, and there he is. So in theory, put less fuel in the car. They have got a 5-litre smaller tank. They're 15 kilos lighter this weekend. The Aston's got a bigger restrictor. It makes more power. It should be quicker in a straight line, but it's thirsty.
When did the Aston last come in? I have a theory.
108.
And it has now completed
141.
So how many laps is that compared to its normal runs?
3 more. Pretty much.
3 more. Okay.
Yeah, and that was
that safety car
correct.
Has allowed them to get, I think, a British GT 1 hour race. And Aston can go the distance. I wonder, can they go right the way to the flag?
GT3 though.
I entirely agree. I wonder, can they go all the way to flag? It's a different car, different engine, different class.
If they can't, that's a massive problem for them.
Yes.
They should have been able to do, I think they should have been able to, there was 5 safety car laps, and they have been doing 30 or 52. That was a short one, that doesn't count. So yeah, 30 or 31 laps, 29, 30, 31 laps. So they should be able to have done 31, they've done 33. And I think that if they've come in there at that point, not being able to go from here,
okay,
that's because they're planning, they're saying we'll make our stop the soonest that we can to get to the end.
31 laps at 2 minutes and 5 a lap.
It's an hour.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're right.
I think they might have made their last stop. Now, it's dropped them right to the back of the GT Pro class.
But they have been stopping pretty much first every time, and then everyone else has to stop. Spinner.
Yes.
Now,
it's a black car.
It's turn 1, that, isn't it?
Yep.
It's the Stracker racing car.
Stracker.
Oh, no, Johnny Kane from 3rd. No, it's not. It's the Signatech Nissan.
I tell you what.
But that's 3rd place.
Is great. Yeah, very good.
It's 3rd place from
in the
Olivier.
P2 class, Olivier Lombard.
And he stalled it.
He's got power. but he's doing control,
sure he
or
hasn't.
delete. Are you sure you wish to quit? Yes. Really? Yes.
Now he's got power.
Yeah.
Now he can't just do a flick turn here. He's got to be very careful, and he's got to watch the marshals somewhere who will be telling him,
Again,
nicely done.
Benefit of an open car.
Oh, yeah.
He's screwing his head round so far, and it's on the driver's side.
Yeah, what happened here? Was
Gets
he
in here,
did he
hot
jump
under
or did he
brakes.
was he pushed? There's someone else in there with him. Oh, it's a tap from the Peacock
Yeah,
car.
Peacock
That's
car.
Manassian. Manassian trying to put another lap on him, and Manassian's going to get pinged for that. He's going to get pinged for that.
That is a tough penalty if he does. That is a tough penalty if he does. They're not even racing for position.
If he doesn't get, I'll be surprised if he doesn't get at least a black and white flag for that, and I wouldn't be surprised
I would
to see
imagine
him
a
come
warning.
in the pit lane.
I would imagine a warning unless they've had one already.
Well, we'll see. We will see. But that was second and third place. Manassian chasing down the leader, of course, who was only half a minute up the road.
Yeah. And is probably not an awful lot more, because Nick was hard on the brakes there, but barely got delayed. Looking here at our GTM class, Gianluca Roda is the race leader at the moment in the 88 Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, and we do seem to have mentioned that team quite a lot as being in charge, but Brian Vickers in second place in the 61 Ferrari, the AF Corsa wall trip car, ahead of Joel Camathias in the Porsche that seemed like it was having all sorts of woes at the beginning, the 55 JVA Avila car, and is now running like an absolute train ahead of Nick Johnson, who has just left the pits in the Krone Racing Ferrari. So again, 52 minutes and 59 seconds, we might have a clearer indication of who's going to win in the GT classes.
So the highlights from hour number 5, as we're well inside the final hour now. It was a bit of a comedy of errors in the Audi pit, something you don't often see. The car needed a nose change, and the nose was already ready to the left-hand side. The mechanics go ahead and get it done, but as the new nose came on, it was caught on the side of one of the mechanics and broken, and they had to pull out another new nose for the number 1 car. The number 2 car, well, that has not been without its problems around the front end as well, because that car's had problems with its headlights, and a couple of tries to get that done would kind of suggest that it was never the headlight unit, but some kind of control unit in the car. Ralph Juttner getting unusually animated for Ralph.
If I'd say that number 2 Audi has gone through more headlight bulbs than even my Rover, and that's saying something. Well, Toyota at that stage were still on the catch-up, weren't they? Behind the Audis.
4 laps back from the leader.
After their problem. And as Alexander Wurz took over from his teammate, everything seemed to be running smoothly. But towards the end of hour number 5, well, we had the first safety car of the race, because the 41 Greaves Motorsport car was snagged into a spin.
That's the other car that was involved.
And I do think that was a result of him being tagged by a GT car that he'd just passed.
Well, that was that other investigation that they've just been talking about.
And the Toyota's race ended with what looks at first from outside like an ambitious dive down the inside of Johnny Kane by Nico Lapierre. It was in corner 10, which again is corner 11 rather, which is an overtaking opportunity, definitely. It's a left-hander from behind the pitch that starts to climb steeply up the hill. If you don't do it there, then actually you're right at the top of the hill at corner 14 before you get another opportunity. So it is a bit of a crucial pass, but it did look like it was misjudged, and the Toyota suffered a broken right front corner. As the wheel no longer attached properly to the rest of the grubby bits, and as a result Nicolas Lapierre was out on the spot. The Stracker came in for left rear tyre damage, had a new set of tyres, and is still in third place overall. So it does seem as though they may finally be coming out of their bad luck spell and into a relatively good luck spell. Well, into the final hour, 50 minutes remaining. On pit road is our GT Pro leader. Giancarlo Fisichella is the driver of the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. This will be full service. They should be good to go.
Oh, easy.
Oh, and Thomas, the cameraman, being whipped by the airgun man's line as he comes round. Again, like me, Tom are well over 6 foot, so they're clearly invisible.
49 and 23, no further action for that one.
Yeah, well, that was Minasion just slightly tagging the back of the 23 car.
What we haven't seen is the Greaves and the
No. I'm not sure that they can identify.
No, they had 41 and something, and I said, what was that about? And then we got the replay. I can't remember what the number was now.
Well, somebody at home who's got less things to watch, send us a tweet at Martin Haven. Who was the other car?
That is a 30-lap stint, including a bit of safety car, in fairness, but that is a 30 lap stint. 5 laps under the safety car gave them 3 laps on the track.
Yeah. Cinetech number 23 car pitted briefly just to be checked over. Frank Myers stayed in and went back out. And incidentally, Nick Minasion also pitted. No, Kevin Vida pitted last time around. He's in. Tony Wielander has taken over the lead GT car from Giancarlo Fisichella once more. We saw that was in, and there was a driver change, although we didn't watch it particularly. Number 1 Audi is having full service. And out it goes. The race leader has a 2-lap advantage over the sister number 2 car.
This is big for the championship, Mark.
Well, this is big for the championship. It doesn't mean it can be decided yet, because the number 2 car is in 2nd place, but they are behind the number 2 duo, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish. The number 1 trio, the double Le Mans winning trio, don't forget, may end up adding world champions to their Le Mans wins.
In the same year, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just as the Straka in 3rd place is looking strong. The team, I think, are now preparing for its final stop. This will be its 8th. Don't forget, it had a short fill behind the safety car. They had a little bit of
140, yeah.
And again, you know, that really smacked of back timing. Okay, a full fill from the checkered flag from hour 6. Where does that get us to? How much do we need to put in if we come in behind the safety car? How long will that take? We'll only miss 1 safety car queue. Do it now, and then we're not going to run out in the last 2 laps. So again, somebody is thinking very quickly on the Straka pit wall. And Oxford United's fan Danny Watts is getting ready to get back in.
If it stays like this, it'll be a 13.5-point difference between the 2 Audi crews.
Do you know, well, this might be Straka's biggest day since winning outright in the Hungaroring in the P2 car 3 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And we brought you the news earlier on this week that Dario and Marino Franchitti will be racing together with Scott Tucker in the P2 category of Petit Le Mans. Another race you'll see on Motors TV in Europe. And that, I believe, that Piers Phillips, formerly of Straka, will be engineering that car.
Excellent. You can have a bit of northeast banter that only the 2 of you will understand.
I can't obviously talk to him. He's from the wrong part of the northeast.
He doesn't speak the same language. Battle for 3rd in the LMP2 class is one of several unresolved in the P2 category. Stefan Sarazan leads in the HPD, the Starworks car. And again, final fueling. And again, as I said, Straka have just come in. Same car as this Starworks HPD. Again, of course, same car, same engine, same aero. Chances are it's going to do the same number of laps. And so therefore, they have come in a lap later.
P1, P2.
Oh, yeah, there you go, of course, yes. Duh. However, again, it'll be last fuel with 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, they've come in a little bit early, Martin, but it bears out what you're saying. 27, 30. Oh, no, I haven't actually. 27 laps. No, given the safety car, I'll give them that. That seems fine.
Well, they are the class leaders by...
I think they can win the championship
under
today.
Half a minute.
I think they can win the championship today.
Dear. Are we going to have to do mental arithmetic live on air?
Yeah, I brought some sheets over earlier, but I can't remember what they've done with them.
Yeah. Well, also, because you won't turn the lights on, we can't read them anyway. Final pit stops are definitely underway for a number of the cars. Nick Minasion has now cycled to the top in the PCOM car. We just saw its flickering side lights there. They haven't been pinged for that or for the little bit of contact. They haven't even been warned for either. And the Starworks car, come on, fire. Fire, lights are on, lights are off. Lights are on, lights are off on the P2 championship leader.
Oh, hello.
Lights are on, lights are off. It is not moving. And now trolley dollies are going underneath the 44 car. The camera is down there. Thomas will show us that in a moment or two. And the 49 Pcom car has the lead of the race into the garage on the final pit stop. It will not fire.
Way.
Is the 44 HPD. This is the car that could tie up the championship, we think, tonight. No, no, no. No, no, no. I've done that. Yes, I've done that. What password?
In capitals? Are you sure?
With a symbol in it, that a veiled reference that only people in this room will understand. Out gets Johnny Kane, in gets Danny Watts. Out gets Johnny Kane's seat as well. There is...
Hang on, haven't they just been in?
No. Yes. No.
They were in on 159, were they not?
Well, they're in again. They are in again.
Have I just made that up?
No, I think we talked about them having just made their final stop just before the P2 Starworks car came in. But Danny Watts has now got in. Or maybe they didn't come in. Who else came down pit road when I'd seen Danny Watts and the team? Hang on a minute. Whoa. No, that's their 8th stop. This is a second time in 2 laps. And they did not change driver before. What happened there?
Yeah, I wonder if it's driver time. Who's in the car? Is it Leventis?
Is now in. No, Nick's done his 1 stint, and it's been Johnny and Danny. Right front tyre only. Well, there's your answer.
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
Front tyre only.
That's only 3 laps,
The Starworks car is still in.
That was only 3 laps for them.
Well, they changed a right front tyre, and he's moving now. Back off down pit road, but they didn't change driver either, because Danny Watts has just got in. And we were expecting him to get in before.
Roman Rusinov in the pit lane.
Well, there is Johnny Kane looking, as you might imagine. Temperature has now just dropped under 90 degrees, though.
What has happened there? I wonder if Paul Evans is listening and he can let us know.
He is listening. I wonder if he can let us know. Nick Leventis in the cap talking to Johnny Kane about, well, the hand signal share about the incident with the Toyota. But I'm sensing that they might have had to go for another 2 laps to get a full fuel to the end.
No
I
way.
don't know. Danny Watts is out on track anyway. Now then, in the GT AM class, you have just seen the change for 3rd place. 4th place, that was Nick Jonsson going by Joel Kamatias. Jonsson in the 57 Krone Racing Ferrari, the lime green car, just getting 3rd place in that instant there from Joel Kamatias in the 55 JVA Avila car, which I have to say in the first 15 minutes I thought might not even get to hour 1, but it has really had its neck wrung by the drivers. They refuse to let it get the better of them. And they are still in the hunt for the podium, and Darren Turner in the GT Pro car goes around the outside of Joel Kamatias, and Darren Turner is again Stefan Mucker rather in the Aston Martin, looking for victory in the GT Pro class. Well, the Starworks HPD comes back out of the garage. Stefan Sarazan has remained in. Car drops. He thumbs the starter. Vroom, and away we go. That time that was better. And again, you know, go back so many times to the big E word, don't we? Electronics on these cars. You need to restart them in a way that the computers like.
Nick Damon rightly says, of course, there's no driver time in P1 because it's a pro class. Thanks, Nick, for reminding me of that. So it can't be the AM driver, but I wonder if... No, Kenny... Beretta, car 71, immediately to...
Race control.
Race control. Well, he's just come in.
Well,
on
he
that
is
148.
in now. He, in fact, is on pit road now. He won't know that he has been summoned to race control. But as we saw, he already had at least 1 incident with a GT rival. And John, you were fairly convinced had an incident with a prototype as well. So he may be in for a bit of a dressing down on the rug. Also, 41... And that's Rodolfo Gonzalez being summoned to race control immediately.
So that was I think that was the two cars that came together. That was the Greaves and the Ferrari that's caused that safety car. That's what I was saying before.
Yes.
I think they're about to have meted out some kind of punishment for one, either or both.
What they want to do is get the driver's view of it now that both drivers are out of the cars. And notice they weren't summoned when they were redundantly when they were in the car halfway through a stint.
Yes, yes.
Some very intelligent thinking going on in race control. Wait till he's on his in-lap, because we know when that'll be, and then we'll summon them both, and then we will get them to give their sides of the argument. I'm going to say it's very tough on the evidence that we saw on screen to try and call it. Could have been Rodolfo Gonzalez trying to get back online in front of the front of the Ferrari with the Greaves Motorsport car. I don't see where the Ferrari would have turned left at that stage. The Ferrari was on driver's right. That is the line down to the corner. They were a long way from a braking episode.
It's Beretta.
It's a Le Mans winner. A GT champion and an ALMS double champion. He hasn't forgotten how to drive.
Confirmed. Straka Racing in again. Kane out. Wheel changed. Starworks still in pit.
Yeah.
But now that's gone, of course, thanks to DSC Racing.
Yeah, but Graham, asked TAF why they didn't change Danny Watts into the car until they made their second pit stop. That's what I don't understand. I thought Danny was getting in, and then patently we saw him getting in.
Olivier Pla in the pit lane for the last pit stop, presumably for that car. That's not long been in either. That's only gone, in fact, that's only gone 7 laps since that car was last in. No, it's not. I've just written that in the wrong place completely. My apologies.
That was a Haven fact.
Yeah. There you go, 24. 150.
Final stop for Olivier Pla. Hands over to Jacques Nicolet, who was 2 laps short of his minimum time when he had to bring the car in earlier.
Oh, no way.
When he ran out of energy, basically. But he's had a few hours to recover. Literally a few hours to recover. So it will be the Oak Racing boss who is in the car for the finish. Which actually, fair enough, because I thought he did a pretty darn decent job in the stint and 3/4 that he did. He was quick, competent, got on with it. Nick Minassian still leads in the 49 car in the P2 class, but Nelson Panciatici making a bid for glory. He's 5th in the 26 Senior Tech car, and actually, do you know what? He's really put in some very fast times in that car. 1:53.6. That's ludicrous.
Down to the pit lane, Tom Kimber-Smith just out of the car with Louise.
Well, they may not tie it up here. There are 2 races remaining. Don't forget, Japan and China still to go. First, Victory Engine, FIA WC in Brazil. That's class.
I like it.
Yeah, you see, do you know what? They are proper car guys, aren't they? Guys that do sports car racing. Generally, they love their cars.
Both of those guys I spoke to at length at Le Mans, both were involved in either the TSO10 or the TSO30 programs, getting their fingers dirty as mechanics and engineers. And they are the president, respectively, the president and vice president of the program, Kinoshita-san, who was at the back there. He's smashing bloke. He wants to know. They were really interested in what he thought the fans would think of them coming to Le Mans before they were really ready. And I was trying to assure them that endurance racing fans understand the amount of effort that's gone into that, and that they were really pleased to see them there. And that really, we understand if the car doesn't make the 24 hours, and this was long before the race started, and it was a really interesting conversation. But those guys have got petrol running through their veins, just like if you talk to Ulrich Baretsky at Audi, or Ralf Juttner, or any of the guys in there, Wolfgang Ulrich, Dr. Ulrich, all the same, you know, all of the guys at Peugeot as well, when they were around. It's really refreshing to see these guys. I know that's a big company. I know there's a huge amount of marketing and PR goes into it. But at the sharp end of it, at the coal face, as we would say from my neck of the woods, those guys are genuine car enthusiasts, and they just want to do good with their car.
Well, you have to have a screw loose to want to go and do the Le Mans 24 hours in every good way. And you're right, Toyota welcomed back with open arms. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. You've got history with us. We've got history with you. We've invested in each other. Picom car comes in, LMP2 leader. Quick Nick gets out, and Pierre Caffer goes in for the final stint. And being corrected by Oak Racing, saying, by run out of energy, surely you mean hit by another LMP2 car, which
yes.
in fact I don't think we did see, but that is what brought Jacques Nicolet's second stint to a premature end in the 24 car, and that's why he needed to do more laps.
Just quickly to finish the Toyota story, they told me on the Friday, so I said, so what's the plan then is? We'll run it, get it through the first couple of hours, and then we're going to drive it flat out and see what breaks. Then we'll fix it and send it back out again. Yeah. That was their plan. You know, fantastic stuff. They knew they weren't going to be challenging. And look what's happened. 2 races later, they've taken a race victory on genuine pace. They were quick enough to date. They've been stymied by a really, really odd problem, and possibly a bit of driver error as well, although the stewards haven't seen it that way. They've called that as a racing incident. I think Lapierre's got to be take a bit of a deep breath on that one.
Yeah, I think possibly.
I think he was rather lucky. Had that been in daylight and we'd had better pictures, that might have been a different story, but that's me second guessing, and I shouldn't do that.
Well, the other thing, of course, is had you been in daylight, the peripheral vision and the distance and speed judgment might have been marginally different. High fives from Picom. They think they have done enough to keep their boys right in the hunt for the lead. I think they're right.
They've got a couple of laps lead on Frank Mayer. The Signatech car back up onto the podium into second position, but just 21 seconds ahead of Stefan Sarazan, who's on full attack. And Sarazan is only 11-12 seconds ahead of Vitantonio Liuzzi. I've got a feeling second, third and fourth in P2. Remember in the darkness at Sao Paulo with Johnny Kane coming back for minor positions, not for minor positions, Johnny. That was for the lead in the privateer class. In the darkness tonight, Mayer, Sarazan and Liuzzi are going to be having a dogfight in the last half an hour.
2 of those 3 cars should end up on the podium. Which one lucks out remains to be seen.
What a fantastic drive back by Graves, by the way.
Yeah, back
just
up to
10
30s.
seconds away from 12th position. So they're in the pit at the moment. Yeah. They will get back onto the back of the P2 field there, and that's brilliant stuff. That is good, and they will get points. They will get points for that.
And let's face it, it's been a trying afternoon.
Has it ever?
Alan McNish, you saw Tom Christensen down in the pit lane. Alan McNish has left in the number 2 car. It is still in second place. It is still 2 laps back. It is still not over. 30 minutes and 59 seconds until the end of the 6th and final hour here, and then whatever yardage remains before he gets the checkered flag, and not until after he has seen the checkered flag will Alan McNish relinquish any hope of winning this race. Because, as we know, from the first to the last corner of an endurance race, anything can happen. Danny Watsly's third for Straka. They have everything crossed. And in
40
fourth place,
seconds only though, Mart.
Nico Prost behind, but look at the lap time difference. Danny Watts took 9 seconds out of Nico Prost on the last lap as the Rebellion came down pit road. That's to be expected. That is Nico's last stop, and as a result, though, that will drop him 2 minutes back.
Yeah.
And that means a lap.
Well, it was a splash and go. They haven't taken tyres on that Rebellion. No. They are still in chase mode.
Yeah.
I think Do you know, I just wonder if it's not always worth putting a set of tyres on if you're going to try and chase. I really do.
Well,
it takes 10 seconds more, but you can make that up in 2 laps.
Let's have it. Well, if that was a 51-second stop, yeah, it's a 1 minute 15, maybe 1 minute 20.
Yeah, but they're not filling the tank full.
True.
You know, they're not having to do a full fill, should I say?
True.
It takes, what, 10 or 15 seconds to put. Honestly, you could make that up in 4 or 5 laps.
We'll have a look at the respective lap times between Danny Watts, who has got fresher tyres. He's doing 151s, low 152s, and what Nico Prost does in the next couple of laps. Remind us, won't you, if we forget, because other things do come along. Tor Graves will take the ADR Delta car to the checkered flag. Whether or not that will be enough distance to complete as a finisher or not remains to be seen. Marcel Faster with not much better to do at Porsche, and that might settle the battle for third in the GTE AM class in favour of the 57 Ferrari. And actually, do you know what? On the performances, I think that all 3 drivers are putting when we've been watching that car. Nick Johnson currently at the wheel.
Yeah.
Tracy Krohn did a great stint right at the beginning of the race, or in the second stint in the race. I think they've all done a really solid job. And the battle for victory, Christine Reed still leads in the 88 Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, but there's only a minute in it with Brian Vickers in the 61 Ferrari, which is going through, well, last lap went 3 seconds quicker, so again, we might need to keep an eye on that.
And Reed needs a splash.
If Reed, oh yes, he owes us, well, no, it's Vickers who's only done 4 stops,
yeah,
Reed's done 5.
Yeah, but the 88 car last stopped on lap 123. It's got to come in soon.
Okay, listen.
The 61 came in on lap 134.
Johnson's Ferrari has done 6 stops. How can the Vickers car possibly get through on 4 alone? It can't. It must need at least 1, surely.
Well, because they may have had problems that I haven't seen.
Yeah, I don't recall. Either way, again, as we say 6 hours, 6 hours ago, this might all come down to who fuels when.
I think Vickers can go at least to lap 164. 164.
And he's
I think
done
the Porsche
150, which is 15 laps at 2 minutes a lap, which is 30 minutes. There's 27 minutes on the clock.
Well,
he might make it.
Well, don't forget, it's the leader. It's the leader's pace you've got to think about, not necessarily his, because the leader... Oh, no, it's time,
No, it's how many laps he can do on his field, not how many the leader can do on his field.
In contrast, the 88 car last stopped on 123, and I don't think they can do any more than 30 laps, so they're going to have to stop like in 2 laps' time.
Yeah.
Okay? So... work that one out. I think the AF Corsa Ferrari's got half a chance here. Problem for...
2 problems.
That's the JWA.
JVA Avila car. JWA Avila car.
Which is
running
what I
out
said.
Of road, yes, sorry.
If you hadn't been interrupting me,
I was trying to figure out who was behind him.
It was the lead Audi.
Ah, was it? Okay.
Yeah. It was the lead Audi.
We are now watching Lena Gade, watching the number... Oh, and in front of the number 1 Audi, somebody is weaving down the straight. That's a P car that has run off somewhere and picked up sand. Because habitually you don't weave down the straight. It's
a Straka.
Well, no, it's a closed coupe. It's black and gold. Well, that narrows it down to 1 of 4. The only closed coupes in the race, apart from the Audis and the Toyota. It's either one of the Lotuses or one of the Rebellions. Who just crossed the line.
Nico.
No, it's Biliki, because he's not set. Oh no, he's set first.
Correct.
Yes,
so it's Nico.
Sorry. Well, let's hear from Louise Beckett. She's caught up with Giancarlo Fisichella, whose car currently leads in GT Pro. Well, maybe it was that early to mid-race puncture for the Aston Martin that finally tipped the balance, because there doesn't seem to be very much between them at all.
Well, they had to come in a little bit early, didn't they, to fix that sparking thing. And
that cost them maybe a minute. And if there's a minute between them at the end...
30 seconds it cost them, didn't it? It was almost a 2-minute stop.
If there's a minute between them at the end, I'll be amazed. The Aston Martin has been the fastest car here. And actually, when it was really showing the way home on fuel economy in Brazil by the Ferrari, has not been the case here, unless it makes a late stop.
It's about 1 minute and 10 seconds, but they're not making up enough. Mucker is closing in on Villander, about a second, half a second to a second, maybe 1.5, but it isn't enough. It really isn't enough. Bertolini and Lieb aren't out of this yet either for third place. Lieb in the 77 Porsche and the 71 Ferrari chasing them down. Just 9.5 seconds between those two, and I'm just working out if either of those two need a stop. No, they don't. Still, the interest for me,
55 is back. Joker Matias just came in, didn't he?
Yes, I think he did.
And in fact, the team were running up to pit in to find him, and he's just driven by. And they're because it's only 89.9 degrees, they're now running after him in the opposite direction.
They've got a problem.
All the way down the pit road back to their garage.
Yeah, they have got a problem. And that is the Aston Martin signalling to get out of the way. And it does, down into turn 1. Nice bit of driving.
And there is the JVA Avila car at the garage now, but the team went to pit in to find it. So
JWA.
did he crawl in dead? JWA. Did he crawl in dead stick, Joe Matias? He's opened the door, he's pushing the seat back, he's getting out the car, and there's nobody there.
I think he may be out of... He's not out of fuel, surely.
No, you don't get out of the car because you're out of fuel, because that's fixable. You get out of the car because you're out of engine, because that's not. Either he's got no power or he's got no gears.
Yeah.
And he managed to jam it into something, or he managed to drive it down on the starter motor.
No, they were already off the podium, weren't they?
They were just about in the battle.
22, car 22 has abandoned in the pits. That's just flashed up on the screen.
Well, that is probably not a surprise, because they sent Peter Dunbreg. I don't think David Bram's even so much as put his race overalls on in the JRM team. And essentially, somebody did ask a little earlier on, we didn't get to it, but said, what's the point of going on out and potentially damaging the car? Well, the point in doing a few laps was to make sure that everything you'd put back on was working.
Because the car's going straight to Japan.
Next stop, goes in a container, ships to Japan, and if it's bust there, then that's more time out of a race that you haven't already lost. So what you want to do is fix it here.
Felbermeyer 88 has done its last stop, according to the Team Live blog. Okay, I'll be impressed to see that.
Well, they need to be tweeting that then, don't they?
Yeah, well, so let's, if they can stretch it out. Cadpig, Alfred Wallace says, is there a Spirit of the Race award? Here at RadioLeMans.com, we invoke the Spirit of the Race award. It is purely unofficial. It carries the name of Robin Goodman, one of the earliest Radio Le Mans founders, if you like, and certainly one of the men who, along with Harry Turner, if could be said that Radio Le Mans belonged to anybody, it would be those two.
Without whom?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Absolutely. My mentor in my early years over there, he's done about every job going, and the spirit of our little
and
corral.
He'll keep going until he finds one he likes.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And so we nominate for the spirit of the event. Not necessarily the fastest, not necessarily the best, as we're looking on track there for a pass for position.
Yes, the GT Lee. No, it's not. It's first and third. I'm sorry, I was getting very excited with a Ferrari alongside a Porsche, but it was the wrong Ferrari. It was Nick Jonsson taking back a lap from Christian Ried, but that does show again that Christian Ried is not going as quick as Brian Vickers.
No, I think they're on fuel saving.
As Brian Vickers.
They're on fuel saving. That must be it. I cannot believe they're going to get to the end on this, but okay, I'll buy it. So nominations then for the
Robin Goodman's Spirit of the Race Award. God, you know, there's too many. There's not a real single standout team that have beaten the car back into submission that didn't want. Greaves I'm going with, because that car really didn't want to play today, and they're forcing it back up as close to the top 10 as you can possibly imagine.
Nick Damon says to Rebellion for sticking with the petite plan when not bothering would have been so much easier.
Yes.
And they've got both of their cars back up into the top 5, and it seems as though Nico Prost is not going to be able to challenge for 3rd overall, but 2 cars on the privateer podium, and there will be a privateer podium here, which is absolutely correct. I'm also going to say the Felbermayr Porsche team, because they've been outstanding today.
Yeah. In both classes, their cars have been back to being competitive, and they will get on the podium in both classes, and chances are they'll have a win in the GTE AM class. The Piston Broke Award, I would think, for tough luck has got to go probably to JRM.
Yeah.
They summed it up succinctly in one word: pants. Well, and a few associated words as well, but yeah.
And also
rubbish day for them.
Also, Straka have done a good job today.
Can't argue with that.
So those are the short lists. Let's have it very quickly. Some thoughts on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective and on at Radio Le Mans or at Specutainment. Here's Paolo Roberti in the pit lane. It's not all over.
It's never all over.
On the championship I was talking about. Still 17 minutes to go here.
The noise out the back door means the fat lady has stopped singing as well. So
the less of the
boom, boom, boom has gone. I'm going to nominate the number 13 car, which has gone from 25th to 5th. Not just because it would have been easier to give up, because that's not what slightly unhinged petrol heads who do sports car racing do, but because it clearly had the pace to be on the outright podium. Now, it's hard to be wishing that Straka weren't on the podium, but certainly the Rebellion car, had the pace.
28th actually, 28th, because there was 28 cars on the grid, didn't there?
Indeed, there were, yes.
Okay, that's what's out there. Very quickly, let's have your thoughts in the next 10 minutes or so before the end of the race. It's unofficial, of course, as Vitantonio Liuzzi is putting the pressure on Frank Mayer. There's still podium positions to be decided in the P2 category. He's got about 18 seconds on Sarrazin that he's trying to close down, and Sarrazin's got about 6 seconds on Frank Mayer.
And that gap is closing.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
We were going to keep tabs, I recall now, on Danny Watts in 3rd versus Nico Prost in 4th. Lap times are Danny Watts last time round 1:53.7, Nico 1:53.4.
On older tyres.
So, yeah, would he have found 2 seconds a lap on new tyres? More, less? I'm afraid I'm not clever enough to know, but it would have made a difference. It would have made a difference. Whether it would have made the difference, and you couldn't. Well, you can work out in hindsight, I imagine, but you probably wouldn't know.
Only if you're Paul Trustwell.
Well, he probably knows already, but then he's Trustwell. There is slight magic involved there. Brian Vickers in 2nd place in the GTE AM class, under a minute behind Christian Reed, with 15 minutes to go. Needs to be lapping 5 seconds a lap faster, 6 seconds a lap faster. He's lapping 1 second a lap faster.
He's done really well, has Brian Vickers.
Yes.
And I would even suggest that there is an opportunity for a spirit of the event. It's a radiator, no, in fact, that's that
fuel.
It's got to be fuel,
or a water line, because of course all the cooling is at the front, but the
of the Porsche. We're talking about the 55 car here.
We are seeing. We are seeing
it's
liquid.
Brakes, mate. It's brake fluid.
There's not that much brake fluid in a car to be pouring out. No, brake fluid might dribble. Brake fluid might get air in it. It doesn't pour out onto the floor. No, it's blown a hose. Now, given that they're not rubber and it's probably an air-equipped line somewhere, that may well have grounded out over a curb and been ripped off. But And actually, yeah, either all the lights came on like Christmas and it went, please stop now and consult your service agent, or it was a brake line, but I don't think there's that much brake fluid. If he'd ripped a brake line off, he wouldn't have any fluid left because he would have pumped it once and it would have emptied on the track. So it is water, and they're mopping it up with towels. So that, I'm afraid, and that's really heartbreaking, within 25 minutes of the end, for the engine to just boil is really taking it a bit of a liberty, the 55 car, frankly. However, they have yet to be passed by both of the Labour competition cars. I wonder what they'll fail on this time. Julien Canal is now 4th in the GTE AM class in the 50 car, which has remained healthy, and Christophe Bouret is 6th in the GTE AM class in the 70 car that got heavily stuffed earlier on in the race.
We've got a GT car knocking on the door of the top 10 as well, with Tony Vielander pushing that F Corsa Ferrari up into 12th position. Now, we've been banging on all season about how little attrition there's been. What this tells me, Martin, is that's fine if you can get back between races to your race shop and take a fortnight to strip down the car and refettle it for another 6-hour race. But when you can't do that and you're on the road, things are very different. And what this means is the teams who are best organised as we go into this last couple of races for the WEC are in the best position.
Well, the cars that are 10th and 11th are both LMP2 cars, and Nelson Panciatici and Jacques Nicolet could now park and still not be caught by Tony Vielander before the end of the race, because he is 6 laps behind. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The more established your team, the more parts back up, the more understanding of the car. And you know, that works in all departments, not just on how quickly you're going and everything else, but on how good a job you do of recovering from damage, recovering from incidents, and dealing with problems like Rebellion. You know, they know that car inside out. They've been working with that car for 3 years. They know what to do and where to go when it all goes a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, absolutely right. Last 12 minutes to go. Where are the battles? Well, Vitantonio Liuzzi is down to just 19 seconds, but Stefan Sarazan is down to just 2.8, and this is for second place in P2, and he took almost a second and a half, in fact just over a second and a half out of Mayer last time around.
Now, don't forget, Stefan Sarazan in 3rd in P2 is in the 44 Starworks HPD that led and then would not restart. They had to
overheating alternator and starter motor.
All right, they had to take it into the garage and beat it with a big stick to cool it down, obviously. And the 13 Rebellion
Which
car,
is how I always cool everything down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, normally when a car doesn't work, you fix it first by kicking it or...
13's in, right at the end.
Yes. 11 to go. Splash and dash and a set of tyres. John, they're listening to you.
Yeah.
They're going for 3rd overall. That's going to be a lunge, a last lap lunge from 3 laps back, but it will be a last lap lunge.
Yeah, good. Like that. Like the thought of it.
Well, look at it.
Tonio Liuzzi hasn't given this up either. He's just not able to match the times at the moment, however, of Stefan Sarazan.
Or Frank Meyer.
It's just a shame that those 3 or 4 cars got split up in the middle part of the race, because P2, we are going to have a race, one of these WEC meetings, and whether it's in the last 2 races of this year or the early part of next year, where we get 6 P2 cars battling for 2 or 3 hours, literally nose to tail.
Well, again, we've seen, you know, we had a 4-car battle just for 3rd, didn't we? It's 1.6 seconds. Sarazan behind Meyer across the line. Very close indeed into the final 10 minutes. Just time to say hello to Bill Adam, listening in Florida. Long time no see, buddy. Andrea Benitez is back out in 5th place.
And there is the battle on the screen now. If you're not on it, get on to FIAWEC.com, get on the stream, or on Audi TV or Motors. And this is the battle for second place. 10 minutes overall. Sarazan has pulled back something like 13 seconds.
But on that lap, only 28 hundredths. Meyer is giving it. Yeah, and exactly. And vice versa. Meyer is now giving it everything.
Through the first couple of corners and heading up towards turn number 4. And you've got to think that Sarrazin thinks this race has been cruelly ripped from his grasp because the car wouldn't restart. He was the man that was sitting there pushing the button, trying to make it go when Tom Kimber-Smith had got out of the car, and then somebody saying, "Just push, I am pushing the button. Do you think I'm stupid?" He's so wound up.
As the responsible adult said, having a husband and wife conversation, I have done that. And Frank Meyer, Stefan Sarrazin closed the whopping 14 thousandths of a second on him that time.
Audi between them.
An Audi dived in front of Sarrazin up the hill to turn 4, and that will have cost him a tenth, maybe 2, and that might, in the end, be the difference between third and second, or having a lunge and not. 8 minutes and counting.
And Christian Reid is still 53 seconds ahead. Brian Vickers is doing a great job. He's more than holding his end up at the moment, chasing down the leader.
Taken 10 seconds out of Christian Reid in the last 2 or 3 laps.
He wishes it was 6 hours and 15 minutes.
So does Stefan Sarrazin, but the gap's opened up again. Oh, no, it hasn't. It is closed again. He's 3 tenths closer. So Sarrazin, we're going to follow this sector by sector now, because this is the battle on the racetrack for second place. A 42.8 first sector, or 36.8. They're identical in the first sector down to the thousandth. 42.8 to 42.5. Meyer in second to Sarrazin in third in the P2 class. Everybody looking relaxed in the number 1 Audi garage, looking resigned to their fate in the number 2 Audi garage, looking at packing everything into a box in the Toyota garage because they are out. Danny Watts in third place will be the first. Straka will be the first independent team to get an overall podium position. The battle for P2 lead goes around one of the Corvettes.
No, not quite yet. That was Meyer coming through, and Sarrazin has just been behind him. He's got his teammate ahead of him. Here comes the 25 car. I've had an awful day. Tor Graves into the pit lane from 20th position overall. You could have, you know what, I'd have set fire to that by now and just left it somewhere.
I might have had money on that to be the winner in P2.
Yes.
Now, because I didn't even say it, I am now officially saying I have not jinxed them. However, the Starworks car now is
he lost 4 tenths.
Further back, yes.
Lost 4 tenths in the first sector, but he got, I think, slightly the worst of traffic. But Stefan Sarrazin doesn't mind a car moving around under him. The tyres wearing out won't be that much of an issue for him as they head down towards turn number 10. 7 minutes to go. It's the 6th round of the FIA WEC. We've had 5 hours and 53 minutes and still podium positions to be decided. In fact, 2nd and 3rd in P2, 7th and 8th overall. The black 23 Signatech Nissan against the white Starworks Venezuelan sponsored 44, the HPD with the Honda engine. There is Meyer. Where is the 44? There it is.
Still behind and working his way through GT cars. He has lost more ground than he's gained this lap. Now, sweeping the field for Frank Meyer is the sister 26 black car of Nelson Panciatici. It's just coincidence. And now Meyer is right behind Panchi, and he is going to pull out and go by, and he will be on the radio saying, "Tell Nelson it's me. Get out of the way."
Now, what we don't want to see here is Panciatici in the G-Drive car getting in the way overly, at least.
No, not at all, at least. It's nothing to do with him. He's several laps behind.
Oh, he's holding his teammate up.
Oh, now
he doesn't need to be doing that at all.
Again, that's what radios are for, boys and girls.
Are you sure?
Yes. He knows it's an open car. He knows it's black. He recognises the back is the same as his. He knows who it is.
He still hasn't let him by.
I think he has. I think the blue lights are on the 23, not on the 26. Well, I think he got by him.
As we're
looking relaxed as Benoit Trillier completes his last sweaty stint in the Audi. 5 minutes, 27 seconds to go.
And by overwhelming public vote, the RadioLeMans.com spirit of the event, the Robin Goodman Award, goes to Rebellion for their unswerving sticking to their plan of sending that car to Petit to try and get an overall victory, and that same car coming from 28th to 5th. So Bart Hayden and everybody at Rebellion are the very, very worthy recipients of the Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award. There's no trophy, but there's no higher accolade in my mind than to be associated with Robin.
Yep.
And well done to the guys.
Absolutely.
Expect to see that in a press release somewhere.
Get on with it.
Meantime,
and still the battle for second place.
It's 3 seconds now.
Yeah, it's opened right up. And although Frank Mayer in second place did get held up trying to get past teammate Nelson Punciatiti, Stefan Sarazan had by far the worst of the traffic.
He did.
And I wonder, as the Starworks car moves around wickedly in the final corner, whether he has had the best of his brakes now as well.
Well, it'll be tyres, I think, more than anything else.
Sorry, yeah, the brakes were glowing. I meant tyres, I thought tyres, it's just the word brakes came out.
So, Trellier heading for another victory with his teammates, and that's another victory, of course, for Lena Gade as well, who's still working out the fuel consumption figures. Or is that trying to add up the order for the pizzas later?
Yeah, that's a bonus. Is that a Texas Instruments calculator circa 1973?
I think it may be.
If it's not, I can let her have one at a very reasonable price with a lovely LED still working. Benoit Trellier leads from teammate Alan McNish with 3 minutes and change to go. Danny Watts in third place. And as I said, that will be a first time that a non-factory car's been on a World Endurance Championship podium. Tom Christensen's been out of the car for I don't know how long and is still sweating because he's got his overalls on in preparation for going to the top of the podium.
That can't be true, because at the start of the season we only had Audi.
Oh well, I only read it.
You may be right.
Well, you just said that can't be true.
Well,
either somebody lied to me or it is a Haven fact.
Okay, either could be true.
Well, I didn't just make it out of the top of my head, I did read it.
Okay.
Hello to Chris van der Drift.
Good name.
Good driver as well. There is Giancarlo Fisichella rehydrating, which we'll need to do as we rush to the plane, I should think, at some stage. And positions now just a little more settled in P2. Pierre Caffer leads. We haven't talked about the PCOM car in the last 15 or 20 minutes because there's been a battle behind. They lead with 2.5 minutes to go, maybe a lap and a half. Frank Mayer in second place now, 4.4 ahead of Sarazan. Sarazan shot his bolt, didn't he? He gave it everything. There was nothing left to give. Vitantonio Luzzi fifth in the Lola. And a very slow set of red lights going down a pit straight, I realise, is in the barrier, and it is a couple of scooters, so it's not a car breaking down on the final couple of laps. Jacques Nicolet doing another good stint in his car. He will be in the top half dozen in the P2 class, ahead of Elton Julian in the 41 Grease Motorsport Zytek, which gets up to 13th place. He's just got into the up to 12th out of the teens, ahead of Tony Wielander, the GTE Pro class leader, and Mayer, fastest third sector of the race
for that car.
Yeah.
That's how to respond to somebody driving up behind you. And he's taken out 0.3 of a second. It's over 4 seconds again. The Audi guys are starting to get the flags ready as we wind down towards 10 o'clock here in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the 6th round of the FIA WEC is all but written as far as the result is concerned. I think it's been a great event. We've had people coming in all through the night. Didn't have a big crowd to start with, but in the middle of the race there was fully 400 or 500 cars out the back of here. It's not massive, let's not make any bones about it, but it's a start. It's the first time that we've been here, and quite clearly from what we've seen over this weekend, and indeed the whole of this week, this is a place that wants to welcome top-class motor racing and build a tradition that, let's be honest, up until 2004 didn't even have anywhere to race. We managed to put this racing circuit together in just over 370 days, and sports cars, I think you'll agree, look absolutely great on it. There's Tom Christensen joining his, well, I was going to say his teammates. They are teammates, but they are the rivals for the championship. It'll be 13.5 points the difference, as the final 2.5 or thereabout miles has been started by the leading Audi of Ben Trellier. It looks like all of the places are going to stay. Christian Reed has managed to eke out to lap 163 in that 88 car. That's 40 laps that they have done, albeit with some
still quite close. Could be a last moment bobble for Mark Lieb, third in the GTE Pro class. Andrea Bertolini under 10 seconds behind him and lapping a second quicker in the last few laps. But it will need a mistake.
40 laps for Christian Reed in that car, albeit with 5 laps of safety car. And
short and shifting. Well, that is
5 stops.
That is how to nurse a car through a long final stop. Christian Reed doing a great job. Brian Vickers, incidentally, in the 61 wall trip Ferrari. What a great job. They've got through 6 hours on 4 stops.
That's because they've still got the bigger tank as well.
But still, 4 stops. Don't forget, we've already said this is a far more thirsty racetrack, wide open racetrack than it was in Rio.
They are, in fact, well, I suppose they are, what, 4 laps off the lead in the GTE Pro. Halfway around the last lap then, Ben Treluer in the e-tron Quattro, Alan McNish and Tom Christensen will be second in the similar car. And in fact, he's a little further round than that as he comes on. I can look to the right and see it. The checkered flag is out on the right-hand side. Watch as he comes through. There's the checkered flag. We have a winner. And round 6 of the FIA WEC goes to Audi. I'm not going to say they've looked into it because that wouldn't be fair, but that's a race that they may not have thought 4 hours ago that they were going to win.
I think the race could have been an awful lot closer were it not for misfortune for the number 7 Toyota. A little clash putting them out, but once again, our double Le Mans winning trio, quartet, let's say, because Lena Gay plays as vital a part as any of the drivers do. They have claimed victory. Alan McNish will take 2nd place across the line.
Mayo's gone through. No sign of Sarazan. Here he comes, 6 seconds at the line. Pierre Caffer still to finish as the leading P2 car. So Tony Vielander still to come through as well.
Yep. Tony Vielander.
Christian Reed hasn't finished yet, but he's already on another lap, so that means he's safe.
Yep. So Vielander will win from Stefan Mucker, and Lieb and Bertolini opened up to 10 seconds from 8 on the last lap. Lieb's taken the flag. Bertolini can't pass him. Huge bunch of cars racing to the flag behind, including Pierre Caffer for Picon, the LMP2 race winner. Franck Meyer second, Stefan Sarazan third, Vitantoni, Lucien, Nelson Panciatici and Jacques Nicolet in the top half dozen there. Our GTE Pro Class winner, the 51 car of Tony Vielander, comes across the line and he wins from Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin, and Mark Lieb claims 3rd for Porsche.
It's the voice of Martin Haven. We'll have the celebrations coming for you in a moment. Hope you've enjoyed the race here on radiolemans.com, FIAWEC.com. And remember, there's 2 more of these still to come before the end of the season. It's Fuji and China to see the year out. So there are the fireworks in the sky.
Celebrations from Giancarlo Fisichella as they claim victory in the GTE Pro Class once more. And incidentally, in the GTE AM class, although Marcus Paltler had already headed out for pizza, the JWA Avila car, they did not give up. They dragged it out of the pit lane. Paul Daniels went round for the final lap to get that finish, because you must be rolling at the flag.
Stefan Mucker managed to make it on 5 pit stops in the Aston, but so did the Ferrari. They thought it might have been different. Let's go down to the winners and Louise.
A rolling sauna. I wonder how long it took him to think that up, because I think that probably understates it quite significantly, but nevertheless gives you an idea of just what awful conditions must be like in those, especially in those closed cars. I'm sure guys like Oak Racing with an open car are feeling a lot better about it. Of course, Oak Racing will bring their P1 car. Taku Sato doing a shakedown at Magny-Cours yesterday for the race in Fuji in 2 weeks' time. And Benoit Trellier will join his teammates on the top step of the podium again. They extend their Drivers' Championship advantage over Alan McNish and Tom Christensen. It does seem that those two teams will end up in the final two races battling it out. And essentially now it is go fast or go home, you think, for McNish and Christensen. Yeah. They need 2 wins, no matter what happens.
And it would kind of be good if the Toyota could get in between them.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, there's a bit of direction there. Is that Charlie Whiting in a wig?
So
Lena Gade wastes no time to get in the overall and a bit of fresh air. And thank you. Warm enough now.
I don't know how they've managed to do that in these conditions. It is very, very good and hot. So the
good bit of Italianate celebration and lots of fireworks overhead. In comes the Stracker Racing HPD. Stracker on the overall podium, and there will also be 3 British-based cars on the Privateers podium. Stracker with the 2 Rebellion cars, 2 British teams running those 3 cars. Hugh and Bart Hayden's team. Now Bart Hayden's team bringing their cars home in 4th and 5th. Let's hear from Ben Twillier. Well, congratulations indeed to the number 1 Audi trio, creeping a little further towards the World Championships title than this man, Alan McNish, and his teammate, Tom Christensen. And it is going to be an epic arm wrestle in Japan and China between the 2 Audi crews for the title of World Endurance Champions. Well, Audi have already sealed the manufacturers. Cars 1, 2, and 21. There's some symmetry in there. That I'm sure.
And then 12.
Chinese, Japanese, and Arabs will
1, 2, 21, and 12 are the first 3, are the first 4.
And if you add 1 and 2 together, you get 13, which is 4 fifths. Yeah, you can look for anything hard enough, you'll find it. The Rebellion team, very happy with that indeed. And again, despite not finishing the race, Toyota once more showing that they have a car to take to anywhere against anybody.
Confirmation of the result then. Audi first and second. They started the other way around on the grid. The number 2 car was on pole but did not have the brakes today and finished a lap back, almost 2 laps back, if truth is told. But the big story is Stracker in 3rd position. A great battle in P2. The Starworks car having to give that up right at the end when they couldn't restart on the last pit stop. That's sports car racing. You've got to turn the engine off and restart under your own power. In the GT, AF Corsa win the Pro category, but it's getting closer. Maybe just a little less fuel for them next time around. Christian Reid, I thought, did a great job with the rest of the guys from Felbermeyers to hold back Brian Vickers and the rest of the guys from the AF Wall Trip. Rob Kaufman and the guys, Rui Aguas. Magnificent stuff. It's been a great weekend of motor racing here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We've come to the Middle East for the first time on the World Endurance Championship trail, and everything that we've seen, I'm sure, makes all of the teams, drivers, want to come back. Yes, we could have done with a little more crowd here, but that's something that will build. The cameramen and everyone in the truck have done a great job. It's been hot and sticky for all of them, and it's been a fabulous race to watch and enjoy over the last 6 hours. For Martin Haven, I'm John Hindorf. Thanks to our whole technical crew, both here in the booth and down in the TV truck. Still to come, 2 more flyaways. It's the land of the rising sun next, Japan and Fuji, and we finish the season 2 weeks after that in China. Join us then for more great World Endurance Championship action from the FIA World Endurance Championship. Bye for now. So, for those of you still on the World Endurance stream, as we've lost our TV viewers on Motors and on radiolemans.com, thanks for being with us. It is the podium ceremonies to come and the voice of Formula One and radiolemans.com as well. Bob Constanduris will take you through that, so please enjoy, and Martin and I will bid you a fond farewell. Quick final thought before the podium ceremony, Martin?
Cracking race. All the classes too close to call. Fantastic battles in both GT categories, and throwing up some new stars. And again, we're finding that at every race this year, somebody else gets the spotlight, somebody else gets the kicking from Lady Luck. Pierre Caffer, bringing the 49 car across the line at the top of the P2 class. That could have gone to any of half a dozen cars. And Aston Martin should have won this race. A puncture, perhaps, the difference between them and victory against the Ferraris. They've certainly got a lot of mileage in that car. They'll win a race before the end of the year. I'm pretty sure of that. And that, what, more or less? John's waving at me. What do you want, more or less, John?
I was just waiting for you to finish, that's all.
I had finished.
Okay, that's great.
I finished on a full stop. I'll finish on a full stop again.
I've enjoyed working with you, Martin. Thanks for being with us, and let's do this again soon. Fuji to come, and the podium ceremonies are about to get underway, and that is, in fact, I can hear Bob's voice now, so we'll let him get on with it.
Well done, gentlemen, to the Straka Racing team. To the second place drivers from Audi Sport Team Just, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish. Trophy is presented by Mr. Zayed Al-Zayani, the chairman of Bahrain International Circuit. And to the winning drivers, the drivers from Audi Team Just, Andre Lotterer, Benoit Trillier and Marcel Fessler, and their team manager, Dieter Gaz. And the Michelin Green Cross Challenge is presented by Mr. Saoud Swar of the Bahrain Motor Federation to the crew of number 2 Audi Sport Team Just, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. And at your feet is the Rosewater.
It's not champagne. Is it a wet t-shirt contest? I'm sweating, it's so hot.
The spirit of Le Mans.
World Endurance Championship.
6 hours of food.
富士スピードウェイで会いましょう。